Okay, I said I would be starting videos in November, and because on the very anniversary of my pastor's death, my life completely changed. I'm not sure how many videos I'm going to be able to do. It's not going to be like the pace before. But I'll do them when I can. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to start yet another new series. God is always showing me things, okay? And he does it by means of input that's repetitive. In other words, if people keep asking me the same question and they're from different parts of the world, and they're all asking the same question at the same time for different reasons, then that's my big clue that I have to make a video on it. That's one of the reasons why the pro-life blasphemy series is there, and so too the KJVO series and also the Calvinist stuff. In this case, we're going to be starting a new series that I'm going to call Greek Geek Stuff, GGS is the abbreviation. I'm also working on another project where, with two other guys on YouTube, we're trying to establish the criteria for proving whether or not Matthew was the original gospel in Greek or Hebrew. And so this is going to tie to that. It's also going to tie to my LXX series. It's also going to tie to my James 2 playlist. Because one of the Greek Geek things that you need to know is how to use the definite article, how to track it, because it's used like a bullet point. And that's why people misunderstand James. Here we're going to look at something else to do with, that's related, called ellipsis. So what you want to do when you're searching on the internet, because everything I'm going to tell you, you can verify, is search on the word dramatic ellipsis, specifically in Greek. It is a rhetorical device. It's used in all languages, but it's used very often in dramatic Greek. Now, we're going to go through what ellipsis means in this video. This word here, to be, in English, is the Greek word eimi, E-I-M-I. And let's see if I can find in the verse. I don't think eimi is actually in this verse at all, which is the point I'm going to be making. Let's see if I can find another verse. Let's get this, because I need to show you what eimi looks like, and in BibleWorks, to do that, you're going to have to find the actual occurrence of the word. Hold on. Oh boy, he's dropping all of his verbs in this. Oh boy. I picked the wrong passage to show you where the verb eimi looks like, didn't I? Yes, bear with me for a minute. See, Paul drops his verbs when he's getting dramatic. That's a dramatic technique. That's the point of this video. But I wanted to show you what eimi looked like. Alright, well, I'm not going to be able to do it that way. I'll just have to type it. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to restrict this search. Oh, boy. Well, there's 448 occurrences of the verb eimi. That's first person singular. And we're going to just pick a New Testament passage somewhere in Romans. He's not using it in Romans. There we go. Here's one. Okay. Romans 11:13. See that word that's highlighted in red and yellow at the top? eimi, I am. See, I am. Okay. That means I am. There's the Strong's for it, but I don't use Strong's. Strong's is weak. This is Thayer's dictionary or lexicon. And eimi is a very common word, so there's a lot said about it because it's used in many different ways. Okay? It's a verb to be, and the usage of the verb to be in pretty much every language on the planet has about the same semantic range. It's one of the foundational words like mama and papa in a language. So pretty much in English, though all the ways we use to be is the way it's used in Greek. Okay? One of the ways we use it in English, there we go, we're back to our passage. One of the ways we use it in English is very similar to the Greek also. When we are in a hurry or we say something, okay, we drop the verb. For example, let's say, and this is my pastor's example when he's talking about dramatic ellipsis, specifically in Romans when he covers this. For example, let's say you have a son, his name is Johnny, and you say, Johnny, I want you to go to the store. Okay, Johnny, go to the store. Johnny hears you, but Johnny goes back to his room, plays with his MP3 player or stereo or whatever. And you come back, you know, cleaning up or whatever, and you come back and you see Johnny still in his room, and you say, Johnny, to the store. So you drop the verbs. Why? Because you're angry. Okay? Now, you can drop verbs because you're angry. You can drop verbs because you're excited. You know, all the time we do that in English. You'll catch yourself doing it when you're really excited or something's really dramatic or important. So that's what they do in Greek also. Okay? So, for example, just ignore the phone because it's a telemarketer. Grace be, okay, well, there is no be there. See, it's just grace. Okay? Grace be. Thanks be. That's what we say in English. See, it says thanks be. But the word, there's no be there. It's just grace. Duh is a transitional particle. It means but or by mild contrast. It's really, you usually don't translate it in English. Grace by means of God. And how do you know that means by means of? Because Paul is using dramatic ellipsis. Therefore, he switches to classical Greek. And in classical Greek, you also drop prepositions. Dramatic Greek drops prepositions, it drops verbs, and it also converts verbs into nouns, if it has any verbs at all. Okay, so Paul's being very dramatic here. Thanks by means of God, by agency of God, and thanks to God is direct object also, and that's how they're translating it. But Paul is using all the uses of the dative here. That's another Greek geek thing that's kind of outside this purpose of this video. Okay? But you'll notice it's literally, in the Greek, it's thanks by means of or to God. And then dia, because or through. Here it's through because it's in the genitive case. If it's in the accusative case, it means because of. Through Jesus Christ. And then you have the definite article, which means that there's only one of a kind, because it's called the monadic use of definite article. The Lord, ours. Okay, so there's no I, me in this verse. See, we put the word to be in there in English, but Paul is dropping it. Normally you would expect it to be in there somewhere, but it's not. It's not because Paul's being dramatic, and that's why he doesn't have a preposition here either. There should be a preposition here, but there isn't. That's why you see this exclamation point translated here. Okay? And this is actually a wrong translation. Paul isn't saying he thanks God. He's saying that all the thanks, the charis really means grace, and it means grace, benefit, praise, all that. Alright? Be to God. He's not saying he thanks God. All the grace is to God. All the grace is by means of God. He's stressing grace there. He's stressing that God deserves all the praise. God creates all the grace. Everything is of, to, through God. And then through agency of Christ Jesus being on the cross. Our Lord. Okay? Now, that's in contrast to Romans 7:24, Teleporos. My Greek isn't very good today. I just woke up. Okay. Now here is another example of ellipsis. See, when the verb isn't there, you have to know the Greek language well enough to know that a verb should be there. See, this is called a predicate. This is called an adjective. It's really a predicate adjective. Okay. The subject is here, ego. It's in the nominative case. Okay. This is a predicate adjective. And you can see in the lower window in Thayer's dictionary, I got Freiberg, Thayer's, BDAG, all of them. Okay. This is a predicate adjective. It's supposed to be last in the sentence. So you have to know certain features of Greek in order to know what Paul is really saying. See, this is in the nominative case. That should have been, in word order, that should have been first in the sentence. But Paul is stressing his wretchedness, so he puts the word wretched whether you are expecting the subject. And it's a predicate adjective, and in Greek you can use a predicate adjective as a substantive. Okay? And the word eimi is supposed to be here in the middle between teleiporos and ego. Ego. Okay? It's supposed to be in the middle. This should have been the first word in the sentence. This should have been the last word in the sentence. And the word eimi should have been in the middle. But it's not. And that's another feature of dramatic ellipsis and drama Greek. Okay? Which certain stupid people who think that there's no drama Greek in the Bible are obviously proven to not know. Okay? You switch word order. You drop verbs. You turn verbs into nouns. Okay? Like we just saw in Romans 7:25. And then you take the thing that you're stressing and you put it first. Sometimes you take the thing that you're stressing and you put it last. So Paul is saying, see this anthropos is probably better. Anthropos. Okay, he's saying that see, ego, nominative case, anthropos, not another nominative. You say, well, that's predicate nominative. Yeah, it is a predicate nominative. But he's putting teleiporos where the predicate nominative is supposed to be. So he's equating his wretchedness with being human. And he's saying that's still him. Okay? And then tis me pusete ek tu stomatos tu tana tu. Rusete, sorry. See, your sin nature is in your body. That's the theme that Paul's been stressing since Romans 1, really, but especially in Romans 5:12. Okay? And that's why verse 25 is so dramatic. Grace by means of God. In other words, I'm being delivered through Christ Jesus, my Lord. You see why it's dramatic? You see why he dropped the verb eimi? Eimi's not here. It's supposed to be right here. Just before ego. Teleiporos ego anthropos. Anthropos. See, I told you I just woke up. My Greek sucks. Okay? So that's an example of dramatic ellipsis. And you can't spot it in English because they always stick in the verb. But fortunately, most of the translators have enough sense to put in an exclamation point. That's about the only way you can translate a dramatic ellipsis. In English, it should just be, wretched man, I. Now, like Shakespeare, the proper really, if you want to really translate this correctly, you'd say, wretched man, I. Okay? I, wretched man. Okay, we drop verbs too in dramatic English, and Shakespeare does it all the time. All of your great writers do. So that's what dramatic ellipsis is. You drop the verb because you're stressing whatever the meaning is. Wretched man, I. And then, who will set me free from this body of death, which is a proper translation. Set me free, rescue, deliver. The save is often used for deliver in the Bible, but that's another video. Alright, so I hope I showed you dramatic ellipsis means that you're leaving out a verb, in this case a verb, but it can be some other word, that is known if you know the Greek language. You're leaving out a word that the reader knows is supposed to be there, and that's how he knows you're being dramatic, or you're stressing. In this case, stressing teleiporos. Okay? Okay, this is the second Greek Geek Stuff video. We are still going to be on Romans 7:24 and 25, and we're still on the topic of ellipsis. And so we're going to cover it a little more. In front of you, you see the Greek text of Romans 7:24 and 25, and also Romans 8:1 and 2. It's really important to see the text in context, because Paul switches to drama Greek here. If I were to suddenly say, oh, thou art, you know that I'm trying to stress something. And then I go back to using my common English. That's just what they do in the Greek. Okay, and that's what Paul's doing here. And we saw in Greek Geek 1, Talaiporos ego anthropos. Oh, wretched man I. Okay, see how easily that translates into English? And then, tis me rusete ek tu somatos tu thanatututu. Who will rescue this body of death? Rescue me from this body of death. Okay, see, he's being very dramatic. Alright? And then, the next verse. Kariste toi dia tu... Sorry, I'm saying it wrong because I'm not practicing very well. Kariste toi teoi dia Jesu Christu tu curio humon. Okay? Thanks to God through Christ Jesus. That's who's rescuing him. Our Lord. You see how easy it is to translate into English? And you see how dramatic it is if you do? Okay, but if you're not translating it properly, you take out the drama and then make it boring and snoozy. Thanks be to God through Christ Jesus our Lord. That's not what Paul's saying. Thanks for God. Through Christ Jesus our Lord. That's what Paul is saying. You won't find that in the English Bibles. They just put you to sleep. Okay, now, he's going on, and it's still drama Greek. Araun, aftos, ego, toi, menoi, delu, nomoi, teu, te, de, sarki nomoi, hamartias. What does that mean? Because you'll notice I'm not showing you the English. Araun. Araun. That's how you say that in Greek. Araun. Okay. English doesn't have a really good word for ara. Okay. Ara is like, now, as a result. You see, all of our English is too, formal and boring. Ara. In English, the word means as a result, but as a result is boring business English. This isn't boring in Greek. I don't know, there's no English equivalent to it because our English as a result or consequently or thus, in this way, this is it. We just don't have a good equivalent to it. But it's very dramatic to put the word ara in there, and un means therefore. Okay? But therefore in English is boring and snoozy. See, English is meant to be a boring language. It's a language of diplomacy. So we don't have the kind of drama that we need in English to properly translate this Greek. This is drama Greek. Oh! So! That's the closest I can come. Okay, now we got the word aftos. Now, this is really important. It's nominative. It means this same one. This used to be drama Greek. The same one. Well, who's the same one? Jesu Christu. Christ. This same one. This same one. Okay? It's, it's often translated he, but he's using drama Greek here. So in drama Greek, in Attic Greek, it means this same one. It's the stressed he. Okay? This same one. And it's nominative case. He's the subject. Therefore, this same one. Oh! So! This same one. I. That's also nominative case. The same one, I. To him. Who? That one. This one. This same one. To him. Men. On the one hand, this is classical drama Greek. It's a construction called men da, and you're going to see it in a second. Men, on the one hand. Noi, with my mind. He's dropping prepositions. See, he's dropping prepositions here. There's supposed to be a preposition here, either en or meta. All right, but he's dropping it because it's dramatic. You drop words when it's dramatic. Noi. That's also dative. See, this is doubly functioning to him, and it's also doubly functioning as with my mind. And he's sticking men in the middle to show how disjunctive it is. See, men would normally belong in front of toy. But men is stuck in the middle. He's showing that zigzag. That's the whole theme of the chapter. Okay, zigzag. My, on the one hand, mind. See, he's divorced from himself. That was how he began Romans 7, about divorce. Okay? On the one hand, with my mind, I serve the law of God. See, nomos means law, and it's nomoi, it's the object. So that's why it's in the dative case. Deu, of God, belonging to God. Okay? And then, tin de sarki. See, he's putting the da in the middle of tin, te, sarki, which is also in the dative. The law of the flesh of sin. The law of sin. So, Paul is saying, therefore, him, he, the same one, I, with my mind, on the one hand, am a slave to the law of God. With my mind, I am a slave to the law of God. But to the law of sin, the law of flesh of sin, the law of sin of the flesh, I am a slave in my body. Okay? And then, of course, we can look at the snoozy English. See? I, with my mind, am serving the law of God, but on the other, my flesh, the law of sin. But what you can't see in the English is that he's sticking men right in the middle of toi and noi to show the divorce. Okay? And he's dropping prepositions. That's another form of ellipsis here, dropping prepositions. This happens an awful lot in Greek whenever they switch to drama Greek. Okay? It's all over the New Testament. It's all over the Old Testament Greek too. Okay? Noi. And then duleo. Duleo. I am a slave, to be a slave to. Namoi. See, again, he's dropping prepositions. Teu. Of God. And then he doesn't, this is also drama Greek, it's very elegant. You don't repeat the verb. If it's the same verb, you just repeat the second clause that's serving the verb. T, that's the definite article again, just like it was here with toy. Okay? With my body, that's why they translated my. This is definite article, it can be used as a possessive. Okay? With my body, on the other hand, this is men da, that's the da, here's the men. Okay? On the one hand, with my mind, I'm serving the law of God, and then da is on the other hand, with my body, I am serving the law of sin. Now, you have to be pretty damn dumb not to notice that Paul is confessing that he's still sinning, right? Right here, highlighted in yellow. With my body, I serve the law of sin. That means he's sinning. He's confessing that he's sinning. So after salvation, yes, you do sin. And this is one of the most decorated believers of all time, admitting, hello, I sin. He's confessing it. Okay? This is yet another form of saying 1 John 1:9 is needed, and he's right here confessing that he still sins. Now, of course, that's interpretation that goes beyond the scope of what the Geek stuff was supposed to tell you, but do you see how the drama Greek stresses the fact that he's still sinning? He's dropped prepositions here. There's supposed to be a preposition here. There's supposed to be a preposition. This should have gone first. Of course, well, actually it does, post positive. There should be a preposition here. But there isn't one because it's dramatic. He is dramatically sinning. He's stressing the fact that he's sinning, and he's using men on the one hand with my mind. Here's with my mind. I am a slave to the law of God. But on the other hand, here's the but, on the other hand, classical construction, men, with my flesh, that's my flesh, the law of sin. And see, there's supposed to be another preposition here. It should be en or meta. It's probably en. Was the preposition that he's dropped. He left it out. En takes the dative. See, there are no prepositions anywhere here in this verse. Why? Because it's dramatic Greek. He leaves out the verbs and he leaves out the prepositions, both here and in Romans 7:24. Okay, so there are some idiots out there who are claiming that, oh, well, because he didn't use the word I am in Romans 7:24, that means he's not a sinner anymore. No, see, he's saying he's a sinner right here. Dramatically a sinner, still. And that's the sort of schizoid quality of the spiritual life. That's what's so hard about it, is that as you learn the law of God, you want to be a slave to it. You love it. It's gorgeous. And with your mind, yes, you are a slave to it eventually. Okay, but your body still keeps on sinning. That's the whole point of the chapter. That's why he ends it that way. Now look at this. Araun. So, to him, the same one. I am in my mind a slave to his law. Oh, but Uden. Aranun. See the sound play? Aranun. Therefore. Oh, so. Aranun. But now. Therefore now. Nun means now. None. Zero. Uden. Uden is the less dramatic form of Uden. Uden is the more common form. Paul likes to use Uden a lot, so does John. He uses Uden as the basis for his entire gospel. Okay? Uden. Nothing. No one. No one else. Nothing else. Just him. Just Christ. Aranun. Now. Therefore. Judgment. Katakrima. See, no katakrima, no judgment, no condemnation. Aranun, therefore, now. See, still using dramatic Greek. To anybody, to us, because of, and now he finally, this is so common. What they do is they leave out prepositions and then they stick one in to end the dramatic climax. We finally get a preposition in the dative. See, Paul is saying through. Dia. See, you got dia here. That's a preposition. And you got in here. He's reserving it only for Christ. Because all things are through Christ. And we're sitting here going through our mind, noi, and sarki, mind and flesh, but no prepositions. He drops the prepositions and he only uses them for Christ. It's the same construction he's following as in the Greek of Isaiah 53:12. They do this exact same thing. They drop the prepositions until they get to Christ at the end, and then they pile up the prepositions, and that's exactly what Paul is doing here. Anyway, I probably went over your head. Ask God about it. Use 1 John 1:9. Mull over the Greek. Okay, I'm still not done with business about ellipses and prepositions here in Romans 7:24 through Romans 8:2. God causes me to just see these things like within seconds, and then it takes me forever to try to explain it. You see in front of you the preposition ek, and let's see, now it's highlighted below in the lexicon. In the lower, big window, you see the lexicon. Let me widen it a little bit so you can see more of the words. Okay, there we go. And here's our preposition ek again. Okay, ek is a very important preposition, and it really means out from the source of. Okay, it takes the genitive, but the genitive has what's called an ablative use. And my pastor stressed this a lot. He calls it, he stresses this a lot when he's teaching why there's no soul life in the womb. Out from the source of. Okay, ekoilias is the actual phrase, out from the womb. It means separated from. Okay? And the whole, that matters here because the whole point of Romans 7 is divorce. Okay, so Paul is very artistically, because this is drama Greek, he's taking three prepositions, and I want you to see what they are. Here's ek, out from the source of. Okay, separated from, but out from the source of. Then he's got dia, okay, which means through. It sometimes means because of, but it's taking the genitive case here, so it means through. When it takes the accusative case, it means because of. And then here's en. These are the only prepositions in the passage. Okay, see, look. Talaiporos, ego, anthropos, tis, me, rusite, ek. We got ek here. Tu somatos, tu, tana, tu, tutu. No prepositions there. Okay, charis, de, toi, teoi, dia. There's our second preposition, dia. Christ, Jesu, I keep reversing it in the video. Jesu Christu. Okay, that's Christ, Jesus Christ. Tu Kuriu, our Lord. Oh, ours right here. Okay, the Lord of ours. Okay, araun. All right, those are particles. Aftos, ego, toi, men. That's part of menda. Noi. Duleo. I can't say it right. Nomoi. Okay, teu. Teen, here's the dove, menda. Sarki, nomoi, hamartias. Okay, so the only prepositions in those two verses are right here, dia and ek. So they do this all the time in Greek, but it's especially in classical Greek. You see this all the time in the LXX. Out from the source of what? To somatos, my body. The body, but oftentimes this is the definite article, as you can see in the lower window. It's often used as a possessive, and it's often translated that way, and properly so. Spanish often does the same thing even. Okay, tu somatos, from the body, my body. Okay, the death means spiritual death. Thanatos is used as spiritual death in the Bible. Okay, tutu. Okay, this, meaning his. Okay. Now, so you got the contrast between ek, out from the source of, and dia, through. My pastor stressed this 1,000 times. He said, whenever you're viewing a passage of Scripture, always track the prepositions. Okay, but see, because it's classical Greek, he's got here toi that should have a preposition in front of it. But by leaving it out, he gets to play the double entendre with autos. Autos. Autos is how Greeks say it should be pronounced, but it's really autos in Old Greek, Bible Greek. Okay, so toi is talking back to autos, even though technically toi belongs to noi, the mind, his thinking, Paul's own thinking. Okay, and that's why nomoi is also in the dative, because he's linking up, he's equating, this is in the nominative case, and that's talking back to Jesu Christu. Alright? And then nomoi, because Paul often says, and he's already said it in Corinthians and elsewhere, the law of Christ. Okay, and since Christ is God, he's taking the opportunity again to repeat that Christ is God, nomoi teu. Okay? Now, and then teen, the sarki, there should be a preposition in front of te. Sorry, I keep mispronouncing it. There should be a preposition in front of it, which should be the preposition en. It's missing. The preposition should be en here, and the preposition should be en here. But it's missing, yeah, because he reserves it for Romans 8. Because we are in, see, out from the source of our body is the law of sin. But we are in Christ Jesus. Okay, so there's no preposition here. You see how clever this is? And you can't, how do you translate that? You can't. It's a feature of the Greek language. There's no way to translate it. Hi, there should be a preposition here. How are you going to do? Just insert a clause in the English translation? Hi, there's a preposition lacking. There should be a preposition here. But there isn't. Yeah, because the preposition that we're producing is right here, ek tu somatos. Out from our body, what? Sin, hamartias. Which produces its own law that we have to obey. Yeah, and therefore through Christ, charis, grace, all thanks, all praise, okay, to God, and this God here is God the Father. Whenever you see God alone, without any kind of qualifier, it means God the Father. But we know that this law of God here is referring to Christ because of this being inserted. See, that's in the nominative case. This is in the nominative case. Okay, so toi has the effect of talking back to autos. And also, of course, its proper use is to be the article for noi. Because in Greek, you're supposed to have the article always with the noun. And when you omit it, the way, for example, that James does in James 2, as you'll see in my James 2 exegesis playlist, that's got its own little ellipsis function of stressing quality. Okay, so here we're stressing quality too by eliminating the preposition. Namely, the quality of what we produce, which is a negative quality, versus the quality of anything through him, which is total infinite positive quality. Therefore, in Christ Jesus, uden. In other words, no more law of sin condemns us, even though we still sin. And that's why he says aranu, nun, instead of araun. See, if it was without Christ, it'd be araun. Alright? If it wasn't for him, we'd be araun. Therefore, serving the law of sin in our bodies. But uden aranun katakrima. Okay? Because of in. So here's in, here's dia, and here's ek. And if you look at my LXX playlist, the Lord himself makes the same kind of play on the first commandment. Because the first commandment uses X in the LXX. But the Lord switches it to in. Okay, when he requotes it in Matthew. Alright, you just go look up the LXX playlist. I think it's the first or second video in the playlist. Okay, because he's on earth, he's upgrading the first commandment to in. Because it's going to be in him. The law is fulfilled in Christ. Okay, so in the Old Testament, you had to love him out from all of your heart, your soul, and strength. But when you're in him in your mind. And Paul is talking back to Matthew, the quote in Matthew. See, Matthew was written first. And Paul is playing on the change that Christ made in the first commandment in Matthew. From ek, out from yourself, to in Christ Jesus, in him. That's why he upgraded the first commandment, and Paul knew that, and that's what Paul's playing on here. He's counting on the reader already having Matthew's gospel memorized by heart to understand the change between ek and in. So look at this, okay? And it's just, what they do is what they're doing when they remove prepositions, like there's no preposition here but should be. By doing that, you're first of all stressing the quality of the result. Okay? But when you stick the preposition in, you're stressing the action of the preposition. So it's through Christ Jesus. That's how you should read it. Okay? Whereas here, it's to him. You're stressing the result, namely him. And that's why aftos is in the nominative case. Another reason why it's in the nominative case. Even though you would expect it to be either in the dative or you'd expect it to be in the accusative. Because it's the object of what Paul is, it's the object of douleo. Douleo. Okay? So, I hope I'm explaining this right. You got this preposition stressing the action of the preposition in Christ Jesus. You should put it in bold or in caps. In Christ Jesus. Through Jesus Christ. Okay? Out from our body of death. Okay? That's the contrast he's setting up. And by eliminating the prepositions here, he's stressing the result. Okay? The result is, okay, see, and Araun, of course, stresses the result also. But, you know, with the result that in my mind, okay, I'm serving the law of God. Okay, he's not stressing the preposition as much as he's stressing the result, which of course Araun already does. In Greek, you get certain kinds of repeating are very dramatic, and this is one of them. Okay, and then by my body, I'm serving the law of sin. My body is serving the law of sin. Not so much the by part, but the body, sarka. See, sarki. So he's stressing the divorce of mind from body, and that's especially true in the spiritual life. You think that because, you know, you get the word in you and you believe it and you love it and all that, you think you're going to stop sinning. Well, actually all you do is you change sins. You go from the gross, stupid, silly, childish sins to the more adult ones. And it becomes very upsetting as you grow older. You begin to hate yourself. Because the law of God, you're serving in your mind. You believe in it. When it's saying he's serving it in his mind, here we go. I am a slave to the law of God in my mind. I am a slave to the law of God. Okay, but my body is still a slave to sin. Okay, now Paul had already set up the fact that the body is a slave to sin genetically, because sin is genetic. It's just a disease we all inherited from Adam in Romans 5:12. So he's threading forward from Romans 5:12 to show that you keep on sinning even after you're saved. All right, but I'm trying to stay away from interpretation so much as to show how he gets it. Okay, so then that's why we have in here. Okay, yeah, okay, fine, I'm still a sinner, but I'm in Christ Jesus. And so we got en, dia, and ek. The stress actions of the prepositions. Okay? And then he launches into what is one of the most gorgeous chapters of the Bible, Romans 8, about how, why is it true that with your mind you're serving the law of God, but with your body you're serving the law of sin? And then in Romans 8, 1 through 10, he goes through how you just can't. It's never going to be anything else so long as you're in this body. Okay? The sin nature is not capable of obeying. All right, but don't worry, because there is now no condemnation in Christ Jesus. Okay, and then he starts setting up the on the one hand, on the other hand. Okay, this is the Spirit is life in Christ Jesus. Okay, and is setting you free from the law of sin. Okay, and death. Now, when it says set you free from, it means you have an alternative. It doesn't say that you will never sin again. Unfortunately, people who don't read the Bible and are all stuck on their self-righteousness and think they have to contribute something to the cross, they don't read these things carefully because they want the Bible to fit what they already believe. All right, and as you can see, it doesn't. So that's it. Okay, I'm waiting for the appliance guys to come by and fix my washer. They hooked it up backwards so that hot is cold and cold is hot. So now I have pink towels. Now, what I just said to you was an example of a kind of blithering where a person goes on and on and on talking about stuff that's irrelevant to what you see on the screen, for example. That's a type of writing. I mean, if I had written it down, it would be a kind of writing. That's a style. It has a mood. It has a purpose. If a person's writing well, he uses stuff like that for a purpose. And that my purpose was to show the difference between blithering and laconic. The word is spelled Laconic, and it is typical of speech of the military or when someone wants to make an understatement and expects the reader to fill in the blanks. Laconic writing is a main characteristic of the Bible for a lot of reasons, and we're going to go through some of them. Fortunately for some of you people who think that Greek is boring, I'm not going to be using a lot of Greek references here because this is common to all language. And so what you're going to learn here is true of English and every other language that you might know. Okay, you see on the left Genesis 1:1 and Matthew 1:1. One of the reasons we know that Matthew is the first gospel is the way he writes it. Just like we know Genesis is the first book of the Bible because of the way it's written. You wouldn't need tradition to tell you it's the first book. You can tell by the text itself. Okay? But you have to know how to read it. And of course, I don't know about you, but when I took literature classes, I was kind of bored by all the analysis. But when it comes to the Bible, this is life and death, so the analysis really matters. So if you're taking literature classes, or if you happen to remember what you learned in literature classes, this is going to be very important, and now you'll get the profit. Notice that I just gave you a run-on sentence. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's laconic speech. That's laconic writing. It just gives you the bare facts. It doesn't tell you how. It doesn't tell you when. It doesn't tell you how long. All it tells you is that God did it. And the word for heaven, shemayim in Hebrew, okay, but I'm not going to go through that so much. The word for heavens means the whole universe. You have to go by the way a word is used in the Bible, and the way this word is used here and elsewhere in the Bible, tying back to this verse. It means the whole universe. The earth is where we live, so that's why the earth is mentioned separately. Okay, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's it. None of the details that we debate about evolution are provided. You got that? No details. Why? Because the thing God wants you to understand is how God created the universe and the earth. Okay? Now, laconic writing has a lot of purposes, and it's all going to go through here. It's just, this has happened, this fact, this fact, this fact, this was said, that was said. You notice that there's not any analysis, just the facts. Okay, so Matthew starts out his gospel the same way, just like Genesis 5, begats. These are the facts. Blood. This is the record of the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah. Just the facts. Now, when you have writing like this, you should ask a bunch of questions. You shouldn't gloss over it, say, oh, this is just a boring history lesson. You have to ask questions, especially when it's the Bible. Why is the first question you ask. Why does God talk about it like this? I don't know if you've noticed, but in the prophets, God gets very verbose. He's very verbose, meaning wordy, blithering almost, like I did at the beginning of this video. So why isn't he verbose here? Why is he just, oh, okay, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth? Why is he suddenly so terse? Laconic and terse are two synonymal. All right? You have to ask why. Why did God write it this way? Why does Matthew begin his gospel with a record of the genealogy? See, if you're writing something for an audience, one of the first things they tell you as a budding writer is you better make your first sentence be an eye catcher, be an attention getter. The last thing you do with your first sentence is make it boring. Okay, but this is kind of boring, isn't it? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Matthew, the record of the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah. You don't have colorful language here. Why? Doesn't God know the first rule of good writing? Yeah, he does, obviously. That's how we know it. So the first question is, why is God writing it like this? Okay, so that gives you your next clue about what laconic writing is all about. Laconic writing is meant to make you think about what you're reading. It's very fact heavy. These are all facts that God's giving. He's reporting an event that happened, okay? And he's just giving you what happened. Why is he doing that? Well, that means you're supposed to think about it. When you get fact-heavy material, you can't really do anything with the facts until you can think about the facts and what do they mean. So he's begging the question of what this means. All right? All fact-heavy reporting does. Same thing here. What does it mean? Now, most Christians will just gloss over it or misinterpret it or use it to argue about evolution. They will not think about what the text means and why it's there. They think they know. Yeah, well, they don't know. And I'll show you right now. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That could be said with a loud, resonant voice, you know, something like, I know Charlton Heston. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The attempt there is to make it dramatic. Okay, but you still don't know what it means. God did it. That's all you know. Same thing here. Record of the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah. Well, that makes it sound dramatic. And, you know, your emotions are tugged to make you feel, oh, this is dramatic, this is important. But you still don't know what it means. You see what I'm talking about? The purpose of laconic writing is to make you think about what's said and figure out what it means. In other words, in writing, I can tell you what it means. Or I can just say it, and then you think about what it means. You see the point? When you see this kind of writing, God is saying, I'm not going to tell you what it means. I'm just giving you the facts. You're supposed to think them over. Hello? Think them over. And by not saying even that, the reader is free to think them over. He's not being beaten over the head, like I'm beating you now, to think them over. So that tells you something really important about God. God wants to give you the facts. He doesn't want to beat you up about what you should think about the facts. He just gives you the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on here, too. So what does that tell you? It tells you that God isn't out to push you. God isn't expecting you to believe in Him for nothing. He's giving you facts, and He's letting you decide what those facts mean to you. Bet you didn't realize that that's what this kind of writing was all about, huh? Now, writers in every kind of genre of, literature, be it, in any language, they will employ this kind of writing for the same reason. When you watch a movie, that's what a movie is really trying to do. It's giving you the event. It's showing it on screen. It's not telling you overtly how to think about what you're seeing. It wants you to interact with it. It wants you to be part of it. It wants you to be there. Laconic writing is designed to help you be there. You are right there at the beginning when God created the heavens and the earth in this verse. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You're there. He wants you to be there. Okay? Now, as I've covered in my Genesis videos, there's a hiatus in the Hebrew, you can't see it in the English, between verses 1 and 2. And that hiatus is covered in Isaiah 45, 18, and 19. And I'm not trying to exegete Genesis here. The point is that this is happening at a much later point in time, that God does not define how long it was. Okay? The same thing here. When Matthew is writing this, the timing is disjointed because Matthew is patterning his book after Genesis. Because the word Genesis means the siring of the man in Greek. See, this is where we have to get into some Greek geek stuff. Genesis comes from genao, and genao means to sire. Unfortunately, in English, it's usually translated to be born. But it really means the siring. It's stressing the fathering of the object, not the object itself, the fathering of it. So, the fathers of Jesus the Messiah, the genealogy of the fathers, and Matthew's playing on genao here, because he wants to know, and everybody knew this already, he wants you to look back to Genesis, because Genesis means the birthing of the man. See, it ends up being about Adam, who is the first man, but it really ends up being about the man, the Christ. That's why the book was named Genesis in Greek long after it was written in Hebrew. It didn't even have a Hebrew title. In Hebrew, the title was this: Bereshit bara Elohim. Okay? Elohim. They would title their books by the first sentence. See? See how much you find out just by looking at text you already think you know? But you didn't know these things, did you? Yeah, neither did I until I started making this video. Okay? It's coming to me as I talk to you. Okay, record of the genealogy of Jesus. Genesis. Genealogy in English comes from Genesis. Genesis. Okay, the Greek name that the Septuagint authors applied to the book. Alright, now, our next thing that happens is we find out a whole lot of personality going on here if we do what the laconic style is silently, quietly, unobtrusively begging us to do. It's begging us to say, why are these words here? Why are you telling us this story? God is starting a movie here, and he just starts the movie. He doesn't tell you why, and he doesn't tell you what to think about it. He just plays the movie. And that's what Matthew is doing here. He just plays the movie. So you're supposed to ask, well, why? What is this movie, and why are these facts here? What does it tell us? Well, in Genesis, we're being introduced to the Godhead. Okay? You got one God here, Jesus Christ. You find that out in Isaiah 45, 18, and 19. Who's doing the creating of the heaven and the earth. Then there's this lapse of time. You can't see that in English. And now we're introduced to the Holy Spirit restoring the earth. That's the second God. And then we're introduced to Father, and God says, see, he's chairman of the board, he makes all the orders. Okay, and there was light, is the light being made by the Holy Spirit, because he's on earth just brooding. It says brooding, really, it's brooding like a mother hen in the Hebrew. Okay? So in the first 3 verses, we're introduced to each member of the Godhead. That's classical drama introduction. You know, cast the characters in order of appearance. Okay? In order of appearance, the Son first, because the book is about the man. Beginning to see how this laconic style has a lot of hidden irony and humor in it. And, there's a hiatus there that became tohu wabohu. Formless and void is tohu wabohu in the Hebrew, and it means trashed up wasteland. Okay? And now we got the Holy Spirit restoring it like he's going to restore us. Ah! God isn't telling you all that meaning in the verse, but see how you can prove it's there? And then God the Father, who does all the orders, chairman of the board, let there be light. And then Holy Spirit makes light. It says light be, actually. This here says light be. And therefore, light is. That's what it really means. Okay? And then this is Father approving the light. Okay? And separating light from darkness means that's another order. Okay? And then here's Father's naming it and naming the darkness. You see? So what you find here just by this little movie playing in the first 5 verses of Genesis is how the Godhead interacts with each other. They're all equal. But they choose to do for each other 3-way gifting. You see that? They're interacting corporately. Trinity is a corporation. Okay? Matthew is doing the same thing, but his humor now is focusing on the human side. Okay? And here, you have to know what these names mean in order to get the humor. Okay? David means beloved. Abraham means father of many nations. Isaac means laughter. There are other meanings too besides these. I'm just picking one of the meanings. Okay? Yaakov means chiseler. Okay? Judah is kingly tribe. Okay, there are other meanings here. Perez means struggle, hardship. Zerah means seed. You see, so if you know the names, then this is a very funny story. Jesus is the Greek version of Joshua. It means God is my salvation. Yah-Shua. Okay, Shua means salvation, Yah means God. Okay, God is my salvation. Alright, or God is salvation, technically. Okay, Mashiach means the same thing, anointed one, technically. Okay, so, God is my salvation, the genealogy of God is my salvation, the anointed one, the son of beloved, who is the son of father of many nations. Now, if you were to translate instead of just transliterate these names and you read this, it becomes rather interesting. And I'm going to leave you to look up those names because the Bible style is laconic here and it expects you to analyze the text. Okay? Now, there's another reason for laconic writing in any kind of literature, including here, that I need to cover, and then I think I'll close the video. Oops, I'm already at 16 minutes. Laconic writing is done when the event or the topic you're going to cover is so dramatic that the only way to heighten the drama is to drop words. That's a feature of Greek language, which we saw in the first video, the first episode. It's ellipsis. Ellipsis is used in a lot of languages for the same reason. You drop words to stress the dramatic nature of what you're saying. So laconic writing has that purpose also. It's so dramatic that to put more words in there, like, oh, Agamemnon, blah, 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 woe is me, blah, 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 that's a form of drama, but it's kind of boring. You know, it's melodramatic to us. It wasn't to the Greeks. They liked that kind of nonsense. All right. But when you say, my mother died, okay, you don't add any details. It's too dramatic to you. You just state the facts. Then that's the highest way of expressing a dramatic event. My mother died. 9/11. Terrorism. You see how that's punchy? Okay? And it's a way of understating the drama because you can't overstate it. So you resort to dropping words. You resort to laconic speech like here. And why is that so dramatic? Because in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God married finity when he did that. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to put up with us. Why should he bother to have creation? Creation is a pain in the neck. There's nothing we can do for him. Why did he do this? And the reasons why he did it are so dramatic, he doesn't state them at all. Instead, he shows the reasons right here. God the Son, first actor on stage, interacting, creating. And then we have a hiatus, and you're introduced to God the Holy Spirit. And this is God moving around, not really moving, but the word is rahaf, and it means to hover like a mother over her chicks. In other words, he's looking at it. He's looking at the trashed up earth. And then Father talks. So this is all God to God interaction here. That's why. That's why God did it. It's a way of three-way gifting. And how do you express that drama? Just show what they do. There aren't enough words to express the drama of the fact that they're interacting with each other in love. This is their gift to each other, obviously, because it's one God doing it here, another God doing it here, and another God doing it here. So they're interacting with each other, because each God could do the whole thing himself. See how analyzing the text gives you a lot more meaning? Same thing here, okay? All these generations, yada, 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 it just goes on and on and on and on. Okay. And then he gets to his climactic statement, 14, 14, and 14. He doesn't tell you why he's using 14. You're expected to know. Just like God isn't telling you why he created here, you're expected to know. You're either expected to know as you read, or you're expected to know because you read. In other words, this is information everybody already knew. So it's not new information to them. Same thing here. It's not new information to the reader. It's just being put down in writing. So you're either expected to already know the answer, so there's no point in elaborating on it, or you're expected to figure it out as you read. That's what we do, because we weren't there at the time these books were written. Everybody else already knew the information. We didn't. We only know it through the Bible. Okay, so why is Matthew using 14, 14, and 14? Well, because his letter is about the genealogy of Jesus Christ. And who covered the genealogy of Jesus Christ? Isaiah 53. And Isaiah 53 covered it with a decree. You can see my Isaiah 53 videos. And in that decree, he uses 42 syllables. Now, Isaiah 53 is supposed to be memorized by the Jews. So he's not going to sit there and remind them, hi, I'm talking about Isaiah 53. He's only going to remind them of the number of syllables. Because the decree for Christ's birth is in 42 syllables to the Jews. Matthew's talking about the Jewish generation of Christ. See? Jesus the Messiah. These are Jewish words. All of them are Jewish words. Which, every reader who's a Jew knows what these words mean. Okay? So they're getting a lot of information out of the names. How Christ got here? Well, he got here through struggle. He got here through seed. He got here through laughter. He got here through Father of many nations. He got here through beloved. And that gives you a description of the history of what it took to get him here. Bet you didn't think that the genealogy was that important, huh? Yeah. So now I hope I've given you some ideas about what to do with laconic writing. Whenever you read the Bible, always ask, whether it's in translation or not, why are these words worded the way they are? And if it's laconic speech, count on it. The reason why is you're supposed to analyze the text. And as you can see, you can sit down and analyze this very simple text, and you can come up with some pretty profound understandings. Bye. Okay, this is an astonishing thing. It's for those of you who are Greek geeks and are following what I did in the How God Constructs Time playlist, Yapping Part 10, Yapping Most High Part 10 playlist, Psalm 90 playlist, and Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis playlist. Particularly the Psalm 90 playlist shows how Isaiah 53 is patterning his Hebrew meter after Psalm 90. And that kind of system is referenced throughout the Bible, but what I didn't know is how baldly Paul is copying to Isaiah 53 in Ephesians 1. I knew he was doing it, but I didn't know, and I'm going to show you here, that he's actually playing to the Hebrew number of syllables that Isaiah uses. And of course, Isaiah patterns his whole syllabification on Psalm 90. Now, all this is kind of old hat to a lot of the Jews. I mean, even Rambam, that's better known to history as Maimonides, was talking about Psalm 90 and how it shows that there would be a total of, he was guessing, a total of 7,000 years of history. His guess was off, but the source was right, and the basic idea was right, and that's why Psalm 90 shows, where he got it wrong and all that stuff. But he still had the right idea. Jewish dispensationalism is as old as the Bible because it's biblical. And the stupid Calvinists are preterists because they can't stand the Jews, and they threw out everything that the Jews had learned. So the Calvinists don't know a thing about this. And it's really ironic that it's due to a Calvinist that I find this out what I'm showing you now. The Greek syllabification in Ephesians 1, verses 3 through 14. It's all one sentence in the Greek. Just ignore these little commas because that was added by, scholars later. This syllabification is 434 syllables, which is 56 short of 490 on purpose. Just like Isaiah is 462 syllables, 28 short at that time in 700 BC. Okay, on purpose, short. To show the problem of time, the time promise being met. And both are on the same topic, God's decree, just like Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. Now, if your eyes are glazing over already, you might want to turn off the video. This is for people who are already into the material. And there are about, I want to say 20 to 40 people, maybe more, all over the world who are looking into this, and it's for you guys that I'm making this, because this is brand new, and I need you to help me check my math here, okay? What I did was, in order to get the 434 syllables down here, is I just, read it in Greek, and that's what I'm going to do now. In the video description, you'll find a PDF file of these verses that also parse the syllables. I was just trying to hit every 10 syllables, and when I couldn't round it to 10, I rounded it, off at the word. Like, here it's 11 syllables, ending at chemas, all right? So, check the pronunciation I'm using. There's a question of elision here. That's why it's marked in red. And see if you can come up with a different accounting, because I need help checking where I may be making mistakes. I don't have time to proof this like I normally do. So if you're into this and your eyes haven't glazed over yet, I'm going to start reading this now and see if you can spot where I'm using too few syllables or too many syllables, or maybe I made a math error in the count here. I can't find any errors, so that's why I'm coming outside you guys. All right? If this is true, and it sure looks like it is, then what we need to start doing in the New Testament is we need to start monitoring the syllable count. This is a Hebraism. They always monitor syllable counts in the Old Testament. That Jews had to learn it orally. That was a law in the Mosaic Law in Deuteronomy 31. So counting the syllables was a way to assure that you actually learned the Bible correctly. Well, obviously, in Paul's day, it was such a hassle to write things down, people still memorized the material. Because, it was a hassle to write things down, pretty much for the same reason we find it a hassle to write things down. Except for them, to write something down meant you had to kill an animal, skin it, get the reeds, and do a whole bunch of other stuff, okay, in order to write down even one word. Sorry about the noise in the background. It's an ambulance. Okay, so here we are with material that was memorized by people because it was too much of a hassle to get it in writing, and it was too heavy to carry once you had it in writing. So people were memorizing it. So I want to make sure that my syllable count looks good. And if you see errors, I want to know if you're willing to tell me. Okay? So here we go. Eulogetas, hoteos, kai pater. That's 10 syllables from what I can tell. Tu kuriou, hemon, Jesu Christu. That's another 10 syllables. Ho eulogetas, hemas, and pase. That's another 10 syllables. Eulogia pneumatikien. I'm not eliding. Tois. That's another 10 syllables. Okay? Epuranios, Epuranios, and Christoi. Katos. Okay, so that's another 10 syllables. Exelexato, gemas, and autoi. That's another 10 syllables. Prokatabolis, kosmuine, gemas. That's 11 syllables. Hagius, kai amomus, katenopion. Okay, that's 12 syllables. Autu en agape, prorisas. That's another 10 syllables. Gemas ais huiotesiandia. Okay, that's another 10 syllables. Jesu Christo ais auton. Katatin udokian. That makes it 14. Tutelematos auto. I'm sorry, I keep switching to modern Greek. Isepainon. Okay, so that makes it 11. Another 11 syllables. Doxis tis caritos autou es ekaritosen. Okay, that makes it, wait a minute. Yeah, that makes it another 14. Gemas entoi agape menoi. And then N closes it to make it another 10 syllables. Hoekomentin apolutrosin, that makes it 10 syllables. Dia tu haimatos autu tin aphesin. That's 12 syllables more. Don excuse me, ton para tomaton, kata, to, plutas. Okay, that's 11 syllables. Tis caritos autu, es eperisusen. So that's 12 more syllables. Ais gemas, en pase, Sophia que, kai. So old pronunciation. That's 10 syllables. Fronese, norisas, gemin, tu musterion. That makes it 13 more syllables. Tu telematos autu, katatin. That's 10 syllables. Eudokian autu, hen, proeteto, en autu. Okay, that's 14 syllables is what I'm getting. Isokonomian tu pleiromatos. Okay, I'm getting 11 syllables there. Ton kairon. And this one is a tongue twister for me. Anakefaleosaste. Okay, that brings me 11 more syllables with ton kairon here. Tapanten toi Christoi, taepi. Okay, that's 10 more syllables. Toi suraniois, kai taepi tiskis, or tesges, and autoi. That's 11 more syllables. Okay. Now we go to verse 11. Enoike eklerotemen, prooristentes. Okay, that's, 13 more syllables. Cataprostesin, tuta, panta energuntas. Alright, so now you've got, 13 more syllables. Katatin bolen, old pronunciation. Tutelematos, autu. Okay, so that brings you 12 more syllables. Aistoine gemas ais epainon. Okay, so that's 10 more syllables. Doxes autu tus pro e l picotas. I have a tongue twister there too. Pro el picotas. Okay, so doxis autu tus pro el picotas. Okay, that's 10 more syllables. And toi Christoi. And we finish it out with enoi kai humes accusantes ton. Okay, so that brings you to 14 more syllables. Logontes aleteas to eu alegion. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not saying that right. This is where I screwed up the first time and I came up with more syllables than there were. I have trouble with diphthongs. Logon tes aleteas to angelion. Yeah, there we go. I finally said it right. Logon tes aleteas to angelion. Okay, so that adds 13 more syllables. Testoteria hemon, enoi kai. Okay, and that adds 10 more syllables. Pisteusantes, esfragistete. That's 10 more syllables. Toinumatites, epangelias. It's a nice play on words there between epangelias and euangelion. Okay. But let me go back. Toi pneumatites epangelias toi hagioi. Okay, that's us. 398. Okay, so that's 14 syllables. Hoestin arabon tes kleronomias. Okay, so you see there's another 12 syllables there. Hemon ais apolutrosentis tes peripoi. This is where I think, because the accents here, of course, that's added by a scribe, so it separates the syllable. Peripoieseus. All right, so that adds 14 syllables. 15. See? Chemon ais apolutrosentes peripoieseus. And then we have our final clause, aisepainon tes doxis autou. Now, what's really important here is the fact that the material, the content, this is how they do it in the Hebrew, and this is how he's doing it in the Greek. The content and the syllabification tie. You'll notice that in Isaiah 53, Isaiah wraps everybody in Christ, and the whole text of the first 84 syllables of Psalm 91 through 4 is split into 242 segment units at the beginning and the end of chapter 53 in Isaiah of Hebrew, which starts at 52:13. So he's wrapping everybody in Christ, and he's wrapping everybody inside the decree that Moses wrote as 4 consecutive verses in Psalm 91 through 4. Okay, so when Paul keeps on stressing, and this is what the Calvinists always miss, in him, and, okay, you always have to track the prepositions, all right? It's in him, it's in him, it's in him, it's in. And because of the in, we get to the ice, which is the destination. Hopefully you know enough about those prepositions to understand their etymology. See, it's in him, okay? And because it's in, it's going out, ice, okay? In him, and therefore out. So everything is coming out of him because it went in him. The sins were imputed to him that went in him. The decree is about being elected in him. See? We're elected in him. Okay? In him. And this is what the Calvinists miss. The election is Christ. And we are therefore elected in him, and that is why Isaiah 52:13 and 14 reads as it does, where our sins will be imputed to him. And that's why he inherits, it's ahalik lo berabim in the Hebrew of Isaiah 53:12. Ba is in. Ba, halek in Hebrew is to share an inheritance, to share out booty. And it takes the preposition ba, it's an idiom. It's not that he inherits with us, he inherits us. And the King James Version and all the other English Bibles translate it wrong. The only Bible that gets Isaiah 53:12a right is the Tanakh, the 1985 Tanakh. He inherits us. It's an idiomatic use of ba with halek. And of course, the Calvinists are clueless about this. Okay? Isaiah 53:8. Who's going to count his generations? Who's going to be his descendants? Well, we are his descendants, spiritual descendants. He saved us. Okay, that's why Isaiah 54:1 reads as it does. What's a chalil o chala? You who are sterile are bearing kids. Yeah, he's sterile on the cross. He had no kids. Yeah, and we're his kids. We're all elected in him, and aftoi. All right? This is what the Calvinists don't understand. That's why their lapsarianism and all their decree stuff is crap. They're ignoring Christ and they're focusing on man. We are elected, all right, but we're elected in him. Maybe one day the Calvinists will learn it. But you know what? You can learn it now. And forget them. Okay, so meanwhile, if you're interested, check the syllabification here. I didn't parse it the way I should have. In other words, I should parse it by clause. All I was trying to do is use a handy, 10, counting by tens to see what the total was. So ideally, the next time I do this, I'm going to just give you the whole syllabification per clause, because that's what the LXX does with Isaiah 53 and Psalm 90. They are also metering in the LXX. And I want to see if Paul's meter matches theirs, and I don't know that yet. This is just a quick, help me see if I, just got the total right, if you're willing to help me at all. Is the total really 434 here, or do you get a different number? Thanks a lot for any help you care to give. This is an audio addendum to the 10 GGS video, and I need to explain why I did it, because apparently people are so clueless they don't understand the importance of it. In the Bible, there's this thing called textual criticism, which is to establish what words are really the Bible's words versus some scribe making a copying error or adding text because he was making a comment and that comment got miscopied in later copies. So we think it's Bible in our printed, English versions, but it's not. That's the heart of the KJVO controversy, is that when the King James translators were translating, they didn't have really good manuscripts, and they knew that, and they were in kind of a hurry because they were under pressure. And so they ended up sticking in a lot of verses in the Bible that really don't belong to the Bible. They were comments made by scribes and other kinds of problems. So that's why the new translations came out. The King James translators themselves started making new translations after 1611 in order to clean up the errors that they knew were there. Okay? So textual criticism is the art science of finding the manuscripts, of of proving out whether or not, it's a forensic kind of thing, of proving out whether or not the text that you have is actually Bible or somebody's addition or, corruption. Okay? And we're really, really blessed today to have so many manuscripts, because when you have a large body of manuscripts, a large body of copies, it becomes pretty easy to know whether or not, you got a mistake. And I covered that in my KJVO-B playlist, starting about episode 3. Okay, to show you what textual criticism is. And you can have a really strong reliance on your Bible now because of this. Now, one of the aspects of textual criticism is to make sure that when you have a body of text, you can prove whether or not it's valid. One of the ways you do that is to look at the internal structure of the text itself. For example, if you're looking at Shakespeare and he starts talking about airplanes, you know Shakespeare didn't write that because airplanes didn't exist. Similarly, if Shakespeare is writing in a meter, and he often does, and he's rhyming, if you suddenly have words in there which don't fit the rhyme he's making, you know those words don't belong. Okay? So that's one of the many subdivisions of textual criticism, and it's been a big topic among scholars for at least 400 years. Does the Bible have meter? And that's a very important thing to consider, because the Jews, under Deuteronomy 31, were required to orally memorize the text as it was being revealed. And one of the ways you checked your memorization was whether or not you copied or you spoke the right number of syllables. So they were always counting. You had a passage from Moses, like the Song of Moses, and to make sure you copied it right, you obviously had your copy you were copying from, but at the same time you had your oral recitation. That's why the Jews are so big on oral recitation. And then you can tell, well, okay, I said the right number of syllables. I mean, that's not 100% proof you've got it, but it's better than not counting the syllables. So that puts a stress on, well, how do you know what's a syllable? And that's been part of the big debate in textual criticism about Bible Hebrew. Okay? Because it sort of became a dead language, and then it was resurrected, in 1948. And there was, all this kind of debate over the years, and even the Masoretes were kind of involved in that. It's a question of whether or not they vowel pointed the text properly, because the original Hebrew text didn't have vowel points, because everybody memorized it. They didn't need the vowel points, and I submit you still don't. So this whole business about Bible Hebrew meter is very important. Now, in my particular case, I ended up getting into this by mistake. All right? I didn't know about it, and I wasn't looking for it. What I was trying to do was understand something my pastor taught. He had taught for decades, ever since the 1970s, that believers in church are used to buy time, to bridge time back to Israel's time, because Israel still had 1,007 years left to play. That's how he understood it. at the time he was teaching during the years he was alive and teaching. And I couldn't understand where he got that from. So, Luke 11, ask God. Ephesians 1, ask God, pray to God. Ephesians 3, pray to God, ask God. James 1, ask God. James 3, you don't get answers because you're not asking God, or you're asking for the wrong reasons. Okay, well, it's the right reason to say to God, hi, God, I don't understand this doctrine. I don't know where it is in the Bible that my pastor taught. I know he didn't pull it out of thin air. Please cause me to find it in the Bible. And I did that. I asked God about that about 10 years ago, 1999, really. And as a result of that, I've been led on this kind of path. All right. And that's why I wrote all the web pages, because I was trying to work out this doctrine of how is it that believers are used by God to buy time? What's the structure? Why is that? How am I, a stupid, pissant human being, being used by holy God to buy time? I mean, because I can't obviously do that myself. God has to do something to me that makes it worthwhile. And that's how all this stuff came about. That's how the mirroring.htm and the web pages and the videos on how God constructs time all came about. And the focus, the most consolidated period when I was researching this was between May 2004 and 2006. Now, what I didn't know, because I was just using the Bible, I wasn't going on the internet, I was just asking God, where is it in the Bible? I didn't know that there were other scholars who were busy doing the same thing, and they got the wrong answers. I didn't know that. I was just clueless. I was just using the Bible. Okay, here's this, doing the dates, doing the numbers, and I wrote it all out, and you can read it if you want. It's a lot of material. It'll take you a whole year just to absorb it, because it took me 2 years to write it. All right. So after that, that was 2006 or so, I had a construct from Genesis to Revelation with scads and scads and scads of verses, and I summarized the whole process in brainoutfact.htm number 6, 6a and 6b particular. 6a and 6b. Okay, after that had ended in 2006, I thought, okay, well, here it is. But I was uncomfortable. I thought, with such a doctrine being so important, showing how God constructs time in 490-year increments, and it depends on our super maturing in the structure of divine thinking, which is to say that you get the Bible running in your head 24/7. Something that important ought to be in more places of the Bible than I found, even though I found hundreds of verses. All right? So it sort of sat in my head. I wasn't really, didn't really, do anything with it. At the same time, there was this, I don't know how it exactly came up, but there was this recognition that Isaiah 53 was the grand central station of the New Testament. And if you Google on that phrase, you'll find out that there are some people who found my webpage on that, and they're talking about it in some forum. I forget where it is. But the point is that you can tie all of the verses in the New Testament back to Isaiah 53. They're all talking back to it. They all use it as the central point of departure. And I was in the middle of retranslating 1 John from the Greek when I realized John was doing that too. And so that made me go to Isaiah 53 in the Hebrew to find out why they were doing it. I mean, obviously they're doing it because it's about Messiah. But it was like more than that. They were using key phrases, and they were using it from the LXX, and they were also using it from the Hebrew. Well, then that turned me into finding out that, there's this 100-year-old and more debate about whether Isaiah 53 has all of the right words. There's a guy named Moeller, M-O-E-L-L-E-R, who had posted, on the internet, copies of the Isaiah scroll from Qumran. And there, he goes through, parts of it that seem to be missing. And in the chapter 53, there seems to be some words missing. Okay? And you can look that up, on the internet also. Well, that was an important issue, because if there are words missing, then what we think Isaiah 53 means, it might not mean. And the way that the New Testament people were referencing Isaiah 53, they're all referencing it both in the Hebrew and in the LXX. And the LXX is very different from the Hebrew. So that put me on this other seeming rabbit trail of, okay, how do I establish whether or not we know that the Masoretic text of Isaiah 53 is complete? And if there are words missing, can we back translate words from the LXX into the Hebrew to find out the missing words? Because in Isaiah 53, 10 through 12, the words are very different in the LXX. And so for the longest time, and you can find that out in my Isaiah 53 trans.htm, for the longest time I thought words were missing. And I wrote whole web pages on it. And I went and I thought, okay, well, we can back translate it. It's not hard to do. But in order to back translate, you have to know, well, what words would Isaiah have chosen? Well, in order to know that, I have to know the linguistic structure that he chose for the chapter. So that meant going through the Hebrew. And I thought, you know what? It's Hebrew. It's going to be poetic, as his language is very poetic. So that means that there's going to be some kind of meter. So if I knew the right number of syllables, I could tell what the meter pattern was, and I would know how many syllables he intended for Isaiah 53, 10 through 12. So that's what took me down that road. I had no idea whatsoever that Isaiah was using the very same how God constructs time system that God had already caused me to find a couple of years earlier. I had no idea. So that's when I did the Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis videos that you'll see in my YouTube playlist. And you'll see me go through it. At the beginning, I have no idea where I'm going. I did 3 hypotheses. They all turned out to be wrong. When I find the 4th one, well, it's using the whole 490 accounting system. And it's very obvious. And I did the videos on that. Go look at them. All right. It's just completely astonishing the way the syllables all fit together. So then I knew finally that there is nothing missing from Isaiah 53 in the Hebrew. There's no text missing. The LXX translation is what's called, I forget the right word for it. An elaborative translation. Okay. I'm not sure that's the right linguistic term for it, but it's where you add words in order to explain the meaning better in a translation, and that's a perfectly valid way to do a translation. Okay, it's not a literal translation, it's a meaning translation. You're trying to bring out all the nuances of the original, and you have to use extra words in your translated destination language in order to bring that out. Okay, so then I knew, and I had complete proof that Isaiah 53 didn't have any missing words. We have the exact original intended text. It was perfectly preserved, in other words. And I was, totally shocked, and you can see that in the videos, because I do all my videos live. I don't really rehearse it. I just, you see me find it when I find it. Okay, so that you can see it for yourself the way I learned it. So that there's, it's totally transparent. And then, if I made a mistake, you'd know. All right? Well, that was, 2000, I forget what year I came up with that. It was 2008. I think it was July of 2008. All right, when I found that in Isaiah. And you'll see that in the Isaiah meter hypothesis video playlist. Okay, well, all right, then that was a new stopping point for me. I didn't know where else it would go from there. But when I found that, I thought, you know what? If this is a rhetorical style of using the meter, because the Jews had to memorize it and count the syllables so they know they got the right syllables, and so God takes advantage of that and uses even the syllables to communicate doctrine which you can find in other ways in the Bible, i.e. the 490-year accounting system, which God begins in Genesis 5. Well, if he's doing that in Isaiah, using meter, well, then he's got to be doing it in other chapters of the Old Testament. Yeah. And a year later, I find out that he did it in Psalm 90. Isaiah is using Moses' own meter in Psalm 90. He is taking the meter that Moses uses and reconfiguring it to update the prophecy of Christ. Moses was prophesying how time would play to Christ, and he uses a specific meter pattern that is extremely brilliant. And so I ended up doing the Psalm 90 video playlist to show what that was. And it came out in, I want to say, July of 2009, June, somewhere in that. It came out after Isaiah 53 because I didn't know about it until afterwards. And again, the only reason I found out about it was because I asked God, where else in the Old Testament is the same meter being used? It can't just be in Isaiah 53 alone. Yeah, it's not in just Isaiah 53 alone. It's in Psalm 90, it's in Psalm 89, it's in Psalm 22, it's in Jeremiah, and everybody, all the scholars know that Lamentations uses meter, but they differ over what kind it is. Well, the metering system that they're looking for is not the metering system the Bible uses. It's using a doctrinal metering system. Okay? So that's why I came out with my Bible Hebrew meter webpage. That's why I did the Psalm 90 playlist. That's why I did the Isaiah 53 playlist. So that you can see the pattern, vet it yourself, prove it yourself. And therefore you also know that Psalm 90 is perfectly preserved. That's a textual criticism issue. Do we really have the right Bible text? Yes, here's how you can prove it. Meter is used. And it's got doctrinal meaning, the meter. I mean, everybody knows that in the Old Testament, God uses a numerical doctrine. 7 is the number of perfection, 4 is the number of completeness, 3 is the number of Trinity, 2 is the number of the hypostatic union, 6 is the number of man. You can look that up in ISBE Encyclopedia. I mean, this is, the Jews know this and the Christians know this. This is something all scholars understand. Okay, but what they don't know is that those same meanings for the numbers are used to parse the words in metered passages, and almost all of the prophetic passages about Christ are metered. So there's going to be thousands of verses, because there's like 900 prophecies of Christ in the Old Testament. There's going to be a whole bunch of verses that I haven't got time to parse, that you can parse once you see the system. It's like once you see a Corvette, you know what another Corvette looks like. So I did the videos on Isaiah 53. I did the videos on Psalm 90 so that you can see the pattern, and then you can pick up any section of the Old Testament you want and test it. All right? So that's the relevance of suddenly, without intending to, finding that out that, excuse me, even Paul is using the Hebrew metering system, but he's using Greek words. Now, in Greek, the meter, there's a whole, school of metering in Greek that's very different from the way Hebrew meter works. But the writers of the New Testament are following the Hebrew metering system with Greek words. Okay, and I kind of learned that a couple of years ago when I started looking at Hebrews 11:1, which uses 3 sevens. Okay, that's sort of a play on Greek metering. Also, Greek metering is very different. You got hexameter, you got pentameter, and there's almost like he's creating, the writer of Hebrews 11:1 is creating a kind of genitive absolute heptameter style. But he's really using the Hebraistic use of sevens. 7 syllables, 7 syllables, 7 syllables, like Isaiah does. All right, in Hebrews 11:1. That's how it's structured. And you see the same kind of thing, only it's mixed with true hexameter, true Greek hexameter verse, in Isaiah 53:11's LXX. All right. So the point is that Paul, and I haven't gone through this enough yet, in Ephesians 1:3 through 14, is counting the syllables to match to Isaiah, debiting 56, which is a very pregnant thing that Moses did in Psalm 90. That's how he ends his psalm. with 56 syllables instead of 70, reserving the extra 14 in the first 84, to make a very pointed statement about how important it is to vote for Christ. It's a doctrinal meaning. It's not Bible codes like the idiot 1689 was trying to imply. It has nothing to do with codes. It has to do everything with Christ. And Paul is debiting from 490 the 56 syllables, like, Isaiah was making a big point about 56 syllables. You'll see that in the Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis videos, because he's playing on what Moses did at the end of Psalm 90, debiting 14 syllables. Why debit 14 syllables? Well, because there are 2 tribulational 7s to play at the time. That's what Moses was forecasting. Isaiah continued that same system. You'll see that in the Psalm 90 videos. And then Matthew 1 plays on the same theme by structuring the generations in terms of 3 14s. Okay, because 42 syllables is the number of syllables in Isaiah 52, 13, and 14, which is the decree to create Christ in the Bible. Okay? And then, of course, Luke 3 wraps it. Luke always wraps his gospel around Matthew's. Luke wraps around Matthew's genealogy by playing to the Isaiah 52:13 through 15, which is 77 syllables, and that's how Luke comes up with the 77th son. You see how they're playing on the syllables? It's a rhetorical device. It's a mnemonic. Mnemonic. That's a better pronunciation. And Paul is doing the same thing in Ephesians. I didn't expect that. They're all talking back to Isaiah 53. And now it turns out that there's another rhetorical style scholars don't know that's talking back to Isaiah 53 syllables, because Isaiah 53 syllables are talking back to Psalm 90, because all time is designed around Messiah. That was the theme of Psalm 90. The 1,000 years belongs to Messiah. All the Jews know that. Well, they used to know that. I don't know if they still know that today. Some of them do, because you can find them talking about it on the internet. All right, so all of this is relating to Bible doctrine, prophecy about Christ. It is not anything goofy. It is not anything mystical. It is a mnemonic device, because the Jews and, of course, the early Christians memorized orally Scripture. A, it was a pain to write it down, okay? And B, if you memorize it, you could be walking to Ephesus or something and be playing with the Bible at the same time. It was easier to do it that way. And you could learn it better and faster that way, and talk about it more that way. That's why in the Gospels, when Christ quotes Scripture, nobody asks him, what are you talking about? They all had memorized it too. So you see, this whole business about counting the syllables is an important scholastic device. And the scholars are kind of aware of that. They just dispute, how do you count them? They just dispute, what is the meter? Okay, well, here's a whole, system of meter that now you can check for yourself in any passage of the Bible you want and see if it's being used. And then that's going to affect, A, textual criticism, knowing that we got the right words preserved, and B, how you understand what the author of that book or that passage is trying to tell you. For sure, Paul is talking back to Isaiah 53. He's even using the same metering system, but he's using Greek words. Now, the question that I got in my mind, and I have to analyze it, is Paul also using some Greek poetic system? Because the way he words those verses in Ephesians 1:3-14 seems to me kind of clunky. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I haven't looked at it yet. But it's kind of awkward. It seems kind of awkward to me. So I got to go back and analyze it. And maybe what he's doing is he's using the phrasing that he's using in order to make it fit a certain Greek meter as well as Hebrew. And then I also have to go back to Isaiah 53 and the LXX, because they were definitely counting their syllables and coming up with the translation they did in order to copy Isaiah's meter. But they don't, but they copy it with the Greek flavor to it. In other words, Greek has a different system of metering. And so their metering is a hybrid of the Greek system and Isaiah's actual counting. Because they seem like when Isaiah is using, sevens and eights, they add up sevens and eights to create 15s. Well, 15 is a very pregnant number in Greek hexameter. Usually you end up with Greek hexameter getting 15 syllables. So is that what they're trying to do? Is a sort of hybrid of metering between Greek hexameter and Isaiah's style, which is Moses' style, which means it's a style in David. It means it's a style in Jeremiah. It means it's a style in Ezekiel. And it gotta be. Because if Moses is doing it, the others are doing it. So that's the scholastic task for this century. And it's going to be really important to proving whether or not we got words that really are Bible. Because there are a lot of passages that people dispute. And it's going to be really important to understanding interpretation. So as you can see, this is absolutely not anything goofball. It's something that's been debated and considered for the past 300 years, 400 years in Christendom. And it's been known to the Jews since Moses. And all I can do is document what I find, and whatever anybody does with it, well, I'm just a waitress reading what's on the doctrinal menu. I'm just showing the text. It's going to take scholars to work out, the values and all the rest of it. I'm only one person and I'm only a brain out. But the text is the text. Even a brain out can sound out the syllables and read the text. You don't have to be a scholar to do that. You just have to be able to read. And learning the Bible's original words is just as easy as learning your own native tongue. It's not hard. It takes a little bit of, time. But it's not hard. And thanks to modern technology, it's going to be really easy to learn this. So that's the meaning behind 10 GGS, and I'm sorry my explanation is so long, but I kind of want to head off at the past, the goofballs who insist that because they don't understand the scholastic meaning of this stuff, that somehow it's got to be bad or wrong because they've not heard it before. Excuse me, do your homework, and then you'll understand how important this is, and then maybe you'll make discoveries of your own. Ta-ta. See, I got the camera to work, sorta. Let's see what I'm supposed to say. I have absolutely no idea. It's Christmas. It's Christmas Eve. That's really important. See, in the year that Christ was born, the Jews hadn't intercalated their calendar right, and that was a frequent problem. The other thing that was true was that the kind of calendar we're on today isn't the same kind of calendar that they were on then. Our calendar today has a bunch of days chopped off. So really this isn't the 24th of December today. It's really like the 14th. Okay? And the 14th of December was equivalent to 24 Kislev. And at sundown on 24 Kislev, that began 25 Kislev. And that was Hanukkah. Ding. And that because the calendar wasn't intercalated. See, because normally Kislev is supposed to end around the 15th. Alright, of December in Julian days. Alright. And I cover all that in my pastplot.htm and the feature video on my channel page about the Lord being born on Hanukkah has the webpage. So you can read it yourself, but it'll make your eyes glaze over because it's very detailed. I go through well over a couple of hundred Bible verses. Because you have to go all the way back to God's plan design for time. It's really complicated, but it's really provable and auditable. And what's so ironic about that is here in Christmas 2010, God just caused me to notice that I should count the syllables in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. That because somebody else was objecting to the interpretation, which is very clear in the book of Hebrews, that the election is Christ, not us. We are elected in Him. That's where our election derives, because we are owned property. That's what Isaiah 53:12 says. He inherits us. We are His inheritance. And I don't know if you understand the irony of that, but anything you inherit gets an inheritance from you because you're taking care of it. See, if you own something, you take care of it. So it inherits your care because you inherited it. Okay, and I got an inheritance this year, so it's pretty meaningful to me that this passage should come up. And as soon as I look at it, it's like he hits me with things. And it's always something you can check. It's not like, voices and all that crap. It's just insight. Count the syllables. Okay, alright, so I started counting the syllables, and that's why I did the 10 GGS, the 10A GGS. And I'm totally blown away, because what Paul does is tell you how to read the syllables of Isaiah 53 and Psalm 90, and he alternates between both chapters' syllables to show you how they interrelate. So now I can audit all of my prior videos on both chapters to see if I did it right. Because one of the problems I've been having is, okay, and this has been a problem that scholars have had for 3,000 years, how do you detect meter in Hebrew? They've been arguing about it for 300 years. It started with this guy named Robert Loth, who was an Anglican, and then there were other scholars who came along, and there's still a lively debate today, and every year they meet somewhere in the world to talk about it. And there's this guy named Pete Beckins who's got his own blog on Bible Hebrew poetry, and he talks about it. Everybody does. It's a whole school of scholars talking about it. So imagine my surprise when I find out that in Greek, Paul is actually using the syllable count that I learned last year in Psalm 90 and the year before in Isaiah 53, just by parsing out the syllables. The scholars are debating. They're debating how you parse it. But see, if you were a Jew in the Old Testament, you had to memorize this stuff orally. So there's no fancy dancing with the parsing of the syllables that the scholars think should be there. It's not fancy. It's prosaic. Hi, here's a consonant, and then the next consonant begins a new syllable, except where you have a liquid consonant like a wow. Alright, then you run the syllable together. The Jews all know that. Like they don't say Shema anymore, they say Shmeh or Shmeh. Okay, because there's sort of a liquid sound there. And so everybody knows that. So if you just follow the basic rule that everybody knows, because all the Jews had to learn it, the common people had to learn it this way, then you get the syllable count that I show. Okay, but I don't have any scholars, and I'm not one, obviously, to how do I check this? How do I audit my own stuff? Well, now I have Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. Because Greek syllabification is very well known. Okay? It's just a question whether Paul's using Attic Greek, which he tends to do, or whether he's using straight Koine. And like every other, we do this in English too, the Greek Bible, the Bible of the Old Testament and the New in Greek, mixes. It goes back and forth between Attic and Koine, depending on what he's covering. And there's always a marked way to know, because in Attic, it's used for drama, particularly, and they drop verbs, and they switch to participles, and they switch to nouns, they drop definite articles, and that's what Paul does in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. Why? Because he's doing it in meter. It's not Greek hexameter meter. It might be in parts. I haven't checked that. But he's really following the Hebrew meter. And he's going back and forth between Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53. So now I can audit what I thought it was. I can audit the syllabification in the Hebrew. And most importantly, there's confirmation of the meaning of this 490-year accounting system, which nobody in Christendom knows. Okay? There were some scholars back about 3 years ago, who came up with a sort of kakimimi system of 490s based on political events happening currently, like Israel's being founded as a nation. It was really goofball. They didn't follow the Bible at all. Okay? But there is a 490-year accounting system that goes all the way back to Adam. And you can audit it. You can balance it. It's self-auditing when you screw up. And I've screwed up many times over the last 10 years. When you screw up, it will correct you. Because the timeline that you get has to fit all the way back. It's a 6,000-year timeline. It has to fit continuously. So every mistake you make, you get caught. So now I have this system of Paul actually using the same auditing technique to show you how to audit those 2 chapters. And of course there are many other chapters besides those 2. But he's using those 2. And I can check my own stuff. I am so excited about this I can't see straight. So, if I die tomorrow, somebody should kill me anyway. If I die tomorrow, I'm going to be a very happy camper. It's as if I died and gone to heaven. So, more than normal, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Because this is the best Christmas for me ever in my life. Ta-ta. I'm going to start crying now, so I better sign off. Okay, I'm going to try and make this as simple as possible to read you into the picture of what you're going to see when you see Paul's meter. This is still more of the backstory about why Paul meters his verse based on Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53. The story really starts in Genesis 5, and I've done a lot of videos on it, but I'm going to try and simplify all that material here. You have to think of time. I don't draw well in paint, okay? You have to think of time like a house. The Bible says your body is a house too. The real you is your soul, not your body. That's why you're not evolved. The real you is immaterial, not material. The body is a house you walk around in. That's in Psalm 139, and when I finish retranslating that psalm, because it's mistranslated in English, you'll see that. David's talking about the house, the building of his house, and how amazed he is that God would bother to build a house for him. Okay? Because, you can't sit there and say to God, hi, I deserve to be here. No matter how good you are, you're not as good as God. That's Romans 4, 1 through 2. And Calvi's kind of got it backwards. It's not that we can't be good or do good. It's that our good isn't good enough. That's why Christ had to pay for us. Our good can't pay for our bad. So he took on sins on the cross. Okay? So you can't sit there and say to God, hi, I deserve to have a house to walk around in. You also can't say to God, hi, I deserve to have the time so that I can have a house to walk around in. Time is like a house for your body, just as your body is a house for your soul. So God grants 490 years at a time as a house for the human race to live. Now, that house has to do something for God. Or it's not just for God to have to sustain the cost of watching you live in your body or in a house of time. Now the question is, what's going to justify it to God? Because he's holy. Alright? And the answer, of course, is Christ is going to pay for sins, and that gives you the ability, okay, because God gives you the ability to ask, to learn, to believe, and then to learn God as a result of believing, because once you believe, you become a spiritual being. Okay, now, most Christians know the verses on that. If you don't know them, just, ask me in the comments and I'll show them to you. Okay? Because I want to keep this short. So the time house is for the human race to grow up, learn to ask questions, learn to believe, and then learn the spiritual life after they believe. And that's the story that God begins telling in Genesis 5. That's what Paul is talking back to in his meter. That's what Psalm 90 was talking back to in its meter. That's what Isaiah 53 was talking back to, specifically about how Messiah would be developed and pay. So this 490 years is the basic unit of time. Somebody has to mature during the 490 years enough to justify the time that God granted. It only has to be one person who matures enough. It can be more than one, but somebody has to mature in knowing God so much that it justifies that time's existence for everybody. So that's the big question mark about time. Now, if somebody does mature enough, there's still a second criterion that has to be met. Okay? And that is, during this little block, which is 70 years, did all those other people who believed in Christ as he was then revealed, because it starts with Adam, did they vote in aggregate, in mass? Did enough of them vote to learn God, even if they didn't mature enough? Did they at least vote to learn? Okay? That's the criterion. And it's a mass vote, not individual. I mean, they're voting as individuals, but it's like how many? Okay, and it doesn't have to be many. It can be only one. But there has to be a vote. So 70 years is granted for the vote. And if there are enough votes, then whoever it was that matured during this time justifies granting another 490 years to the world to live. In other words, this first 490 is contingent on the vote occurring, at which point the second 490 can play. That's the basic rule about time. And that total equals 10,000, 1,050. Okay? And I know that the Greeks kind of knew about this. So, I mean, the evangelism about this rule went out there because Solon makes a comment about it. Solon was a famous Greek guy. He makes a comment about it, about how man's lifetime is 70 years, and the Greek system of counting years was weird. They basically had a bad intercalation system. But he uses the 1050 of their own intercalation to explain this. So they had heard of it. Okay? It's a garbled version that they know, but they had heard of it. And the Jews also know about this. But the Jews today, if you look it up on the internet, they'll think it's just 1,000. Okay? They forgot about the 50. The 50 is their Jubilee right here. This 50 is called Jubilee in the Mosaic Law. It's for harvesting the Gentiles. And when you read Daniel 9, you're supposed to insert that 50-year period between Daniel 9:26 and Daniel 9:27. The Jews all knew to do that. God doesn't mention it in Daniel 9 because it's not Jewish time. It's Gentile time. All right, and as you saw in 10C GGS, 50 of the 54 years is owed to Gentiles, and that's why it was called Jubilee, and that's why it is Gentile time in the Mosaic Law. It's to basically pay back the Gentiles for time that was lost. Okay? Now we're going to go through that in more detail later on, but I just want you to understand these basic numbers. You got the 490. Okay, let's see, shall I use the same color? Let's use some egregious color like pink. I hate pink. Okay? You got 490, that's your basic unit of time. If it's met by somebody maturing, then there still has to be a mass vote by believers, not unbelievers. Okay? And if that mass vote is enough, and it only needs to be one, then the person who matured back here, the time grant that he won, because God super matured him, gets to play. And that totals 1,050 years, with 50 being considered the Jubilee period for the Gentiles. So it's like playing in, like in here. All right. The Jews know that today is 1,000. They don't understand. They forgot the meaning of this 50 here. Okay? They forgot that. So that's our basic time unit. That's what we're going to be talking about in the next segment. Okay, this is where we left off. Now, what I need to show you first is what happens if this doesn't occur. In other words, what if nobody matured here? Okay, well then all this can't happen. This whole thing is just like nothing. The bridge is out. There's no time that can be granted to vote because somebody didn't mature here. So guess what? Time ends. That's the problem. There has to be a granting of time to somebody in order for this segment to even occur. And if there is nobody, then all this is wiped out. That's the big point Paul's going to be using as his jumping off point in Ephesians. Is that the bridge of time is out because Israel voted against Messiah. And that's why church exists. That's his main point. And this is what all the preterists don't understand. Okay? I mean, they know that Israel voted against Christ, but they do not understand its relationship to the grant of time because they don't even know this doctrine. They don't know the doctrine because they didn't consult the Jews. who do know this doctrine. They just know it in a garbled format, that's all. They just got the numbers wrong. They understand the right idea. Of course, they don't believe in Messiah, so they don't understand what, is really going on with them. But they do understand that there's a time grant, that it's contingent. So if there's no 490, then there's no 70, and the next 490 can't play, so there's no 1050 either. You got that? So now we're going to look at it from the time of, Adam. Okay, so now we're going to start again, only we're going to look at it the way Adam saw it, okay? Because Adam understood it differently. Not much differently, however. Here's the first 490 in history. Alright? And Adam happened to be the guy that super matured in time. I'm not going to go into detail on that. You can see my Yapping Part 10. And you can see my How God Constructs Time playlist if you want to know the details that, about Adam, etc. Okay, he knew that. And he voted. So the 70-year time period, therefore, could play. Alright, that's what this really is. And because he voted in the 70-year time period, there were believers, that's the Genesis 5 roster, who believed. Then the other 490 could be granted. And there were more maturations during that time. However, this was Gentiles, okay? The same structure that you see here exists. It is still 1050. All right, but from the perspective of all those who didn't believe, okay, it's got a different meaning. So it's kind of like piggybacked onto this real structure, which is the believer structure. This is promise time, okay? This is the promise time structure. This is how the Jews call this promise time today, Seder Olam Rabbah. This is why their calendar is off, because they mixed up their promise time with real time. So they don't know where they are in the prophetic calendar. Okay? This is promise time. This is the way you account promise time. This is the way Moses accounts it. This is the way Isaiah 53 accounts it. And this is the way Paul will account it in Ephesians 1. Promise time goes by sevens. 7 means promise. The Hebrew word is Sheva, or Sheva. You say it in different ways, okay? And it means promise. It means 7, it means promise, it means rest. That's why the week is designed in 7 days. It's a synonym for promise. So when you see Bible accounting in terms of sevens, it's really telling you about how promise time is fulfilled. And that's exactly why Moses uses sevens as the basis for his meter in Psalm 90, and why Isaiah uses it in Isaiah 53, and why Paul uses it in Ephesians 1. They're trying to explain that. Okay, but from the unbeliever perspective, it's not configured that way. It's the same unit. From the unbeliever perspective, this is 1,000. Okay, it's a civilization unit. And this is 50. In the Mosaic Law, again, this is called Jubilee. The idea is that civilization, including unbelievers, has 1,000 years allotted to it for the sake of the promised time playing out here. Okay? The promised time is playing out to harvest believers. The unbelievers get to live anyway, even if they don't believe. They get to have life. God sustains them. He gives them, food and shelter and clothing and weather and all the other things that they need. Ideally, so they'll wake up and smell the coffee. But even if they don't, He gives it to them. But in the last 50 years, there's a concentrated evangelism that goes on to harvest them. I mean, it's going on the whole 1,000 here, too. But it's very concentrated here because this time unit is about to end. And there have to be enough unbelievers voting, or you got a flood.
This is the basis for the flood in Genesis 6, is that there weren't enough votes at the end of the first 1050 of history. So in the year 1656 from Adam, which is our 2450 BC, the flood had to happen. Because there weren't enough, the votes here didn't happen. So everybody got wiped out. The purpose of this 50 years was not accepted by people. They didn't respond. So that's why you have only Noah and the 8. Noah and the 7 others. Okay? So that's what that 1050 means with respect to unbelievers. And notice how it's piggybacked onto, and it has the same value as down in here, promise time. Okay? This is promise time. And it's playing for the believers, and piggybacked on top of it is civilization for unbelievers too. Okay? And if that time isn't met, then the whole human race, or just those who rejected, as in the flood, dies. We're still subject to those same rules. God set up those rules with Adam. They didn't change. And that's what Paul is referring to in Ephesians 1, just like Moses did in Psalm 90. So here's the 1,000. Now we're going to recap. For the unbeliever, it's 1,050. The objective is for the unbeliever to believe. That's what he's voting on. I'm sorry, I can't draw this very well. Will the unbeliever believe like Abraham did? Like Abraham did in Genesis 15:6, same pattern. Always it's the same issue in every time period. Do you believe in Christ as he's then revealed? If so, you're considered to be harvested, and then, of course, you're in this unit here. You're subject to promise time at that point. And then here, it's a concentrated harvesting. I'll just say H for harvest because I can't draw well. Okay? And if you don't do that, if people don't respond, they get wiped out, just like the flood. All right? So notice how you can, this meaning of the 1050, of the 1,000, can cause everybody to be wiped out, but the believers are saved. That's why in the flood, Noah and his family were saved. They were saved out of the disaster that happened on earth due to all the rejection by the unbelievers. That's what the flood tells you about. It is a trend of history. It's not just that event. It's a complete trend of history. It's still going on now, and in fact, we're in a flood period. We're in a voting period. That's why you see so much opposition to the Bible. That's its characteristic of a flood period. Okay, it's a scheduled thing. It ends in 2130 for us. It began in March of 2010. Okay? So the question is, what side of history are you going to be on? Are you going to be on this side of history? Or are you going to be on this side and get wiped out by 2130? Of course, we're all going to die before 2130, those of us alive now. But the point is that how are you going to live? How are you going to die now? Because you're in that period. So it's a big issue. And of course, if there aren't enough believers, then time ends anyhow. All right, so that's the next part of this segment. Now we're going to get into the panorama of these 1050s and how they play. This is kind of, you're looking at all these, numbers and letters, and your eyes are sort of glazing over right away. I use this in Yapping Part 10, and I think it's appropriate to use now, even though it's a little confusing at first. So just look in the upper left-hand corner, This is the Jewish understanding of dispensations, which the Christians never learned because the church fathers were anti-Semitic, and that's why preterism exists. Okay? So you can talk to pretty much any rabbi you want, and they will have all heard of this, and some of them, still believe in it. Not all Judaism is as diverse as Christianity, okay? No two Jews, that is a famous expression that if you get two Jews in a room, you'll have three opinions, okay? That's also true of actuaries. So this is a commonly understood thing among the Jews for generations, and the Christians don't know about it. The difference in the Jewish understanding versus what you're seeing on the screen is the Jews are not thinking of it in terms of 1050. They're thinking of it in terms of 1,000. So what they do is they consider this period here as 1,000, okay? And then they consider this period here as 1,000 instead of 1,050. So when you hear the Jews talk about it, they will be talking about the times of the Gentiles, which they call in the internet, you can find this searched on as the Age of Desolation. That's what they call it. You can search on that term, Age of Desolation. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Computers. You can't love them and you can't leave them. All right. Again, Age of Desolation is the term that's given to this first 2,100 years, which the Jews consider 2,000 on the internet, is what they call it. Okay, this is the time, the house of the Gentiles. This is Gentile time. Okay? So Gentile time was the first 2,100 years of history from Adam to Abram. Okay? That's what this is. Adam to Abram. And they call that 2,000 years. And obviously, as you can see, I can't manage my mouse. Okay, Adam to Abram, 2,100 years. Okay, it's called the Age of Desolation by the Jews, today even. Okay, but it's really 2,100 years, not 2,000. That's the point I want you to understand. Now, the time for the Jews, and this again, still according to Jewish dispensationalism, which is very close to the Bible, okay, the time for the Jews was supposed to be the second 2,100 years, and it was supposed to result in Messiah, which of course it did, but the Jews don't believe it did. All right? The second 2,100 years, mouse, was supposed to result in Messiah, and it did. So that by the 42nd year after Adam's fall, Messiah was supposed to come. And he did. And the millennium was supposed to start right here at the end of the second the second set of 2,100 years. This is when the millennium was supposed to start. And it would have if Israel had accepted Christ when he came. It was supposed to start in the 42nd year after Adam's fall, which is equivalent to our 94 AD. That was when the millennium was supposed to begin, because that was the end of the second 2,100 years, which the Jews call 2,000. They're misaccounting it, but it's still the right idea. The end of the second 2,100 years was when Messiah was supposed to have his time. See, the first 2,100 years went to the Gentiles. Oh, damn. And Windows programs, I wish they'd learn how to work. Okay, first 2,100 years was supposed to go to the Gentiles. Yeah, let me make it smaller so it won't do this. Okay, first 2,100 years was supposed to go to the Gentiles. Second 2,100 years belonged to the Jews. It was supposed to result in Messiah. And Messiah was supposed to come back, and the millennium was supposed to begin right here. Okay? But that was only if the Jews had accepted Christ. Now, if the Jews had accepted Christ, and if the millennium began, that would be this period right here. Okay? It's really 1050. They call it 1,000 because they're not remembering it properly. But that would have been the millennium right there. They consider Messiah to own it. Now, in today's Judaism, they've gotten kind of confused about this. Time was only supposed to run 5,000 years. 4,200 plus another 1050, really. Okay, so 5,250 years. That was the time allotment that Moses plots in Psalm 90. And the Jews they misaccount it today. So they think it's 7,000 years. And they got a kind of garbled version. But they did know that Messiah was supposed to come right here. And their big question in Judaism is why didn't it happen? Okay, and obviously they know it's because they weren't good Jews. Okay, but they're all confused about that and they argue about it to this day. Alright, Paul is explaining why Messiah didn't come then in Ephesians 1. That's his departure point. And he makes reference of this 70-year voting in the sabbatical years, which became sabbatical years under the time of the Jews, in order to explain it. Because he's Jewish, who believed in Christ. So he's explaining it in Jewish terms, even though he's using Greek words. Okay? So Messiah was supposed to come here. Paul is writing about 50 years before Messiah comes. And he's explaining, hey, you know what? Messiah isn't necessarily going to come. He might. But you guys have said no. So, at the point he's writing, there's like 50 years to go. He's writing about this. Roughly about here is when Paul is writing. Okay? So just get the basics for the moment. First 2,100 years was supposed to belong to the Gentiles, and it did. Second 2,100 years was supposed to belong to the Jews, and it did. And then at that point, Messiah was supposed to come back, and this was the millennium that you see highlighted in white here. That was supposed to be the millennium. And it didn't happen. So it's still owed. You got that? This hasn't yet happened. It belongs to Messiah. The Jews now think that it's 2,000 years, but it's really only 1,000, as we're going to see when we go through Psalm 90. Okay? This time is still owed, still has to play, hasn't played yet. And that's why the tribulation has to occur, in order to bridge to this. This is the goal here, the millennium, which Messiah owns. Messiah is risen, he's paid. He's owed this. Messiah is owed this. Okay? He bought it. It's got to play. Okay, now, let's get into how we got here. Oh, I hope this works. We'll do that in the next segment. Okay, now we're going to cover how we got here, and it gets a little bit complicated. To understand how we got here as church, we have to go all the way back to Adam first. Okay, again, let me do this over. The first 2,100 years was the time of the Gentiles, a time of the Gentiles. Because there's more than one. That's why it's called times of the Gentiles. Okay? There's more than one. This was the first one. And when Christ talks about times of the Gentiles, this was the first time. 2,100 years. Okay? Now, the thing is that at this 2,100 years, that's what the allotment was. But that's not how it ended up playing. Because man didn't vote positively. Okay, now, the way man voted, I'm hoping that this is going to be the right one. Yeah, well, this will start. The way man voted, as you can see, was not exactly the way it was supposed to go. Man voted, like I said before, in here, against God. Enoch happens to be the poster boy at the time period in question. He was voting positive. Okay, so the 70-year unit that's playing right in here is represented by Enoch's vote in Genesis 5. So he votes positively, that's why Methuselah is born, blah, blah, blah. Methuselah means when he dies, the flood happens. Why? Because the vote was negative here. Okay? Now, during this time, the vote being negative, of course, there's a grace period that God announces, and that's where Noah comes in with the 120 years. And that grace period began here. Okay, Noah gets his covenant when he's age 500 rather. Okay, so the flood is going to occur 100 years later for Noah's 600th birthday, which you can read about in Genesis 7. And Noah, of course, and his family alone are saved. Enoch was awarded the 1,000 for the period, and that's why, time got to continue, because Enoch matured. There's a separate maturation for 1,000 units, 1,000 years. And I'm not covering that here. I've covered that in the How God Constructs Time playlist videos. Noah also got 1,000 rather. And so that's why that time could continue in spite of the fact that everybody was negative. Okay, so the flood happens right here in 1656, which is like, depicted here, in that window there. That's the flood. Noah, of course, survives the flood and time continues to the end. All right? But, let's see if we can get this to work. Oh, the mouse doesn't handle it well. Okay. So the larger picture is this one, okay? So this is the first 1,000 years, how it turned out. Ends with Jared. Enoch then is here, and Noah, okay? Abraham exists at the end of this second 150. That's when Abraham comes to exist. All right? Abraham also supermatures, and he supermatures exactly in the year 2046 from Adam, which is exactly the year when Noah's 490-year time grant runs out. And I cover this in detail again in my Yapping Part 10, and especially in the How God Constructs Time playlist video, so you can see it. There are worksheets and all that map to the Genesis 5 roster. So you can see the timeline that God is developing in Genesis 5 to show the development of Abraham and when Abraham matured. And that Abraham matured in the very year that Noah's time grant of 490 ran out. Okay, well, 2046 is less than 2100. So the age of desolation, which was supposed to run 2100 years, dies because of the negative voting. But Abram matured that year in 2046. So really the second 2100 starts in 2060 BC for the Jews. See, the Jews are supposed to get the second 2100 years. But it doesn't start in the year 2100 from Adam. It starts in the year 2046 from Adam. Okay, so it's starting 54 years early. Okay? God starts the second 2100 based on who matured. Again, time is only allowed to continue based on believers maturing. And the unbelievers have to vote too, and if they don't vote, they die. And believers, the same thing. If they don't vote, they die. Well, there has to be somebody to carry on time. And that somebody at this point is Abraham. That's why he's renamed Abraham. And he also inherits a 1,000-year time grant. But we're focusing on the 490s now because remember, the 490 underlies the 1050. The 1050 can't play if there's no 490 underlying it. Okay? And the guy who's got the 490 and the 1000 at this point is Abraham. So that starts in 2060 BC rather than 54 years later when it was supposed to start. So basically, this whole time of the Gentiles, which was supposed to be 2100 years, has got a 54-year credit. Owed it. It's really important to understand. There's been a lot of debates in theology about why the temple continued 40 years beyond, church. Well, this is part of the reason why, is because the Gentiles are owed 54 years. And that was represented in the Mosaic Law by Jubilee. 50 of it was represented there. Okay? So just get this straight. 54 years early, Abraham matures. All right? So the times of the Jews start earlier than they should have, because the Gentiles were voting negative. The time of the Jews, that's supposed to run 2,100 years also, starts right here. And it starts 54 years earlier than it should have. So time, as it were, is still 54 years earlier than it should have been. And the Jews are starting their 2,100 years, which is separately owed them. I mean, the Gentiles were given 2,100 years, they blew it by 54 years. Okay? So the Jews are given their 2,100 years. The question is, will they blow it too? And of course they will. If the Gentiles blew it, the Jews will blow it. If the Jews will blow it, church will blow it. That's the message we're getting here. Watch out. Beware. Don't take this for granted. Okay, so the Jews start their time 54 years earlier than they should have. Okay, so these are the benchmarks. In 1930 BC, Joseph is super mature. Okay, that bought 490 years, so that Moses super matures in the 2,666th year from Adam. That's when the Exodus occurs. That's our 1440 BC. Okay? And the difference between 1930 BC and 1440 BC is the 490 years. So the deadline of the 490 was met by Moses, and that's why the Exodus could happen. Okay? Now, from the Exodus happening to the end of this is really important, because Paul uses this number for his meter. From the Exodus happening in 1440 BC to the end of the time grant for the 1050, that 1050, look at this. Here's the 1050. All right? You're relating now the fulfillment of the 490 to the 1050 itself. The Exodus is occurring 434 years before the end of that 1050. That is what Paul uses as his meter, the 434. Paul's meter in Ephesians 1:3 through 14 is 434 years, which equals the 62 weeks of Daniel. The 62 weeks of Daniel is precedented on two things, but the first thing it's precedented on is the period from the Exodus to the end of the 1050. See, God is accounting time in 1050, not 1000. That's the precedence for it. Okay? So as you can see from Daniel 9, the 62 weeks is 434 years. There's a precedence based on the temple, which I'm going to cover later. But the first precedence is based upon the pre-Israel time rules. Israel becomes a nation and therefore saves time 434 years before the end of time. At this point, Israel is granted the sole rights to a 490-year time grant. It switches to Israel instead of just an individual, which was Moses. See, Moses had to be the basis for Israel. Okay, but now Israel is the basis. And 434 years before the time was supposed to end, Israel becomes the new poster boy for carrying time. That's why Deuteronomy 32:8 reads as it does. Deuteronomy 32:8 basically says the world is based on Israel. Okay? Can you imagine being Jewish and knowing that this is your life? That everything is based on you? You see why the Jews are persecuted so much by Satan? This is a scary thing. Yeah, and church inherited that, which we're going to get into when we get into Paul. Okay, 434 years, carrying time to the end of time. So the big question was, by the end of 434 years from 1440 BC, would Israel still be a nation? If not, honey, time ends. Okay? If Israel is not there, time ends. No time. It becomes one great big blank page, and we wouldn't be here. But Israel did last. Namely, David comes into play. Right about here. 1000 BC. 1010 is when he was first crowned. 1004 BC is when he was crowned king of over all Israel. And hopefully I'll be able to show that right here. Okay, here's David. Okay, I'm having a problem. See? Moving this. That's David. Okay, and he's coming in just before the 3150th year, okay, from Adam. See, down here, you have 2660. These are the time units from Adam. Okay, I'm not going to be able to show this as well as I'd like. This right here is Abraham maturing at the time that Noah's time grant runs out, and that's 2046 BC. Then you got Moses maturing. Let me see if I can move this. Moses maturing at the time of the Exodus. Okay, and that's why the Exodus can even happen. So then you got the Exodus time, all right, and that takes you to David's time. And David arises 400 years after the Exodus. David, is born. He becomes king 30 years after that. And he dies in 963 BC, which is 77 years. And Isaiah makes a big point about that. 77 years later after his birth, okay? So he dies at age 77. So he dies in 963 BC, and the temple ends up being built and dedicated. The Bible goes by its dedication date in 950 BC. Okay, well, 950 BC plus 490 is 460 BC. Okay, so we'll cover that next. Okay, so now we're looking back at our becoming familiar diagram with a lot of extra detail filled in so that you can see the whole picture from what I started talking about in this part 10D of GGS. Just briefly recapping, you have Adam making it in the first 490. We had a voting period of believers. There were enough believers voting. And one of them who voted was Jared, and he super matured enough to get a 490. And that produced the result of Enoch being born. And the Jubilee, the last 50 years, the unbeliever side of the voting didn't work too well. Therefore, God's going to announce a flood, which he announces through Enoch's son. Enoch super matured. He announces through Enoch's son Methuselah. Methuselah means when he dies, the flood happens. Methu means death, and Selah means occurs. Okay? And then, Enoch was the poster boy, evangelist during the period, and he was explaining that. And then, of course, Methuselah carried on that message. Okay, so that led to the second voting period of history, and the guy who voted was Noah. He voted so well, he actually super matured, and therefore the flood occurred. Okay? But Noah won the 490 time grant, so the 490 time grant could go on, and it started with just Noah and his family. And in the last 50 years, well, just about, Abraham was born. Just before the 50 years, Abraham was born, and he super matured at age 100, which that super maturity occurred in 2046 after Adam. Notice I'm using the after Adam terms because when you start using BC and AD dates, it gets really confusing for people because our calendars are all screwed up. So it's just better to go back to the Bible and account it the way the Bible does. 2046 from Adam's fall. Abram super matures. In our terms, using our convoluted calendar, that was 2060 BC. Okay?
That was when Isaac was born. Okay, so starting now forward, we are 54 years in advance of time, in absolute terms. The time of the Jews has to begin, all right, because the Gentiles blew it, but Abraham said yes, all right. So now the time of the Jews begins, running to Messiah at the end of the 42nd hundred year of Adam, which is going to be right here. And that's where we're going to get into church coming in. But let's look at how it started. Abraham super matured. There's the 490. By the time during the time Abraham's 490 was still running, Joseph, his great grandson, and of course Abraham's dead at this point. Joseph super matures, and that's why he becomes vizier of Egypt. And that's 1930 BC. Well, he becomes vizier in 1916. He super matures in 1930. All right. And therefore, 490 years after the super maturity is the Exodus. Because Moses, this is a new voting period that's now occurring, Moses super matures and votes, so time can continue. This 490 that Joseph won during this point, Moses picks up the baton. Moses is super matured by God. And therefore, there is an Exodus. Now, this is where we have to get into the numbers very, very particularly, because Paul is making reference to all this. 434 years before the end of the first 1050 for the Jews is when the Exodus occurs. Okay? The poster boy who gets the 490-year award is Israel. It shifts because Moses didn't want to be God's mouthpiece. Okay, so it shifts to Israel. All right, I explain, anything that I'm saying that you don't understand where it is in the Bible, I already explained that in mirroring.htm, so you got a lot of homework to do. I'm just summarizing it now because over the last 10 years there are some people already familiar with this. Okay, so 434 years to the end of the time unit. Okay? That's Israel is Israel. Okay, so 434, this is really important. 434 plus 56 takes you to 950 BC. 950 BC is when the temple is dedicated. So Israel met its 490-year deadline by being alive until 950 BC. So 1440 BC to 950 BC is 490 years. 434 of which took you to the end of the absolute time unit of 1050, and the first 56, Paul's going to stress this, and so did Isaiah and Moses. The first 56 of the new 1050, Israel still existed. It met its time deadline by dedicating the temple by 950 BC. Now, there was something bad that happened during that time. The bad thing was that Israel rejected God as her king. She stayed Israel, but she rejected God as her king during this time. Specifically in 1050 BC, she did that. So specifically in 1050 BC, God says to Samuel, this is at the end of Samuel, God says to Samuel, "Hi, I'm going to appoint a king," because the people are clamoring for a king. And that's where Saul comes in. Paul accounts this as bad time in Acts 13:20 and following. Saul is he wasn't supposed to be, he was supposed to be the poster boy to carry on the kingship to Messiah, but he messed it up. Okay, so what did God do? God appointed David, and David in Hebrew means beloved. Dawid means beloved. And David is born 400 years after the Exodus. On purpose. God's timing it that way. See, the Exodus, the slavery period, lasted 400 years. The total time they were in the land was 430. That's Exodus 12, 40, and 41. But their slavery time was 400 years, just like God promised it would be to Abraham in Genesis 12, 15, and 17. Okay? Specifically 15. Genesis 15, I want to say 13. Genesis 15, 13. So 400 years after In other words, they were sort of like enslaved to their negative volition the first 400 years after 1440 BC, that they are actually technically free. They're enslaved to negativity. So God delivers them from their negativity via David, who was born 400 years after the Exodus. At age 30, David becomes king, replacing Saul. David then rules for 40 years. He retires at age 70. He does not die. He retires. And 1 Kings chapter 1 through chapter 2 shows the 7 years that David lived after his retirement and what happened. Big civil war, basically, over Solomon. Should Solomon be the king to replace David? Okay. Then 3 years after David dies, that's when Shimei is executed, which I want to say is in 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 39 or thereabouts. Okay? And then beginning the year 4 after David's dead, which means he's been dead for 3 years, it's the beginning of year 4, 1 Kings 6:1, that's when the temple starts being completed. And that's 963 BC, David dies. The temple starts being constructed. 3 years after that, it's beginning of the 4th year. And it's finally finished and dedicated, 1 Kings 8, in 950 BC. Okay, so the deadline of the 490 to the temple is met. But because Israel rejected God as king, then God has to transfer the 490 to the temple. Okay, that's why Daniel 9 is talking about 490 to the temple. From this point forward, 950 BC forward, Israel's inheritance only comes through David, and it only comes through the temple because Israel was negative to God. You see that? It shifts. The promise of time gets narrowed down through David and through the temple. Okay? So Messiah is going to be born according to the time grants given David and to the time grant given the temple, which overlap. Okay, David's time grant runs out in 37 AD. That's the deadline for Messiah to be born, to die. The temple's time grant, which could have interrupted the time grant to David, was supposed to end in 460. Here you see, here it is, 460 BC. You'll notice that that's during the voting window in absolute times of the 70 years. Okay, so it's a pretty pregnant time for the temple's time to run out. See, if the Jews are voting negatively, this time isn't going to play. And the temple will be destroyed. That's 1 Kings 9. When Solomon prays, God says, "Hi, if you guys screw up, I'm destroying the temple you just built." That's the contract in 1 Kings 9. Okay, well, then it's based on the temple, whether Israel continues. And in 586 BC, the temple went down. Now you see how Daniel 9 ties to this timeline? You got the 490 years that resulted in the temple being built and dedicated. The dedication date is 950 BC. It's 1 or 2 Ethanim, and that's in 1 Kings 8. Therefore, at the dedication, Solomon prays to God. That's 1 Kings 9, and there's a contract. Hi, Israel is only going to continue so long as the temple does. And if you're negative to me, then I'm taking down the temple. And the temple had its own promise of 490 years because the Jews were negative to the king, God. So God raised another king and gave him all the time grants. And then, meanwhile, there's the temple. As long as the temple is up, Israel gets to exist. Temple time grant went in 460 BC, but Israel got negative, so in 586 BC, the temple goes down. You see this backdrop?
So, what happens? Temple goes down. So what happens? Daniel 9. 49 years exactly after the temple went down, Daniel prays Daniel 9, and Daniel is voting. Okay, the actual voting window in absolute historical terms doesn't begin until here, but 49 years after this deadline begins, as it were, a new required early voting period. Okay, and 49 years into it, about, it's a little more than halfway, Daniel 9 occurs. Daniel votes for the temple to be restored. He waited the 49 missed sabbatical years like he was supposed to, and then he prays for the temple's restoration. And God says yes, and that's when, that's 538 BC, the Jews returned to the land, they finished building it by the deadline of 516 BC. Because God set up a 70-year deadline. It's very pregnant, as you can see. It's patterned after the 7-year voting period. Hi, you screwed up, so you're going to get your 70-year voting period early, and you got 70 years to complete this temple. Okay, but you can't even begin to do it until you're 49, which is why Daniel votes when he does, at which point they've only got 70 minus 49 to rebuild. And we know the story of the problem of rebuilding from Ezra and Nehemiah and Haggai and Zechariah. All right? Those are the post-exilic books. Not all of them, but most of them. Okay? So that's the problem here, is we got the temple is out. That's Paul's point of departure in Ephesians. The temple is out. 538 BC, they go back to the land to rebuild. They start it. They lay the foundation on 24 Kislev after they get back. That story is recorded in Ezra, Nehemiah, Haggai especially. Okay? And then they stop because they got all kinds of opposition from the Gentiles around them. So God comes back 21 years later to Zerubbabel. Haggai 2 is the chapter to look at, and he says, hi, excuse me, it's been 21 years, you haven't been rebuilding, start. So he starts, and in the last 7 years, the temple gets built from 521 BC to 516 BC, finishing on 3 Adar of 516 BC. That's in either Nehemiah 6:15 or Ezra 6:15, I forget which book. Okay? So the 70-year voting period, therefore, got met. Therefore, God can reimburse the next 70 years, and that's when Jerusalem gets rebuilt by 46 BC, and that's when Daniel 9 begins its count. The 49 years, and then the 62 weeks, and the 62 weeks is simultaneously evocative of the first 434 years of Israel, but also the temple was standing from 950 BC to 586, that's 364 years. Plus the reimbursed 70, it's reimbursed actually, that's the third time, and I'll explain that in a minute, is 434 years. Okay, so 364 years from here to here, plus another 70 to reimburse, equals 434 years, which parallels the first 434 years. It's a reimbursement. Okay. So, Israel is now reimbursed for the time that her temple was out. And she's basically reimbursed 3 times with 3 70s. The first 70 plays as a result of the temple going down. But that's negative time. Alright? If, however, she meets the goal of that 70, she will be reimbursed with the second 70. This is what all the scholars are missing in Daniel 9. From 586 BC, you got 2 70s that play, because the first 70 is negative time. Its purpose has to be realized. Israel goes down for a negative reason. Okay, so then if they fulfill that reason over the next 70 years, which they do from 586 to 516, then they get reimbursed for this negative time with another 70. And if they meet that purpose, which they did by 446 BC, then they get reimbursed with a third 70, and therefore time now balances. Because you had a minus 70, reimbursed by the first 70, that brings you to 0, reimbursed by the second 70, which is in the 62 weeks. Okay? See? Same period, 434 years. So the third, technically by our standards, the third 70 that plays in history is a reimbursement for the second 70 reimbursing the negative 70. So negative 70 plus 70 is 0, plus 70 is 70 years, but at this point she needs to be reimbursed for that 7 years because she did the right thing. So she gets another 70, a third 70, added to the 364 years reimbursement of the time the temple did stand, and that's the 62 weeks in Daniel, which alike is a reimbursement of the whole first 434 years. You see, God's balancing time. And that's why Moses uses the exact meter of these 490 years in the 70s to account for time. That's why Isaiah 53 uses the same meter, and that's why Paul uses it too, as we're going to see in future videos. Preview of coming attractions. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this now, but I promise that you'd start to see that Paul is talking about the same thing I've been showing you. And really, I've got to show it to you in all three chapters, Psalm 90, Isaiah 53, and Ephesians. But we're going to start with Ephesians so you can see that the numbers are the same. You'll notice over here, down in the lower right-hand corner, an orange number 56. Let me see if I can get this to be a little higher. Okay, there we go. All right. In the lower right-hand corner, see, we're in Ephesians in the bottom screen. This is Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. Okay, I have parsed what Paul's saying according to his own meter, which it goes by clause, just like it does in the Hebrew. The Hebrew meter is parsed by clause using natural pronunciation. There's nothing stilted. I mean, there's a whole school of both Greek and Hebrew so-called literature which insists on a sort of stilted pronunciation and breaking of the syllables. That's not how the Bible does it, and that's not how I'm doing it. Okay, I'm just following their own natural thing. This is, in Greek, this is a whole clause. Okay? You could, especially if you're, you see, it's like, you can even see it in the English on the right-hand side. Praise be, really, or praise to, worthy of glory is how my pastor translated it. Worthy of honor, glory, and, worthy of honor and glorification. That's how my pastor translated it when he exegeted the passage. So that's eulogetas in Greek. Eulogetas hoteos kai pater. You see, it's got that cadence to it. Eulogetas hoteos kai pater. Kai pater. Kai is the old pronunciation, is better. Okay? And then it's tu kuriou hemon Jesu Christu. You see how that flows? Eulogetas hoteos kai pater. Tu kuriou hemon Jesu Christu. You see how that works? So that's where you can tell where it parses. Alright, you can parse it differently if you want, but the syllables are still what they are. Okay? So I parsed it this way, and it comes to an end just at the first clause of what we call verse 4. Now remember, the verses that we call verses were invented by us, not the Bible. And they were invented by us in the 1100s AD, starting at the College of Paris, and you can look that up on the internet and find out about it if you want. Okay, so you go by the Greek, and you don't go by these things. Okay, that just helps us find it in our own Bibles. Okay, so katos exelexato gemas. Okay, katos exelexato gemas. That's really where the clause would end in a poetic, Greek, natural manner. Okay? And Paul knows that, of course, because he's writing in Greek,
And it has 56 syllables. Does that look familiar? Look at this. Okay. Wait a minute. See right here? 56. The first 56 years of the second 1050 wouldn't have started if Israel wasn't a nation. So he's talking about the start of a new 1050 when he does that. He's talking about other things too, which you're going to see. But notice the pregnant meaning of 56. It's doctrine. It's not stupid Bible codes. Okay? Every single number in the Bible has a doctrinal meaning, and you're supposed to know that doctrinal meaning, especially because they were memorizing Scripture orally. Paul is depending on them to know Scripture orally and memorized by the syllables, because the Jews and, of course, the early Christians, they didn't have this garbage that we use today. They indexed by syllables because they orally memorized it. All right. So Paul is picking up on the pregnant meaning of 56, which was already established, as you're going to find out later, in Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53. Both of those chapters harp on the meaning of 56. Yeah, and here's one reason, not the only reason, why. We're going to go through the reasons now. Okay? I need you to see that. That's how church comes to be. That's why Paul is using 56 as his start point. His first paragraph in the decree of God in Ephesians 1, just after his after his salutation, employs 56 syllables. Now look at it. Even in English, you can see that even as a poetic thing, it's a whole idea. Worthy of glory is God the Father. There's no verb in the sentence. That means Paul's being very dramatic. He's switching to the Attic style of talking. Worthy of glory, God the Father, of our Lord Jesus Christ. See how you can do that? You can put like a little exclamation point at the end of it in every English clause. Worthy of glory. You can even put it to a song. God the Father, of our Lord Jesus Christ. And then I want to change this to the real Greek here. The one blessing us, because that's what it literally says. See, because it's still talking about him. No verbs. That's dramatic Greek. Worthy of glory, God the Father, of our Lord Jesus Christ, the one blessing us with every spiritual blessing in the heavens by agency of Christ, even as he chose us. See, you can turn this into a meter even in English. It doesn't quite work out to be 56. My brain is off. Maybe you can do it better. That's 56 syllables in the Greek. And you can see from the English why it would work. Worthy of glory, God the Father, of our Lord Jesus Christ, the one blessing us with every spiritual blessing in the heavens by agency of Christ, even as he chose us. You see how that works? Now, in Greek, a phrase like this, you expect something coming afterwards, so it's kind of nested. And that's what he does next. See? En autoi prokatabolis kosmou. Inechemas hagius ke amumus. Okay? By agency of him before the founding of the world, to make us holy and blameless. And that's 21 syllables. The same number as the number of years that Israel's temple was down right here. Okay? Remember, in the last segment, we're talking about the temple being down from 538 BC to 521. God comes to Zerubbabel in 521 and says, hey boy, what you doing? How come you ain't rebuilding my house? The house that I promised David in 2 Samuel 7. The house is tied to David and the house is tied to Israel wanting my house. So how come you don't want my house? Oh, well, guess what? From this day forward, which was 24 Kislev, very funny because 25 Kislev started piggybacked on 24 Kislev, I'm going to put my seal on you. Yeah, he took his seal away from Jeconiah. Put his seal on Zerubbabel. Christ is descended from Zerubbabel. That's in Matthew 1 and Luke 3's genealogy. Ta-da! Yeah. Born on 25 Kislev from this day forward. Yeah, and 25 Kislev would end up becoming Hanukkah, related to the temple. Duh! Okay, see how funny God is? And see how we don't know his wordplay and what we're missing? But Paul didn't miss it. 56! Yeah, 56, starting the new 1050, without which we'd not be here. Yeah, 56. The 49 years that Israel had missed, plus the 7 sabbatical years due on them that can't play. Because how are you going to reimburse years that didn't play in the first place? You can only reimburse the years that played, 49 years played, but there's 7 sabbatical years due on them and they can't play. So what does Daniel get? Daniel's told that those 7 years that can't play get assigned to what? The tribulation. In Daniel 9:27. Because they can't play. You can only reimburse years that have played. Duh. So, that's the other meaning of 56. The 49 here, okay, that did get reimbursed, but the 7 that didn't, and at the time Daniel's getting it, it's a total of 56 years that are due. So you see the parallel in meaning, which is the whole point of this. First 56 years, if this 56 didn't play, you and I wouldn't be here. There'd have been no temple built. The 490 wouldn't have completed. See, because it started back here, and that's 434 years, and then here's the other 56. See? So we got another 56 problem of a different source, namely the missed sabbatical years, 49 of which can be reimbursed, but the other 7 can't. They have to play outside of Israel's time, because you can only reimburse time that's elapsed. You can't reimburse something that didn't happen. You know, you can't reimburse an expense that didn't occur. Got that? But 56 is really the total owed. Yeah, haha. Yeah, same 56 is what started the new millennium here, without which there wouldn't have been one, without which there wouldn't have been a temple, without which there wouldn't have been Christ. You see how pregnant a number can be? And this number is central to Isaiah 53, and it's central to Psalm 90, as you're going to see a little later on. Okay? But see, Paul's using it. And then 21, of course, is pregnant for the time period right here when Israel wasn't rebuilding her temple. So you see what kind of analogy Paul is making right away? Even as he chose us. Yeah, we're the 56 of history right now. You see that? The 56 is a doctrinal meaning. Even as he chose us. Just as Israel, being here, inserted, and therefore time could continue, so we are inserted. Even as he chose us. We're the 56 of history right now. Of course, that means it's analogized to the 70-year voting period. Are we also going to be 14 years short or not? Of course, that depends on how each of us decides for Christ. You know, it's the same criteria. Only we don't have a guarantee of time like the 2100 years. We're a 56. We're a continuation of time. Okay? And that's 21, signifying the time that Israel was in diaspora. Right here, Israel was in diaspora. She starts rebuilding, but there's no temple. See? No temple. Remember, 1 Kings 9. No temple, no Jews, no Israel. She wasn't really a nation until that temple started to be rebuilt and Jerusalem was rebuilt. Okay? So 21 years represents, is the doctrinal number, the doctrinal metaphor for diaspora. So you got a 56, and you got a 71. And 56, of course, represents diaspora once the temple was up, because that's the 49 missed sabbatical, aka voting years, where you voted to rest for a whole year and let God take care of you. She didn't observe those sabbatical years. She voted to take care of herself. Well, are we going to vote to take care of ourselves, or are we going to vote for God to take care of us? All right? So you see the meaning in these numbers? They look like just numbers and gee whiz and, they're just numbers. No, they're not just numbers. They signify real time, real events in real history that really happened to the Jews, and in really the same doctrine, the same rules, the same legalities, the same precedence applies to us. We have our own contract. But you know what? This goes back, remember? This goes back all the way to Adam. See? Here it was with Adam. See? Same 70-year voting period here. Nothing's changed. It's just upgraded. Okay? It upgraded to Israel because Christ hadn't come yet. It was supposed to result in him coming at this point, and this is where church begins. Alright? And it's precedented on the same rules since Adam. Hi, somebody's got to vote. Somebody's got to super mature, and somebody's got to vote during these 70-year voting windows. And that's what he's stressing simply by using 56. He's expecting you to know your history when he writes. Even as he chose us, see, we're the 56 of history. Israel's in diaspora, and her temple's not yet finished. Right here, between 538 and 521. Okay, Israel's in diaspora, the temple us this time, to make us holy and blameless. The temple of us, the two walls that Paul's going to end up talking about in Ephesians 2, our temple isn't complete yet. The body of Christ isn't finished. So, we're just like what Israel was during those 21 years, and that's why time can continue. It depends on our voting, just like it depended on Israel voting here between 538 and 516. That's the analogy Paul is drawing simply by drawing your attention to the number of syllables, because he expects you to know this all by heart. The Jews did. Okay? Some still do. This is how the numbers and the doctrines tie together. So see the content? Even as he chose us. Yeah, to continue time. To make us holy and blameless. Well, that's building of a temple of people. Okay? And it's a 21 because we're not built yet. It's representing the 21 years that there was no temple finished on the land. Time continues because the voting isn't over yet. Church this time is the one voting. Okay? And if we vote, then the temple completes that 7. Last 7 years, right in here, from 521 to 516. Right in here. Let me make that bigger so you can see it better because it's kind of like white on white. Alright, see? You can see the... Okay, 516. Voting. Completion by 516. This is church's completion. Now, I'm going to get sort of ahead of myself, but 84 is the total number of syllables Paul has used at this point. 84 is the number of syllables in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. That's the decree portion of Psalm 90, which we're going to go through. Okay? But Paul is playing exactly to Psalm 90, verses 1 through 4. And in fact, he keeps benchmarking Psalm 90 throughout Ephesians 1, 3 through 14, as you're going to see. He's also benchmarking Isaiah because the first 77 syllables, he benchmarks here at 77, which is the first 77 syllables of Isaiah 53, which in Hebrew begins at Isaiah 52:13. Isaiah 52:13 through Isaiah 52:15 in Hebrew is 77 syllables in Hebrew. And so Paul is incorporating by reference through the syllable reference the number of syllables in Isaiah 53. And of course Isaiah too is playing on 56 and 21. Here's 56, here's 21. He's also playing on the fact that David, who is the precedent for Christ, was age 77 when he died. And of course, that's Matthew knew that, and Matthew picks up on that by saying 42 generations, because that references the two clauses of the Jews. And Luke, when he does Messiah's genealogy, he goes all the way back to Adam to show Christ as the 77th son, because he also is recognizing the meaning in Isaiah 52:13 through 15, referencing David dying at age 77. So see, they well used the syllables. They well knew, because they were indexing by syllables to remember Scripture. They well knew the meaning of these syllables. Okay, so Paul's just following suit. 56:21 equals 77, equals Isaiah 53, when it's between Isaiah 52:13 and 15, a number of syllables. Then he ties again, so you can't miss this, especially if you haven't memorized. Then he ties to Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4 at 84 syllables. And you know that it's Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4 because Isaiah is playing off Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4 in making his 77. He deliberately debits 7 because of the tribulation. See, all this was known long before Daniel was written. Okay? Moses knew about it. That's why the 14 years short is reserved in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4, which Paul's also going to reference later on. But see, all I want you to see now is that when Paul starts this, talking about church, he's playing exactly to this period in history, okay? This period in history, he's playing exactly to Isaiah 53, okay? And Psalm 90. He keeps on doing it for the rest of the passage, but I have to finish the history part before I can go on with Paul. I just want you to see that he's doing it, okay? So in the next segment, what we're going to do is finish the history, and then we'll come back here and show the rest. Okay, I forgot to show you one more thing. Hopefully you can see this clearly. You know, if you put the thing on HD full screen in YouTube, you'll be able to see this clearly. This is the print preview in 2 pages in Word for Ephesians 1:3 through 14. And in the right-hand side of each page, you'll see the big orange numbers, which are the per paragraph syllable counts. And then the blue numbers in the middle are the aggregate syllable counts. I want to call your attention to the blue number aggregate syllable counts. I had stopped just a few minutes ago by talking about how the 77 and the 84 tie respectively to Isaiah 53 and Psalm 90. But what I need to show you more before I go back to the history is how Paul ends it. Okay, you see that big blue number in the middle of the page. Let's see if I can make that bigger so you can see it. See right here? Let's make it even bigger. Bigger still. See this 434? Yeah, I was afraid it would do that. Okay, let's do it this way. 434. See, this is the whole passage, okay? In verse 14, the cumulative syllable count is 434. Okay, 434. Now, 434 is should be by now a very familiar number. Namely, firstly, the first 434 years of Israel's existence. Paul's playing to that. Remember, I had said that. Actually, I didn't know that that's what he was doing until I made the video. What I knew about was the 434 and the 62 weeks, which Paul is also tying to, which is the sum of the time the temple was standing until it fell down in 586 BC, plus the reimbursed 70 for being built again, okay, which is Daniel's 62 weeks in Daniel 9:25. Paul is referencing all of that meaning when he ends his to the praise of his glory in Ephesians 1:14. Okay, see?
Ephesians 1:14. This is Ephesians 1:14. Okay? We got the preview. Okay? Ephesians 1:14. Ding. See? 1:13, 11, 14. 434 right there, last big blue number on the page. Paul is talking about that. Okay? When he says 434, he's talking about both things. Keep this in mind. This is really important. He's tying the number of years of real history as an analogy to the role of church, see, which is a down payment on our inheritance with reference to the redemption of us as the possession to the praise of his glory. Okay? Arabon in Greek means down payment, earnest money, which is talking about the sealing of the Spirit, see. Sealing of the Spirit is attesting to the fact that we are due an inheritance in Christ, not in ourselves. Christ is the elect. We are owned by him. So because of him, we inherit. It's like when you inherit a house, the house inherits your care. It's a house. It didn't deserve you to inherit it. And it doesn't really deserve your care, but if you inherit something and you want to keep it, you take care of it. Christ wants to keep us, so he takes care of us. So the Holy Spirit, as it were, makes a down payment on our inheritance, which is in Christ, which is Christ's, with reference to the redemption price. Redemption means to redeem a slave, a very particular meaning in Judaism. To redeem somebody who's been enslaved. So it's a redemption price. It's also called ransom in the Bible. And this, see, tes peripoieseus. Okay, it means the possession. Okay, we are the possession and we end up having possession. It's a very significant play on words. Okay, to the praise of his glory. In other words, us being a possession means that it's going to glorify God. Now, obviously, you and I cannot glorify God on our own. So it has to be something that the very Holy Spirit, who's making the pledge of the down payment, does to us. Hello? Just like he did to Israel. You think Moses could have super matured on his own? Hell no. You think Israel could have stayed alive on her own? Hell no. So are we going to stay alive on our own? Hell no. Heaven, yes. And heaven's going to do it to us. And that's what he's saying, to the praise of his glory. But you see the context? You see how important it is to know your syllables and how important it is to know Israel's history? And if we didn't have this in the Greek, baby, there'd be no way you could know what Paul was talking about. I mean, look. Okay? Let's just have a little look at what the words are. Worthy of honor, worthy of glory is God the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the one blessing us with every spiritual blessing. Yes, it sounds really nice. It sounds like something you'd say in church. But all this other meaning I'm showing right now, you can't get that in English. But you can get it if you know the Greek, because if you know the Greek, you know the syllables, and you know, ooh, 434, I've heard that before. Even the dumbest person among the Greeks would recognize, ooh, you know, I've heard 56. I had to memorize 56 syllables. This is 56 syllables, and 56 syllables in Hebrew. Ooh, the 21, oh, I know that number. That's the number of years the temple wasn't up. Oh, 7, I know that number. That's the number of years it took to build each, the first and the second temple. Oh, here's 21 again. Yeah, because there were 2 temples. And we're the third one. Remember, God reimburses 3 times because the first is a negative. Well, that was a negative. Here's a positive. Oh, 28. Well, 28 is the sum of 21 and 7. Oh, that's the number of years total between the time the temple was down and the time that it was rebuilt, from 538 BC, back when Israel was in the land. Yeah, and she's in the land at the time Paul writes. getting ready to lose her temple. You see how pregnant this is? If you know the syllables, you can't know all that from the English. And so this takes on a very, very different connotation. He's chosen us. Yeah, we're the bridge to history now. To make us holy and blameless before Him. By means of love He foreordained us. See, this is all explaining Matthew 16:18. Because that was a burning question to the audience back then. Well, okay, but Israel rejected Christ and He died and paid. What happens now? And Paul is the guy with the message about what? The mystery. Making known to us the formerly hidden content about His will. Greek word here is mysterion. It doesn't mean it's a mystery to you and me. It means it's a mystery to anybody who doesn't know about it. And the Jews didn't know about it because it wasn't supposed to happen. We weren't supposed to exist. They were supposed to say yes to Christ. Okay, but they didn't. Now what? Making known. Do you see how much more pregnant this is when you know the backdrop? Isagogics. Go look it up. Isagogics. Knowing about what was done at the time of writing. What were the burning issues when Paul's writing this? Okay? He's writing this about between 58 and 62 AD. That's when he's writing. He's in this is part of the prison epistles. Okay, so he's between two Praetorian guards in house arrest in Rome when he writes, waiting for trial. Okay? So between 58 and 62 AD is when he's writing this. Okay? You see how much more meaning it has when you're looking at the backdrop of the temple being out due to Israel's negativity. Okay, now the temple's going to go down. 1 Kings 9 is going to play a second time. Okay, now what happens? Matthew 16:18, church. See? So that's why this thing is so long, and that's why it's metered to temple meaningful numbers. Okay, see? 14. 63, big prominent number in Isaiah and also in Psalm 90, which you're going to see in the next video. 28, we've just seen. 14 again. See? He's repeating them. Why? Because when you have a negative, you have to have two positives in order to reimburse it. All right? You had a negative here, so you got a positive here. Okay, but you got to have another one. See? 28, 28. So you have two. This and this. And notice it's 21 and 28. Why? Because the first 7 due on the first 49 years, that totaled 56, can't ever play. It can't play for church, and it can't play for Israel until church is completed. That's the whole point he's making here. That's why it's 2 21s and 1 7 and a 28. Okay? And what he's saying is, hi, the 14 still needs to play. 14 still needs to play. Yeah. Once in the tribulation and once for the temple to go down, because it isn't down yet at the time he writes. It's going to go down. And then he's got the 28 again. See, because it's double. 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 You will pay double for your sins. Law of restitution, double, because you got a minus. So it takes 2 to make up for the minus. And then that gets you whole to the 1 you should have had plus in the first place. Okay? So that's all I'm going to say about Ephesians right now. I just want you to focus on the fact that Paul is deliberately using numbers that tie to Israel's history, and that ends with the very pregnant 434, just like it did here. Okay, and just like it does with the temple time that the temple was up, plus the reimbursed 70 that God gives it, totaling the 62 weeks in Daniel 9:25. Our next stop is going to be at Psalm 90, so you're going to see Moses do the same thing. I'm going to read Ephesians 1, 3 through 14 in Greek. It's just a test. Whether I get it right or not, well, we'll see.
Okay, we're going to put this closer to my face. See if I can read it right. Okay, I'm going to start in Greek. No preamble. Ephesians 1, 3-14. Eulogētas ο Θεός κατ' Πάτερ, του Κυρίου χαιμών Ιησού Χριστού, ο ευλογέσας εμάς εν πάση ευλογία πνευματική, εν τόες απουράνιος εν Χριστόι, κάτως εξαλέξατο χαιμάς, εν αυτόι προκαταβόλης κόσμου, εν χαιμάς χάγιους καημόμους, κατ' ενώπιον αυτού, εν αγάπη προρίσας εμάς, εις χειοτεσίαν δια Ιησού Χριστού, εις αυτόν κατά την Ιουδοκιάν το τελέματος αυτού, εις επάιναν δόξης της χάριτος αυτού, εις εχαριτώσεν εμάς, εν το αγαπημένοι. Ενώ έχουμε την απολυτρώση δια του χάιματος αυτού, την αφέσιν την παραπτωμάτων, καί το πλούτος της χάριτος αυτού, εις περισούσεν εις εμάς, εν πάση σοφία καί φρονέσε, γνωρίσας εμών το μυστέριον του τελέματος αυτού, κατά την Ιουδοκιάν αυτού, εν προέτετον αητόι, εις οικονομίαν του πληρώματος των καιρών, ανακεφαλαιώσταστε τα πάντα εν το Χριστόι, τα έπι τοις ουράνος καί, τα έπι τες γης εν αυτόι, ενόι καί εκληρώτενε, προησέντες κατά πρότεση, του τα πάντα ενεργώντας κατά την πόλεν του τελέματος αυτού, εις το ενέχεμας, εις επάναν δόξης αυτού, τος προπικότας εν τόι Χριστόι. Ενώ εκάι χούμες ακουσάντες, του λόγων της αληθείας, το Ευαγγέλιον της σωτηρίας χαιμών, ενώ εκάι πιστεωσάντες, εσφραγίσετε το ενωμάτι της επαγγελίας του εχαγιώη, χω εστιν αραβών, της κληρονομίας χαιμών, εις απολυτρώσιν της περιποησέως, εις επάινον της δόξης αυτού.
Let's see if I can get this thing to go right. I think I've tried to make this video about 30 times. This is really important. There are going to be, this video is in two parts. This one is going to be about the history that Psalm 90 covers. And then there's a tandem video that's going into the Psalm 90 playlist, which goes through the corrections that I'm making to the meter and to the translation. I finally retranslated it, which you're going to see here too, into the English with the same meter as is in the Hebrew. It'll blow you away. This is just awesome. Okay. The thing that I need to stress the most about this is that Psalm 90 is Act 1 of the play of history. And it's subdivided into sections, which are evocative of the play of history. So in the top window here, you're seeing a sort of outline of the psalm. And in the bottom window here, I'm going to show you the history that it's covering, so you know why these verses are worded the way they are. The wording of the verses in each paragraph. Verses 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17. These are all scripts by different actors. Like here, the first actor is God.
Then there's another actor that comes on stage testifying to the Adamic voting period, which I'm going to cover. Then the Noahic voting period testimony. And then Moses' own, he's writing autobiographically in 12 through 15. And then the upcoming prophetic testimony of the time when the temple is down and Jerusalem is not yet rebuilt. Okay, and I'm calling that the Purim voting period, for lack of a better word. Actually, Purim preceded it by about 10 years, but it's the aftermath of Purim. In other words, because Purim was successful, there was a voting period to vote to restore Jerusalem. So that's going to come up, here in this video. In the other video, I'm going to go through the corrected translation and why I made the corrections. Okay? So let's start right now. Okay, first of all, I got to say something that's really important. See this 84 here that I've highlighted? Paul plays to that. So Paul is very definitely picking up the plot from Psalm 90 in order to tell the lines, because he's also using Greek drama, to tell the lines of God's election in eternity past. And that's why he's picking on the 84, because the first 4 verses are God as the actor. Okay? This is a very clever technique, and it's followed throughout the Old Testament, and John follows it also in Revelation. So John is also talking back to the same structure in Psalm 90. All right? So this ends up being like the progenitor or the precedent-setting rhetorical style for Revelation, and before that for Ephesians 1, actually the whole book, and before that for Daniel, and before that for Isaiah, because they all play to the concepts, the words, the meanings, and the syllables. The syllables. That's your conclusive key in Psalm 90. So whatever denomination you are, this is going to be have a major impact. So that's why I'm disclosing it. I'm not saying that you should buy it, because I'm not a teacher. I am a reporter. I am just the waitress reading what's on the menu. And what you're going to have to do is use 1 John 1:9, obviously, or you're wasting your time. And then you're going to have to go to God and say, hi, God, how much of this brain out report is actually coming from you? And then, whatever is right in the report, he'll testify to, and whatever is wrong in the report, he'll testify to. And, you want to check with your pastor. I mean, you don't just take my word for it. I'm giving a report. My job is before God to be a witness. All right? Like every other human being that's a believer. Doesn't matter that I'm female for this job. But, the authority part has got to be from Scripture, which is what I'm going to show you, and it's got to be from God. Now, if a person's a male teacher, because the only ones who can be teachers are males, you get a special right to believe them without having to, test them. Actually, you're supposed to test them, but you don't have to test them as much. You just go to God and say, is this the teacher you want me to listen to? Okay, it's simplified, because they've got a special authority God gives them. But the reporter doesn't have that. You're supposed to vet what a reporter says. So I expect you to vet what I'm going to say, which is why I'm documenting it so much. That's why I spend so much time with these videos. I want to show you where it is and where it's coming from. And then you go to God or your pastor or whatever you do to vet the material, okay? So now we're going to start. John, Paul, the whole New Testament really plays to this part. Okay? Verses 1 through 4, God's eternity past vote as director. Ephesians 1 is very obviously God's vote. God's plan, how he chose us, la la la. Okay? All that stuff is very obvious in the text. All right? But what isn't so obvious is where that text is precedented right here. And we're going to go through that in a minute. I just want you to see the outline now. So God, verses 1 through 4 of Psalm 90, is God's eternity past vote as director and producer of the play of history. Okay? And you're going to see that that's what it means when we go through the text. Okay, the second paragraph of Psalm 90 is 70 syllables long. It's verses 5 through 8. And it is the Adamic voting period script testimony. And that's where we're going to start now so you can see how neatly this ties. Okay, first just note the location and that it's 70 syllables. That's really important. Now we're going to show you why it's 70 syllables. Down here in the bottom, this is the Excel worksheet, Juniors XLS. In the bottom, we have Adam, okay, on the left, okay, in row 14. And Adam supermatures 130 years after his fall, as a result of which Seth, in row 15, is born. The birth of the son signifies the supermaturity. It's an award. It's a birthday present, actually, to Adam. All right. Seth means appointed. That's a very pregnant word in Hebrew. It means appointed to carry on the name. In other words, appointed by God to be of God, to be God's special person. So Adam had supermatured and is awarded with Seth. Remember, Adam had other kids. Not all the kids are mentioned. Only the heroes are mentioned in Genesis 5. So Seth is appointed to carry the name. That means Seth supermatured also, really. But we're starting with Adam. Okay, so 130 years into the first 490-year period of history, Adam matured, okay, and therefore the 490 years could be granted. I hope you recognize that now from the prior parts of the 10 GGS videos, part 10 of the GGS videos, which have been, many. And I also did it in Yapping Most High, and I also did it in the Psalm 90 playlist. I also did it in the Isaiah 53 playlist, and I also did it in the How God Constructs Time playlist. If you haven't seen those videos, this is going to hit you from left field. Okay? But if you have seen those videos, this is old hat to you. 490 years, somebody's got to win that time period in order for time to go on in the human race to survive. The person who won it, not only him, but first, Adam, in the year 130, that's why Seth is born. Okay, but the second criterion for history to continue is that believers of the period must also vote. It's a kind of mass vote. The mass can just be one person, but believers have to vote to learn God. It's not that they're mature, they're voting to learn to be mature. They're voting to learn God. They want God. So if they want God, it takes time to learn God, so therefore God will grant time, and there's a 70-year time test. And that's where this 70 here is coming from. That's why Moses is using it, because the 70 represents the entire time grant period of, let's see if I can make it even bigger, of 1050 years. See, there's a whole, this is the whole context. 1050 is the whole unit. 490 plus 70, and then there's another 490 granted between here and here. All right, and so then this is the voting window for the unbelievers, as I showed you in the prior portions of Part 10 GGS, and the whole unit is 1050. And that is what Moses is talking about, but it's shorthand and easier to talk about it if all he references is the 70-year voting window. That's in row 20 of the worksheet here. You can download both of these things, by the way, in the video description. You can download what you're seeing in the top window and what you're seeing in the bottom window. So, you can follow along there. So this 7-year voting period, if Moses just uses the term 70, anybody reading it would understand he means the whole 1050. But he's stressing the role of believer voting. That's the whole point of the psalm, is that time will go on if you vote for God. See, it's really pretty obvious, all right? All right, so the Adamic voting period is the subject of verses 5 through 8. So now let's go and look at what that says so that you'll understand the significance of it. Here it is in the Hebrew, and I'm not going to, that's the Hebrew right there, okay? Hebrew only. So if you only want to look at the Hebrew, there it is. But here, I reproduce it. I really should cover verses 1 through 4 first. Here it's reproduced. Okay. So this is the testimony of the people in
the Adamic voting window down here between 490, first 490 and 560. But you know what? I really should start. I'm going to come back to this, but let's start with verse 1 so you understand where the play is starting. Okay? In front of you in the top window now is Psalm 90 translated with Hebrew meter. In other words, the English text is going to follow the exact Hebrew meter. The Hebrew meter is 12 syllables and 12 syllables in the first clause. That totals 24 syllables for that verse, and the aggregate total is 24 syllables. Next clause, and I changed this versus the Psalm 90 videos. In the next clause, it's divided into 14 syllables and 10 syllables, which again totals 24 for the verse, and the aggregate total is 48. Okay, so that you just get a sort of sense of how this is parsed out, so that it doesn't drive you crazy seeing all these different codes. All right, now let's just go through the translation. All right, I just want you to see this is God the director talking, or this is Moses talking about God as the director and producer of history. Okay, this is mapped exactly to the Hebrew syllables, so I'm just going to read it in English without bothering to explain. Okay, the prayer of Moses, the man of God, the Lord. Our dwelling you are for every generation. The word dwelling really means refuge. Rock of my salvation, refuge. Okay. The prayer of Moses, man of the God, the Lord. Our dwelling you are for every generation. Before the mountains were born, or you birthed land and occupants, from forever to forever, you, God. Verse 3. You turn man back into dust and say, return, sons of Adam. 1,000 years to your eyes are like yesterday, past, like a passing over the night watch. You see? The director and producer is God. Your refuge is in God. We're just occupying this land. Okay? We return back to dust. And because God says, return, shuvu. That's the Hebrew. Shuvu. Come on back. Sons of Adam, not sons of men. Sons of Adam. This word here is Adam. Okay? 1,000 years to your eyes are like yesterday, past. Like a passing over the night watch. Okay, passing over is where the word Hebrew comes from. When you think of the word Hebrew, you should think of the Passover people. Because that's really what it's coming from. It's the Ever means to pass, go past the river, go past the boundary, go over the boundary line. It has a negative connotation too. Okay, which we're going to see if you look at the translation, in how I do the translation. But I just want you to understand, this is wordplay. All these little yellow highlighted things are wordplay. Okay? And I cover that in the tandem video on this translation in the Psalm 90 playlist. Okay, so one more time, let's look at the director. The prayer of Moses, the man of the God, the Lord. Our dwelling you are for every generation. Before the mountains were born, or you birthed land and occupants, from forever to forever, you, God. You turn man back into dust and say, return, sons of Adam. 1,000 years to your eyes are like yesterday, past, like a passing over the night watch. Okay? So that's how it opens. That's the dramatic prologue that Moses set up in the first 4 verses. And there are 84 syllables, which Paul is going to stress in Ephesians 1 when we get there. Okay, so now we come to the testimony of the Adamic voting period. And happily, I can show them all on screen now. Yeah, there we go. This is the Adamic voting period that we saw down here. See, down in the lower center of the screen, row 20 of the worksheet, row G20, is the voting period.
And now we're going to find out what they were thinking during the voting period. Okay? Believers and unbelievers alike. You, meaning God, flood them. They will soon sleep. In the morning, like grass, they pass on. By morning he sprouts, but passes by evening. He's circumcised, dried up. The literal Hebrew word here is circumcised. Your translations will gloss that over, because translators are prudish. It's macholel. Okay? Molel. A molel is circumcision. It doesn't mean anything else in Hebrew. It's a very famous word in Hebrew. Okay? So, by morning he sprouts, but passes by evening. He's circumcised, dried up. In other words, when you cut the foreskin, what happens to it? It immediately shrivels up. And so, Moses is likening, and actually the voter during this period is likening life to a circumcised phallus. Okay? See, they knew about this before Abraham existed. Okay? Yeah. Verse 7. So we end life with your rage, in your hot wrath, consternated. Hebrew word here is bahal. Right here. And it means to be apoplectic, to be consternated. It isn't just dismayed, we were dismayed. No, it's how can you do this? I don't understand. That's consternated. That's bahal. Okay, that's what happened to Herod when the Magi came and said, oh, we saw this star. Yeah, Herod didn't see any star, so he was all apoplectic. Yeah, it's the same word, bahal. All right, translated in Greek as tarasso. And we get terrified from that. The word terrified comes from that. Okay, so we end life with your rage, in your hot wrath, consternated. So this is the testimony of this period. Final verse of the period. You set our twisting sins on display before you, our secrets alight in your presence. In other words, everything's hopeless except you got this rage problem you're concerned about. Secrets alight in your presence. Now, why does that mean so much down here? Because it was due to this period here being so negative that the flood is going to occur. Alright? The votes were not enough. And so the flood is going to occur. And it is announced through this guy Methuselah. Methuselah means flood occurs when he dies. Okay, so the announcement of the flood is occurring before the 1050 is up, but after the voting window. So the rage, the consternation, the upset is being expressed here. You don't live very long. In those days, 1,000 years, this is wordplay. I don't know how much I want to spend on this. Yechalef, it means 1,000. Yechaluf means pass on, like grass. Okay? Chaluf. Yechalef, 1,000. Chaluf. See, they sound alike. In other words, you're here today, gone tomorrow. Yelef. It's just 1,000. Doesn't mean anything. Because that was life expectancy then. That's why, Adam is living to like 930. Life expectancy means the outer limit. It doesn't mean everybody. It just means that's as far as you go. Okay? And everybody got, some people got real close. Shkanon. But nobody actually reaches the 1,000. That's just as far as you can go. 1,000. So that's why it's listed here. The left. Yellow. So see, even 1,000 years isn't anything. It's one person's lifetime. That's why that's so meaningful. Okay. But the nastiness is, you flood them in the morning. In other words, it's one lifetime. Like grass, they pass on. He sprouts and he passes by evening. 1,000 years doesn't mean anything.
I mean, it really doesn't when you stop to think about it. Even if you lived 1,000 years, it's over then. And after your 1,000, it's over. Okay? We end life with, in your hot wrath, consternated. You set our twisting sins on display before you. In other words, because the voting is negative by mankind, there's going to be a flood. And Methuselah is born, okay, in 626. He's Enoch's son, so he's born in 687. So you see, this voting period had finished and it wasn't good. Enoch, of course, is the poster boy evangelist for the period, telling everybody. Enoch means dedicated. All right, so he has a son that he names. Flood occurs when he dies, which means that Enoch was telling everybody the flood was coming. All right, and he was saying, "Hi, my son is going to be the guy who carries time, and when he dies, the flood happens." So everybody got 1,000 years advance notice. All right. So that's why verses 5 through 8 reads as it does. Okay, now there's more to it than that. Okay, these funky little yellow things tell you. See, pass on doesn't just mean to pass on, it means to pass over, and it really means to flood over, to overflow. Okay? And that's really important, because passing and overflowing, and the idea is that you flow on until you flow out, is really the idea. And that's a perfect description for a flood. All right, so that's what this is going on. And then we got twisting sins, which is awonotenu here. Okay, that's a type of sin where you take the truth and you twist it to suit what you want it to mean. Okay? And then our secrets, amenu. Amenu. Amen. Whatever. Okay? Secrets, we're hiding things. Okay, we're twisting and we're hiding. But they're on display to God. Lifnei. But this is even stronger. Paneka. In your face. Literally, that's what it means. Paneka, in your face. Alright? So that's the point, is that man, that's telling you what happened during this time, is that man was, just basically, how do you want to call it? Shaking his fist at God's face. In God's face. And so our boy Methuselah is born in the year 687. And from his birth onward, it was like, hi, what's going to happen? 1,000 years from now or less, he ended up living some 969 years. When he dies, that's the flood. Last call. All right? So that's the tie. That's telling you why the time was what it was. Okay? So that's verses 5 through 8 is the Adamic testimony. Okay, there's 8. See? And we were negative to God, so we end up, being judged. And we're all dried up. This word dried up, I should have explained it. This is used in Numbers 11:6 also. Okay? The word is yavesh. It means to be dried up with bitterness, to be dried up with anger at God, to be dried up with hatred of God, to be dried up with annoyance at God. The Numbers 11:6 people, what they say, we hate this manna, we hate this provision from God. We want the food that we liked in Egypt. Okay, it's that kind of dried up. It's dried up with anger and hatred and resentment and everything against God. All right? So you basically circumcised yourself against God. And that's why the flood occurs, is because people were so against God. All right? That's the testimony of this period. And so, see, look, and this is the key word here to tell you. You flood them. Saramtam, it's right here in Hebrew. Saramtam. You flood them. Literally, that's what it says. You flood them. See? You flood them. See? Flood is the result of the first Adamic voting period.
See, this is what happens. In 687, a couple hundred years later, this is the result. Okay, the flood. So that's the testimony of the 1050, see, because this is, sometimes I think God is so clever that people just don't understand. See, 1050, alright, is the whole period being referenced by Moses. Let's see if I can get this to show. 1050 is the whole period being referenced by Moses by means of the believer voting period, 70 syllables. He's talking about the whole period, and the whole period includes the announcement about the flood. Okay? So, there we go. Methuselah was named by his dad Enoch, which means Enoch was evangelizing people about the flood coming, so much so that he names his own kid. When he dies, it happens. That's literally what the Hebrew says. They don't even describe what it is. Okay? Yeah, they don't have to. Because you flood them. They were being told about the flood by Enoch and, anybody else who was mature with him. Okay? You flood them. Saramtam. Alright? And then you set our twisting sins. There are two Hebrew variations for how you spell it, but this is the word for you set. And that's what Seth means. Set. See, Seth means appointed. In English, it's pronounced set. Okay? And there are two different spellings of it. So see, that's a reference to Seth. See, this is the kind of wordplay that is used in the Bible that we don't know about as Christians. And so when we look at these passages, we just think they're nice verses you say in church, and we're completely clueless about what's really being said here. You flood them. Yeah, that's a reference to the flood. Pass on. Yeah, pass on due to the flooding of the waters. Okay? And that's why dried up is so evocative, because they're being flooded by their own arrogance, and therefore by justice, because they're dried up with anger and rage and all that stuff. And so we're in God's rage because we're enraged at Him, and that's the hot wrath being cooled off by the flood, okay? And that all happens because God appointed our sins. Isaiah's going to play on this in Isaiah 53:10. God has appointed our sins. Yeah, appointed means Seth, down here at the bottom, lower left-hand corner of the screen. Okay. God has appointed Seth to carry on the name that will result in Messiah, who will be appointed to carry our sins. You see that wordplay? Is that not cute or what? And to us, everything is secret. Oh, but nothing's secret to God. All right? So our secrets are a light. In other words, it's dark. We think it's all dark. Oh, no. It's all light in Him, and He's going to make light out of our darkness by setting Messiah from Seth, the appointed one, who is the son of Adam, who supermatured, who bought the time period in the 70 so we could have a testimony about the 150. You see all that wordplay? I hope it isn't too clever. I hope I didn't overwhelm you. If so, you're going to have to play this video over. I'm sorry. It's just really fast. It's just really clever. And it's just really God. In the next segment, we'll pick up for the next period of history. Okay, we're back now with episode 10E2. And we're going to cover the flood period vote that is referenced through Moses in Psalm 90 verses 9. If I can get this to work, 10 and 11. Before we do that, I need to go back again, slightly for review, but I'm going to also introduce the plot thickens. What I didn't exactly say in the last video, but I've said in other videos, is that this business about buying time, by the end of a 490, somebody has to supermature. As a result of somebody doing that, there is another 490 running underneath this absolute one that's absolute historical time. This is the year of Adam's fall, which I'm calling 0. This is the year 490. Because I'm calling it 0 because it's really the beginning of year 1. So you have always adjustments back and forth for beginning or ending of year. And this is the end of the year 490. Now, somebody has to mature during that time, but when they mature, that starts another 490. It's a personal 490 running underneath, beginning in the year that they win it. This is really important for understanding Psalm 90 and pretty much all the eschatology in Scripture, because these things are running underneath it and are the cause of it. And if you want to understand Daniel 9, this is the basis for it, which scholars don't know because they didn't plot the Bible's dates. So they're all kind of confused. But, even a brainout can do this, and so that's how come you can see this. Okay, Adam super matures. This is why you have the Genesis 5 roster. Adam super matures in the year 130 after his fall. As a result, he is awarded a son, and the name is very pregnant. It means appointed. It's not just appointed to take the place of Abel in this case, which is really Hevel. It means vanity, emptiness. Seth means appointed to carry on the line. To carry on the line to what? Messiah. Messiah was predicted by a different name, okay, in Genesis 3:22, when Adam believed. That was he was told, okay, you're going to be saved now. And he super matured as a result, but he does it in the year 130, okay? So now there's like an extension, kind of like an extension on your income taxes, all right? Adam's 491 is going to carry to 622. All right, now the difference between 130 and 622 is technically 492, but understand that one of these is very early in the year and the other one's very late in the year. So this must be early in the year and this must be late in the year for the total, because the totals are based on their ages. See, God reckons everything by birthdays. It's always solar years. It is never lunar years. The scholars and the Jews have it all screwed up when they use lunar years. God is always reckoning time by birthdays. See? That's what the Genesis 5 roster is about. How old were you? Okay, and then I plotted it to our BCAD. But let's just use the Bible's own reckoning. Bible uses years as birthdays from the fall. So when Adam was 130 years old, and he must have just turned 130 years old, Seth is born. When Jared is 622 years old, well, not 622 years old, but in the year 622, and when I say 130 years old, I mean 130 years after the fall, in the year 622 after Adam's fall, toward the end of that same year, Jared, okay, has a kid. All right? And he has that kid when he is 162 years old. It's really toward his 163rd birthday. All right? That's why the difference between this date and this date is 492 instead of 490. So notice the difference here. This is the absolute 490 of history. But this is the extended 490 in 622 after Adam as a result of Adam maturing in 130 after his fall. And just as with Adam, let me pull this up a little bit. Just as with Adam, you've got a son being born to commemorate the supermaturation, so too with Jared, Enoch is born, and that's Enoch's birth year is the 622. It's commemorated by the birth of a son. And that's why when Abraham has Isaac, that's when his covenant begins too. See, this is all precedented on what was going beforehand. All right? So that's why the Bible's telling us these dates, is it's showing how close we came to ending. Because here's the absolute historical period. All right? Here's the voting period for believers, which we just covered in the last video. Okay? That didn't go so well. And Jared is the poster boy who won the 490 just in time. Okay? That implies that Enosh, Kenan, and even Mahalalel might not have become super mature. I'm not 100% sure about that, but that's the implication, to stress this difference like this, that there's a 490-year difference. That's the implication, and I have to research it more to understand what happened with these guys here. But the point is that he did super mature, and as a result, he names his kid Dedicated, and it's dedicated to giving the message about the flood. And how do we know that? Because Jared means descent. It means going from a high to a low. And just like in English, that has a dual connotation, positive and negative. Countdown toward the birth of the Savior, because that they were all expecting that from Genesis 3:22. But it also means going down in quality. All right? It means that mankind was descending in quality. He was more negative. And of course we know that because that's what Enoch is doing, is he's announcing the flood, and we know for sure that's what he did because he names his own kid Methuselah. Metu means when he dies, Selah means it happens. And the it was the flood. They don't even have to say what it was because Enoch is the poster boy for the flood. He's the one announcing it, and he was so good God just took him. All right? So that's why back when we were in the last episode, I stressed this business about Seth. Okay? Because Seth is proof that the 490 was one. All right? The appointment got kept so that the appointment to Messiah can be kept. All right? And our sins are, a light and twisting sins are on display before you, which, we covered in the last episode. All right? So now we get into the Noahic voting period, so we're going to have to cover about how Noah, okay? So we got Jared giving birth to Enoch, who gives birth to Methuselah, who's Noah's grandfather. All right? Methuselah is born in 687 from Adam's fall. All right? Methuselah's son is Lamech, and of course, they're still carrying on the message about the flood. And meanwhile, okay, Lamech, of course, is born just before the first 1050 ends, and the voting window for the unbelievers didn't go very well. Okay? And Lamech means powerful, and that's got a dual connotation too. And you can even see that in Genesis 4. There's the negative Lamech, who's boasting about how, he's so good that that he produced his own 490. 70 times 7 I've been revenged. On a kid. He killed a kid, defending his father against Lamech. That was the other Lamech. This is the good Lamech. All right? So power is the whole theme of the time. And of course, if you look at the Greek myths, you already know that, because we're talking about the 3000s BC here. All right? That was the age of the rise of Greece and all that good stuff. I mean, you can just look that up anywhere you like. So in the first 1,000 years after Adam's fall, we're not talking about creation, we're talking about fall. Nobody knows how old creation is. I went through that in my Genesis videos. If you're not familiar with them, go through them. Starts with Genesis of the Dingbats, and the other videos that are associated with that are in the video description. Okay, so we're at the first 1,000 years after Adam's fall, and it ain't good. But we got Lamech born here. See, there he is. Okay, and this is the good Lamech. Okay, and powerful is the theme of the period, so he's named Power. He is the guy who fathers Noah. Noah means rest. Rest from what? The power grabs, the power struggles, the turf wars. Kind of like the denominations today. They couldn't care less about the Bible. They care about defending their denomination. Because if they cared about the Bible, they know this stuff, and we'd all know it too, no matter what our denomination was. Because this doesn't matter what denomination it is. Okay? So they were having their little power wars, and their little petty things that they were going on, and I'm more powerful than you, and my kingdom is more powerful than your kingdom, and my denomination is better than your denomination, and all that garbage. See, man's sin nature is displayed by his seeking of power, politics, okay, trying to win over somebody to your faction. That's true sin. All other sin comes from it, okay? And that's why powerful is used, and that's why, oh golly, can we please have a rest from all this denominational garbage from all this politics, all these dirty politics, like the pro-lifers. Okay, they don't care about God, they care about politics. Okay? And that's the whole point here, is that was exactly what was going on. Well, rest is born in 1056 from Adam. That's what Noah means. Noah. Because Lamech knows that the flood's going to happen. Why? Because God was telling them since Methuselah. See? His dad. His own dad is the poster boy for the flood. So he knows that his son is going to be the guy to deliver mankind from the flood. By means of being rescued. Alright, well, Noah is born 6 years. This is really important. Noah is born 6 years after the 1050 closes. So, Lamech was kind of slow to mature. Alright, he was 182 when Noah was born. Alright, and so Noah is born in 1056, which is 6 years after this voting window closes. Now, as a result of the bad votes, okay, here, not enough believers voted to learn God. There were a lot of believers, I'm sure. Can't prove it, but it makes sense. And then these were the unbelievers where they wanted to become believers. Their votes weren't that good. As a result of that, there's another 500 years that goes on, a little over, and God says, you know what? This is Genesis 6 now. You know what? Sorry. We're going to do a flood. Just like we promised through Enoch under Methuselah. Okay? So, there's a lot of extra time being given. And why? Because Jared won a 490, Enoch won a 490, Methuselah won a 490 twice. And that's how come there could be a Lamech. That's how come there could be an announcement of the flood here. And, of course, that's occurring when Noah is 1536 minus 1056. Noah's 480 years old at that time. That's very important. 480 years old at that time when God makes that announcement. Now, Noah is given the order, along with his, parents, Lamech and Methuselah, to build a boat. Methuselah knows he's going to die before it gets built, but it's part of the evangelism. Here, I'm going to have you build this Liberty class, Liberty class size ship, alright, in the middle of nowhere, saying it's going to come a flood, and it's going to be 120 years. Now, it doesn't take 120 years to build a boat. The boat was built of cypress wood. That's called gopher wood. It doesn't take 120 years to grow the cypress wood and cut it and make a boat. It takes a long time, but it doesn't take that long. So, they weren't just always building the boat. They weren't in a hurry. Alright? And so during this time, everybody was like, what the? And it's like, hi, we told you, flood. So now we're building the boat for the flood. And it's, they're the laughing stocks of the world. People would have traveled all over the world just to see these jerks slowly building the trees, planting the cypress trees, waiting until they grew, talking all the time about a flood. Then when the trees grew, they cut them down and they cured them and blah, 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 blah. 120 years is a short time, but it's a long time too. And it's like, oh yeah, flood, ha, yeah, right. Okay? So God makes this announcement. Of course, he's making it through them. 500 years, approximately 500 years after the voting window closes. When Noah is 480 years old. That's very important because the temple is going to be built 480 years after the Exodus. And God makes a big stink about that in 1 Kings 6:1. So he is measuring time from a thing to a thing. That's how they did it in the ancient world. Alright? So that's how you have to understand how these dates actually work instead of using our calendars. If you use our calendars, you'll never get it right. Ever. Okay? So Noah, when he's 480 years old, God makes this announcement. Now Noah doesn't get his contract via getting his son until he's 500 years old. So the first 20 years after this announcement, Noah's busy building the boat with his dad and his grandfather and whoever else was still alive during that time. You know, the listing of, you know, who's alive is right in here. But, you know, you notice that most of them are dying. Okay, like Jared died in 1422, and everybody else died before that. Alright? So, it's basically Methuselah, I mean the heroes anyway, the Methuselah, because he doesn't die until 1656 when the flood actually happens. Lamech dies in 1651, and of course Noah dies well after the flood. So, you know, these guys are the evangelists of the period. So that's why this becomes relevant. Now, there's one other thing that's relevant about this. See that year, 1556? That's when Shem is born. See? 1556. Noah at that point is 500 years old. He gets his covenant. Okay, now notice the other important thing. That's the believer voting window. This is the second believer voting window in history. It's occurring in 1540 from Adam. It ends in 1610 from Adam. So Noah is voting during the believer voting window. So when you read this up here, if I can get this to work, this is what was going on during the time Noah is voting. Okay? It's just God announces it, and 4 years later begins the believer voting window. This sets the precedent for us today. This particular 120 years, we're actually in a similar period now historically. It's scheduled to run the last 120 years of 490, okay, which we're in. Our 490 is going to end in 2130, and it ends similar to this one. Okay, we have a voting window too that's coming up between 2080 and 2130. This particular period of voting that is depicted at this point by Noah is getting the word out. It's a very special dual thing, this announcement. Get the word out, because he's getting the word out about the flood. Hi, it's the last 120 years before there's going to be a massive destruction. And in history, you can actually plot this occurring. And I go through that in my mirrornow.htm. It's about getting the word out. Alright, so for believers and unbelievers alike, this is an issue about however the Bible is revealed at that point. It becomes front and center. It becomes the target of everything. Okay? And that's kind of why we're having, you know, life is going on the way it is. Why the fight over the Bible is so tough now, and why the Islam rose and all that stuff. I cover that in other parts of my web pages. But I just want you to understand this is the first time, and this is the precedent-setting event. That's why God keeps talking about the flood in the Bible. He keeps referring back to it, because it's a cleaning house period and it's not pretty. Okay? So Noah is voting during the first 70 years of the believer voting window, and he matures. So he wins a 490 for that voting period, represented by Shem, his son. Shem, not the other two. It looks like he had triplets. And it's Shem who ended up being the one to, you know, mature and believe and all that good stuff. So while Noah's 3 sons came with him, obviously in the boat, Shem is the guy through whom Messiah will be traced. Okay? So, that is what this text up here for 99 through 11 is about. So now let's go through it. It should be pretty pregnant when you look at what it means after you've had this introduction. Okay? 90 verse 9. For all our days turn in your furies what? Overflow. This is what evrateka means. This is evrateka. The word Hebrew comes from the same root as evra, which is anger. Our fury is a better word for it. It's the overflow. Okay? See, turn is panu. I should have covered that first. And in Hebrew, it's often used for turning away from God, turning to your own way. And that's in Isaiah 53:6. Isaiah is going to be talking back to this in that verse. Okay? And then, as a result of turning to your own way, you get God's anger. Bevrateka. But understand, like I had said before, there's a dual entendre here because the ka ending can be a suffix of object also. Alright? It's generally speaking of the subject, but it can also be an object, especially when you've got a verbal noun. And so God's anger is reflected due to our anger. Okay? So we're turning our own way, we're angry at God, so God plays angry. Alright, the wrath of God is really the justice of God in action, and it's playing anthropopathically as fury, so we'll understand what the heck he's saying. Okay? So overflow. This is a term, okay, that's inherent in the meaning of evrateka. It's fury flowing out. Alright? So again, it's evocative of the upcoming flood. And then, we're turning away from you, and we're in your fury because we're mad at you. So we end our years with growling, moaning. Your English translations will usually say a sigh. Okay, this is hege. And it doesn't just mean sigh. It means, I just don't feel good. See, that sighing voice, but it's a moaning, and underneath is growling. Okay? So, the verse starts, for all our days turn away, in your fury's overflow. We end our years with growling, moaning. Growling and moaning is inherent in the meaning of Hebrew word hege. Okay? So now we come to verse 10. The days of our allotted years are 70, or maybe, if in great health, 80 years. Strutting, writhing, trouble, suddenly gone up, we fly. Now, in the tandem Psalm 90 videos, in the 19, 20, and 21, I cover the translation here, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, because I'm trying to show you just the historical tie. But it does matter to show the historical tie. Okay, 70. 70 is a result, the life expectancy as a result of the flood. It goes down, and you'll see that in the Genesis 11 roster. So this is the knowledge that the life expectancy is going to go down. And then that's the Hebrew word 70 right there. Okay? Strutting, most English Bibles will translate that like pride or proud. It's Rahab, and think of Rahab the harlot. Harlot struts. Strut your stuff. Okay, that's all me, the heart of arrogance. Arrogance is, it's all about the me, and true humility is, it's all about the he. Okay, when God matters more to you in your own life, you forget about yourself. You don't care. You don't spend your time saying, I don't matter. No, that means you're focusing on yourself. You're just too busy focusing on, you don't even think about yourself. So one thing you're not doing is strutting. And the people here, growling and moaning, are strutting. I can take it. It's okay. Or, I can take it. It's okay. I can do this. I can do that. Blah, 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 blah. That's all strutting language. That's people strutting. Either trying to get your sympathy or strutting because they want to be big macho man. That was the character of the time. So that's why Moses is talking about it this way. Strutting. Rachav. Rachavim. Rachavam. Okay, and then amal. This is really good. Writhing. This means writhing in pregnancy labor. It's not just labor. It's a specific kind of labor. It's talking about birthing. See, because when you're strutting, you're trying to birth something. Okay, and all you birth is more labor pains. Okay, so that's amal. And then trouble. Awain. Awain comes from awon. And we had seen that appear in the pre-flood period, where it first started being announced, awonotenu, twisting sins. I covered that in the last video. So it's sound play. Awon means twisting sin, gives birth to, see, that's the mal, birthing, writhing, and labor pains. Awon, twisting sin, gives birth to awain, trouble. Okay? It's really clever. Alright, and that's what people are doing here. I mean, you know, you can look this up on the internet. What was time like in the 3rd century BC? Horrible. Absolutely horrible. People were so full of themselves, you know. Oh, we're the smartest nation on the planet, and everybody's attacking everybody else. And that was the time of the demons were active and playing themselves as little gods, and so making everybody fight with each other. Yeah, strutting, writhing, and trouble. That's what the time was like. And then suddenly, this is really important. Hebrew word is hish, comes from Hebrew verb hush. It's an adverb, but that the source of the word is from hush, and it means suddenly. It does not mean quickly, and it does not mean soon. Just like in Greek, tachas and tachul in the New Testament are mistranslated soon or quickly. You know, like when the Lord says, "I come quickly," that's not what it says. It means I come suddenly. Suddenly, without warning, just surprise. It's actually a military term for surprise attack. Okay? And hish is the Hebrew equivalent of it. The most common form of that in the verb form is achishna. The Lord makes haste. See, Israel would leave in haste at the Exodus. So the church will leave in haste. It's a rapture precedenting word. Suddenly. Suddenly. Okay, here it's used in the context of, well, suddenly you're gone. Suddenly you're dead. You know, you might have been sick for years, but the actual death just takes a half second. Okay, suddenly gone, up we fly. Okay, and this is for fly. And again, I went through this whole translation in the Psalm 90 video playlist in episode 19 through 21. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on it here. Okay, but see how it explains the flood. Overflow, yeah, because we're overflowing with our strutting and our trying to birth things that only give us trouble. Okay, and suddenly, a flood is sudden. Up we fly, yeah, we're flying off the earth. We're flying off the earth because, why? Because the water's hitting you and it knocks you flat. It knocks you up. Okay? Now, then we come to the last part of this a testimony for Noah's voting period. Remember, we're talking about this period between 1540 and 1610 from Adam, when Noah supermatures and wins his covenant. So we're closing it out with the very pregnant, "Who knows your rage's power? From respect your fury comes." This is a rhetorical question in the Hebrew. It's usually misunderstood by the translators. Okay? Mi yada oz, that means who knows the power of, and apeka, your rage, your anger. It's usually translated anger, and anger is okay, but rage is better. Okay, this is a rhetorical question. In other words, the people who are going to know God's anger are the people who are voting negative and going to be in the flood. Okay, the flood occurs in 1656, 100 years after Noah supermatures. Those are the people who are going to know God's anger. This is a rhetorical question. And, therefore, the next clause that scholars also don't understand, well, they sort of understand it, is explaining the answer. Why does God get angry, as it were? Because He respects His righteousness, okay? So you're going to know His anger's power because you're not respecting Him, and therefore you get His fury. And the scholars kind of know that. They're trying to translate this like, you know, your anger is as great as the respect due you. Okay, that's again, like I was trying to say, this is Evrateka again. This is your fury. See, I translated with fury's overflow here. It's the same word in Hebrew. Evrateka. Evrateka. Okay? The ka ending is either God is the subject or God is the object. Okay, here, God is the subject because it's His fury. He respects, this is the word for respect, okay? He respects, it's really from Yare. Yare means to be afraid, but it's afraid like in awe. Okay, God isn't afraid, so we're talking about respect here, maximum respect. God's respect for his own righteousness, when that righteousness is violated, gives rise to his fury. Okay? And, the scholars, the people understand that when, the doctrine, but the translation makes it a little kind of confusing. So it's God's own respect, ka ending, for God's own righteousness, which gives rise to God's own rage, so to speak. It's really an anthropopathism. And the people who know God's rage's power are those who are raging at him. That's the dual entendre here. And see why that's so pregnant for the flood? Okay, here's Noah obeying God during the voting period. Everybody else is busy shaking his fist. So who's going to know God's rage? Those who are shaking their fist. Because God respects his righteousness, and the fury is the judgment due those who don't. So that closes the paragraph on the Noahic voting period, and you can see now how these words in these verses tie to the period when Noah is voting, as a result of which will come the flood, and only Noah and his family will be saved. Now you know why. Okay, now we're in E4, and we're covering now Moses' own voting period. And again, before we get there, I want to sort of review where we've gone. Adam becomes super mature in 130 after his fall, evidenced by Seth being born. That created an extension of what would have normally been the 490 deadline to 622. And it's really important to notice that, because Jared makes it in 622, which means these other people didn't. Or something went wrong. I'm not sure quite what, but it was real important for Jared to make it, because the Bible's making a point about him making it. So Jared is now carrying the time baton. Underneath the absolute 490, Jared is now carrying the time baton for another 490 years. He has Enoch, who's also super positive, so super positive that he doesn't even physically die. And Enoch has Methuselah, which is talking about the flood. His very name is an advertisement of the flood, in 687 from Adam. So Enoch obviously had a 490. There is another award that I haven't talked about very much, called a 1000 award. It's even a greater super maturity someone has to win in order to win 1,000 years. And this is really important. Just like the 490 has to be carried by somebody, and when they win, the year they win begins a personal underlying count. So we got from 130 to 622 here. The same thing is true for a 1,000. So in the year 687 from Adam, okay, obviously 300 years before the 1,000 here ends, Enoch won it, and we know he won it because he was so good God took it. All right? And that is evidenced by his son Methuselah, because if Enoch didn't win it, Methuselah couldn't have gone on living. Methuselah goes on living almost 1,000 years. So we know Enoch won the 1,000 years. All right? Therefore, the fact that there were bad votes here, evidenced by the fact that the distance between Jared and Adam is 490 years, early and late in year. The votes didn't go real well. Believers weren't really voting to know God. They believed, they got saved, but they didn't really care about knowing God. Okay, so Jared did. So Jared's carrying the time baton, and just like Jared's carrying the time baton for the 490, Enoch himself is super mature enough that he gets his own 490. But he also gets the 1,000. So now time can be financed to run for 1,000 years after his grant. So notice how that runs to 1687. 1687. The flood will occur about 30 years prior. Okay?
So time is being financed on two tracks. And it's running in historical terms, but the promise of it is running underneath based on the births of these kids. It's going to be really important when we get to Israel. All right? So try to get this now. 687 plus 1,000 is 1687 from Adam. That time has been financed. Somebody won the 1,000 during the 1,000. And the year he wins it finances time for another 1,000 years after, based on the year he got his award. There's a whole basis for the timing of Messiah. Okay, so try to understand it first. All right, so the 1,000 closes, and this is the unbeliever voting period. All right, with Enoch carrying time, Methuselah his son being therefore guaranteed time, or Methuselah himself winning it, I'm not sure which, until the flood happens, which is 1,000 years later approximately, because, Enoch was talking about the flood obviously before that, or he wouldn't have named his kid. When he dies, it happens. That's a promise from God at the birth. Okay, so Enoch knew how to name his kid from God. So therefore Enoch was telling everybody, warning, 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 so much so he names his kid. All right, so Methuselah goes on living and has his own kid, who's Lamech, just before the voting period ends in 874. Okay, so we had this voting period of believers, and it didn't go well, because Jared is getting his award just when the 490 runs out. Okay, and this voting window didn't go too well either. And we know that because of the announcement of Methuselah, and that is occurring in 687. All right, so now we have this voting window for unbelievers to learn God or not. They obviously chose not to. Therefore, we got Lamech, the son of Methuselah. He has a son named Noah, meaning rest. 1056, 6 years after this closes. So Lamech was about 6 years late in super maturing. I should have colored him in blue. All right. Noah, therefore, is going to be the poster boy to carry time. Noah super matures in 1556, and just like we had with Adam, we got a covenant with Noah. So we know Noah wins the 1,000 and the 490, because God makes a special covenant with him, and he's the only guy, him and his family are the only ones who survived the flood. So it had to be a covenant for both with Noah, or time couldn't continue. All right. So that is this is when Enoch wins his 1,000, and about 100 years before that's up, 130 years before that's up to be precise, Noah gets his supermaturation award. He's 500 years old at that time. Shem is born to commemorate it. Shem and his two brothers. Okay? And that's how time gets carried. Now notice, this is the end of the first 1,000. It is covered, as it were, by Enoch, whose 1,000 time grant runs about 130 years beyond Noah's. But Noah gets his in time. So there's a new person to carry the 1,000 baton and a new person to carry the 490 baton, and that person is Noah, who votes during the absolute believer voting window between 1540 and 1610. So, just in time. Okay, 130 years is kind of cutting it close. All right? So now Noah is carrying time. All right? That's going to bring us, because there's a big distance between Abraham and Moses, and I'm going to have to cover that distance now. That's a believer voting window for the new, see, we're now in the second 1,000. Here's the first voting window, 490 and 560 years later. 490 years, 560 years. Noah votes. He wins a 490 and he wins a 1,000. Okay, Shem is evidence of that. Then there's the flood. When for Noah's 600th birthday, the flood begins. Okay, now I'm going to have to count, because I have to get to Moses first. All right, notice when this is happening. This is Abram.
This is the end of the second. This is the end of the second 2000, the second 1000, right here. There's the voting window for unbelievers. Okay? This is a deadline for somebody else to win the 1000 award. Okay? First it was Enoch, then it was Noah. Noah wins it for this period in absolute terms of 2000. Okay? I'm sorry this is a little complicated, but God's justice is complicated sometimes. Okay, so Noah won the 1000. Noah also won the 490. Now pay real close attention to this. He wins it in 1556 from Adam. 490 years after 1556 is 2046. And that 2046 is occurring just before the second 2000 in absolute terms with the voting window runs out. See, because it's 1050. Okay, we got a 1000, and we got the voting window, and the total period is 1050. So again, here's what would normally be 2000, but that's only 1,000 years after 1050. So the unbeliever voting window is now here. That ends 2100. This is where the Jews are getting their age of desolation. Only they call it 2000. That's shorthand. It's really 2100 years. And the unbelievers are supposed to vote here. This is after the flood now. Now notice very carefully again, 1556 to 2046, which is Abram's voting period, is 490 years. So there had to be somebody 490 years after Noah to win the supermaturation award. And in the very year that Noah's supermaturation award is going to run out, for the 490, Abram wins it. Okay? But Abram wins it during, just before the end of the second 2000. This is really critical to the whole story of the accounting. Abraham is winning it 54 years before the civilization 2000 ends. See, this is 1,000 years after 1050. So he's winning it early. Okay? And because he's winning it early, God's going to make time adjustments for the Jews based on when Abram wins it. It's a big conundrum in theology about, oh, well, how come, the temple continued 40 years after Christ died? Because they're trying, they don't know these doctrines about time. Because they never plotted it, I guess. They don't know how God is timing all this, which is all taken from, the Bible. I just plotted the Bible's dates. They don't know this, so they don't understand why the temple survived 40 more years after Christ died. They expected it to go down right away. Now, in Ephesians 1, Paul's going to track these things I'm talking about here right now. That's why I'm going through it. So Paul's going to talk back to this to show why the temple's going to go down in what we call 70 AD. Okay? Because he's tracking back to this time. It's analogous to the flood. It's analogous to the time that Abraham supermatured early, and God is balancing the time books. Because the Jews start right here in 2046 from Adam. Okay? Abram is born in 1946 from Adam, but he gets his covenant when he's 100 years old, is evidenced by Isaac in row 53. Row 48, Abram. Row 53, Isaac. Isaac is the son, signifying the covenant. Now, just like Noah, okay, up here, God makes a direct covenant with Abram. And the rules are very different. Okay? This is what's an important change. God had announced the voting period here. Noah voted. He's one guy voting. One guy. Here, Abram voted. He's one guy voting. But he's not voting during a voting period. That's why Moses doesn't talk about him. Okay, he's not voting during a voting period. He's voting just before the end of the 1000, and then the voting period would occur. Moses is only accounting by 70s. Noah voted during the 70-year voting period. So Moses is going to skip over Abraham. But he's not skipped over from the accounting. He's just skipped over from, this 70 voting period. Okay? And this is 90-12, which is Moses' own vote. So I'm explaining why Moses is skipping over Abram. Because Abram's vote didn't occur during a 70-year voting window like Noah's did. Okay? So, Abram becomes mature, super mature, wins a 1,000, and obviously wins the 490, or we'd all not be here, because there's only 490 years between these two dates. And then Abraham is he's renamed Abraham, and he's given to be the line of the Messiah. All the people are going to be blessed through him. Okay? That's slightly different from the Noahic covenant. And I'm not going to go through the differences in the covenants right now, because you can get that from pretty much any teacher you want. It's pretty standard theology. Okay, so Abram. Now, this is really important, his people are to be the carriers of time. His people. His descendants through Isaac. All right, and I don't know how familiar you are with the story of Abraham, but I suggest that you go look it up. Okay? And it's in Genesis 12, Genesis 15, Genesis 17. It's his people. All right? So the rules about granting time and who gets the covenant and who wins the 490 are now restricted. Okay? They're restricted to Abram's people. Now, the Lord and Paul and, a lot of the New Testament talks a lot about this. Who are the sons of Abraham? Okay? To be a son of Abraham, you got to do what Abraham did. Believe in the Lord. Genesis 15:6. So no matter who you are racially, if you did what Abram did, you're a son of Abraham. Especially during this time, because this was the covenant to Abraham. And obviously anybody who believed in the same God Abraham believed in went to live with Abraham. And became part of his family. That's one of the reasons he probably became so rich. He was really rich. He was so rich he was on a first-name basis with kings in the Levant. Okay, I mean, you can read about this yourself in Genesis 12 onward. Okay. So, Abram won the award here. And he wasn't a good guy. Just like Noah wasn't a good guy. These people who think that these Bible heroes were, holy and moral and all that, they weren't. I mean, Noah gets involved in sodomy just after the flood. My pastor spent a lot of time on that. They cover it up. Some of the English translations don't cover it up. But a lot of the English translations cover it up. Noah's sin. And one of my Bibles actually marks off the chapter where, he has that incident with his son Canaan. He gets drunk and he gets into it with his son. Okay? That's after the flood. That's after he has his covenant. So it isn't based on how moral you are. Obviously, if you care about God, you're going to try to be moral, but you're going to screw up. Okay? So all these people trying to tell you that you don't sin anymore after you're saved. Honey, your sins just begin when you're saved. Because you got the pressure. You can't believe how bad the pressure is once you start to get mature. Okay? So here's Abram, and he wasn't exactly a good guy either. Okay? He was busy lying about his wife so that he wouldn't get killed. Pretending that she was his sister. Because she was very pretty. And kings, wanted her. Okay? And, she's barren. And so she says, well, use my handmaid. So then he has sex with his, wife's servant. Why didn't he say no? If he believed in God so strongly, why didn't he say no? God had promised him a kid, but it was on God's timeline. So you see, these are normal human beings that make really big mistakes. But they believe in God, just like it says in Genesis 15:6. Abraham believed in God. That's the only thing that distinguished him. Just like it was with Noah. Okay? Believing is what saves you, and believing is what grows you, and there ain't nothing else. There were lots of moral people alive during this time. Lots of moral people drowned in the flood. Okay, so now we got Abram. He wins his 490. He wins a 1,000, and is closing the second 2,000 years at this point. Okay? So now, I'm sorry that the prologues are always so long, but, you know, it's just like when you sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Okay? There's a whole story behind the Star-Spangled Banner about the Revolutionary War. You can sing the words and not know what they mean. But there's a story behind it. Okay, well, there's a story behind these words in Psalm 90. And the Jews knew what that story was. It's too bad we Christians don't, but we're starting to learn it now. Okay? So here we go. Voting window. Second 2000 ending. Voting window for the unbelievers. Not particularly good, but no cause for a second flood. And now, the voting restrictions. Only Abraham's people. They are the only ones who can carry time. So if you believe in God the way Abram did, you would find out about Abram and you'd go to where he was. God would lead you there. Because he was the promised people. It goes to a promised people. And all the rest of the human race is carried because of these promised people, who we know in history as the Jews. Okay? Voting window for everybody else occurs. But because Abram wins it, that voting window can occur. And now we have Isaac. Isaac, of course, was born during this point. Isaac looks like he might have won the award. I'm not 100% sure. But the point is that he too, doesn't have kids right away until he's 60. And then he has his wife ends up bearing 2 kids, one of whom does not believe, and the other one whom does. And the word Jacob here is chiseler. It means he's a manipulator. See, he wasn't a nice guy either, but he believed. That's the stress in the Bible. These are the people who believed. Okay? They didn't have anything to recommend them except they believed in Christ, because he was then revealed. Alright? So, he's born in 2106. Alright? And then, of course, in 2160, he's going to have his own kid, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, the point is that Jacob ends up being born from Isaac. Alright, and this is where history starts tracking, because Jacob is carrying now, because remember, it's Abram's sons, but some sons don't believe, so then it doesn't go through them. That's the big point that Paul's making in Romans 9. Jacob was appointed from Isaac. Isaac was promised, Jacob was promised. And that's why God says to him, and God makes a covenant with him. Okay, right here, in 2166 from Adam. Okay, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Alright? So that is occurring 66 years after the second 2000 has ended. 66 years after the second 2000 has ended. Okay, now everybody's being carried by the 490 from Abraham. Alright, so this is happening well within 490 years of that point. And then we have Joseph, and this is another shift that occurs in the timeline. Joseph is born in 2160 from Adam. Okay? That's 6 years prior to Jacob getting his covenant with God renewed, personally renewed with God. So it goes from Abraham, then Isaac, then Jacob. Israel means Prince of God. Okay, Joseph super matures real early. He's only 17. But because he super matures, his brothers are jealous of him and they sell him into slavery. Okay? So he's sold into slavery at about 16, 17 years old. Okay? And at that point, he's super mature, and the 490 time grant shifts through him. Now, how do we know that? Because 490 years later is the Exodus. Okay? That's what the Bible's tracking. So all of his brothers, whether they believed in God or not, they didn't mature. And so it goes through Joseph. And he carries the baton at this point. Now he's getting it well in advance of. See, Abram's 490 is still running. It's going to run for, another 25, until about 2500. What is it? 2046 plus 490 till 2536. Okay. But somebody's got to get the 490 now, because 2536 is still short of when the Exodus is going to happen. So, this is when Joseph super matures, and he gets, you know, this, and you know that because God's talking to him all the time, with the dreams and all that good stuff. And, you know, you can download genius.xls, which is this worksheet, and see what all the stuff that happened. The lean years and the fat years are each taking place within a 40-year window. And I'll just let you, you know, look at that in your free time. I gotta skip fast now. Okay, so we're in the second 2000 of history. Okay, it's marked by Abraham having matured 54 years early. It's marked by Jacob going and coming, you know, back with his doubled family. Joseph super maturing in 2176 from Adam. Okay, and then you know the whole story about Joseph in Egypt and all that other good stuff. Jacob enters Egypt in 2236, 430 years later to the day, according to Exodus 12:40 through 41. That is when the Exodus will occur. Okay, Jacob's 130 years at that point. If you want to know, and I've already said this, but I'll say it again, I plotted the Bible verses that go with this worksheet in several places, but the quickest place to see them is in brainoutfac.htm. The fac is in caps, number 6A, and link will be in the sidebar in the video description, so that you can see where I'm getting this from. All right, and save you some time in looking it up in the Bible for yourself, because I list the verses. Okay, so we've started the 2000. This is the 2000 that's supposed to belong to the Jews. They call this the Age of Torah in today's Judaism. And it starts with, you know, Abram, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph. Then we got the enslavement in Egypt. That's when that's when they go there. The first 30 years they're free because Joseph is still vizier. And then after he dies, shortly after he dies, about, say, right here, it's under Amenemhet III, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, my 1985 hardback books. They've changed it since. Modern Egyptology is kind of screwball. It was better 20 years ago, so look at the older Egyptology books. They have more integrity than the modern Egyptology. So Amenemhet III was the ruler under whom Joseph retired and then died. And he's the guy who ended up becoming cruel and, through eminent domain kind of ploys, chiseled away at the land in Goshen and turned it into granary cities, and that's how the Jews became temple building slaves. They were never agricultural slaves. They were temple building slaves. Okay? That's why, and you can sort of see why God would use that, because they end up building the temple once they get into the land for themselves. Okay, so that is the second, 1000 plane until we get to the end of Abram's personal 490. Abram's personal 490 runs out in 2536, but Joseph had won his own 490 here, so he's still carrying time. All right? Moses is born, get this, 50 years after Abraham's personal 490 runs out. So that's why we know it's Joseph. Okay? Because Jacob's 490 wouldn't have lasted long enough either. Okay? So, Moses is born in 2586 from Adam. Alright, that's our 1520 BC. And now, look at this. Look real close. Let me see if I can. I wonder if I want to do this. Oops, that's not going to work. That's not good enough. We'll just go back. Here it is, the start of the second 1000. Okay? Now we're coming up to our first voting window of the second 1000. That's where we cut into Psalm 90. Because remember, this is 70 syllables. It's talking about a believer voting window. And here is Moses writing autobiographically of his own experience during the believer voting window that historically ran from 2590 after Adam until 2660 after Adam. Moses is 40 years old. He was supposed to be Pharaoh, but he leaves Egypt in order to learn God. See how propitious that is? Hebrews 11 records his vote. And so does Psalm 90, as we're going to see. Moses leaves Egypt. He leaves being Pharaoh behind. This business about, because they translate it badly, when he kills the taskmaster, okay, as a result of killing the taskmaster, the Jews turn against him, even though he was killing the taskmaster in order to defend the Jews, okay? And at that point, he realizes being Pharaoh is not, he was the heir apparent and all that stuff under Hatshepsut. She dies the meanwhile. And he realizes, what, this isn't how it ought to go. So he abdicates in favor of what history knows as Thutmose III, but there are two of them. Okay, there's Thutmose III under Hatshepsut, which is Moses, and then there's Thutmose III after Hatshepsut, which is the concubine's son. And that's why, Egyptologists see this sort of, they call it a sort of schizoid approach to Thutmose III, alternately hating and loving Hatshepsut. This was the real Thutmose III, Moses, during her years. After she died, the concubine's son, who's naturally going to be hostile, comes to power because Moses abdicates, which is what Hebrews 11 tells you. He abdicated. All right? And that's his vote here. He's voting to abdicate so that he can go into the wilderness instead and learn God. He wasn't afraid of what the king would do to him. If somebody would just bother to read the account where he leaves, God tells him to go. He's not afraid of getting caught. God tells him to go. And of course it's mistranslated to make it look like Moses was afraid. But anyway. So now we come to his vote. So okay, here we are. This is the voting period between 490 to 560. This is Moses' own voting period. Sorry it's taking so long. But fortunately the text is going to be kind of easy to go through. So here we are looking at Moses writing autobiographically about his own vote during the voting window from 2590 from Adam to 2660 from Adam. And this is the central passage around which all the Bible will focus, because Moses' prayer here is totally about this business about voting and the 490. And Paul is going to play back to it specifically by referencing the actual aggregate syllable count here and here. I almost fell over when I saw Paul do that. And when I get back to Paul, you're going to see how he does it. So now let's go quickly through the translation. It's pretty straightforward, even in your English Bibles, but there's certain words that I need to explain because they're very pregnant words in the Bible, and especially in Hebrew. Okay. I've translated this clause, and it's close to what you'll have in your Bible. Cause us to rightly count our days, our hearts to get wisdom. Again, I'm matching the meter. This here, limnot, means to count. Okay? Yamnu, our days. This word here, ken, means rightly. Rightly. It's talking about how well you count. This is the problem Israel has today. She has lost her ability to count time. I covered that in part 10 of Yapping Most High. Her calendar is completely screwed up. She doesn't have the year right. She doesn't have the days right. Nothing. Okay, she's at least a week off, and that's because she's using lunar years, and God never uses lunar years in the Bible ever. He's always going by birthdays. So when she comes up with her own birthday, it's never right. Passover is supposed to celebrate Israel's own birthday, and it's never right. Well, if it's right by accident in some years. Because she's using lunar, she hits it like once every 7 years, once every 8 years, she might get it right. Okay? Cause us to rightly count our days. This is Moses' prayer during the voting period because he knows he's voting. He knows how important this period is in history because he is rightly counting his days. Okay? Choda means cause to know. Right here. Choda. So it's limnot, yamnu, ken, rightly, choda. So in English you sort of read it backwards. Cause us to know, to count, rightly, our days. That's his prayer. Because Israel doesn't know what time it is. And he knows she's not going to know. Just like she doesn't know today. Messiah's come and left the building and she doesn't know that because she can't count the time. Alright? Israel's job is to count time. That's why Israel was called out. And he knows that. Cause us to rightly count our days. Why? Because his parents knew that. Because he's coming from a line, from Adam. They were always aware of this time grant system. So they were always counting their days. They knew about the deadlines for the world to continue. Theirs was the line on which it depended. It came down to Abram. Okay? Abram won the covenant to continue time. In the very year it was due to run out. So he taught his kids, they taught their kids. And, obviously, not all the kids listened. But Moses listened, and he's voting. Even to leave Egypt. Okay? And he's busy voting in the wilderness during these 70 years. Okay? This is what he's saying. Cause us to rightly count our days, our hearts to get wisdom. The word forget here really means to enter. La, na, vo, la navi. And it's a play on prophet. I cover that in the tandem videos in 19 through 21 PS90 playlist. And, I'll leave you to watch those videos if you want. But it's a play on prophet. In other words, if you get the word of God in you, you will be able to rightly count. You will be caused, choda, you will be caused to know. And then you will get wisdom. And the word for wisdom is a very famous word in Judaism, chakma. They might say chokma, because Jews mix up the A's and the O's. Okay? Chakma. I put a little English on the H, so it sounds like a KH. Chakma. Okay? I'm translating that get. NIV translated with gain. Some more silly translations say, that we may present to you a heart of wisdom, as if you could earn your own wisdom. Yeah, right. Okay? Hakma is only something God can produce. And yes, it does mean wisdom. Greek translation is Sophia, or Sunesis usually. So this is Moses' prayer. Cause us to know what time it is. Okay? And that ends at syllable 238. That will be very important. Notice how it's 14. Because it's talking about perfect. It's talking about God. Okay, it's 14 syllables for that reason. Okay. But Moses knows we're not going to do that. Okay? That ends at syllable 252 in Psalm 90, which Paul tracks. Do return, O Lord. How long? Bring comfort to your servants. Okay, return. Most important word in Judaism. And it's pronounced Shuva. Shuva. Shuva Yehovah. This sacred tetragrammaton usually spelled as Yehovah in the Bible, not Yehovah. Ad matai. How long? Okay. Must we wait is, I put that in there so you'll know what the sense is. But, even in English we have that. How long? How long? We don't finish the sentence because we're in a hurry. How long? Ad matai. And then this word here, bring comfort to your servants, is a direct reference to the flood. Nachem. In Genesis 6, it says that it repented the Lord that he had made man. That's in the King James. Okay. It means that he's saying that the making man turned out to be a bad thing. As if he didn't know. It's anthropopathic. Okay. But it also means to bring comfort, to have compassion. So the Lord had compassion on what he made of man. So that's why he announces the deadline that we saw back in 1536. Okay? See? That's Genesis 6. That's the last place Nechem is used. Okay, so Moses is talking back to the flood here, and so will all the other Bible writers. Nachem. It's usually translated repent, but it doesn't just mean that. It means to have compassion, to bring comfort. And so that's what Moses is praying for right here during the voting period, which is the first 490 and the second 2,000 years. Okay? Bring comfort to your servants. Okay? Nachem. Well, cha, na, chem. Chanehem. Okay? Bring comfort. And it's servants, plural. Okay? So then, it goes on. We're still covering what Moses is saying during this period. Okay? Fill us. Fill us by morning. This is shabenu, and it really means to fill your tummy. Fill your tummy with food with the result that you're satisfied. And you'll see English Bibles translate that as satisfy us. And that's a good translation. I just didn't have enough syllables. Okay? And Isaiah's going to be playing back to that in Isaiah 53:11. He will see, will be satisfied. It's the same word. Isaiah's going to be talking back to this, because how do you fill your servants? How do you bring comfort? By bringing the Messiah. And the Messiah is on the cross, and he himself is satisfied, because as he's paying for sins, he sees the result. That's why Isaiah is so elliptical in Isaiah 53:11. Yireh, Yizbah is how it's worded in Hebrew. He will see, be satisfied, is really what it says. And, English Bibles fill in other words that aren't there to make it sound majestic, I guess. I really wish they wouldn't do that. Okay, may we shout in triumph. You might have something in your English Bibles like rejoice. No. This is a victory shout. Naranina. Okay? Roni is the actual verb. Okay, Roni. It's used in Isaiah 54:1. It means to shout in triumph as a result of winning a war victory. Okay. Ne, ra, ne, na. Okay. It's used in the song Havana Gila too. It means to shout in triumph as a result of winning some major war victory. Okay, so it isn't rejoice, like bringing in the sheaves. It's not like that. It's, oh boy, like after a NASCAR race or after a football game, where everybody jumps up and down and throws champagne or beer. That's what it means. Okay. And then be glad, that's also too tame, but I didn't have enough syllables. Nishmacha, that's also in the Havana Gila song. Okay. Niranina nishmacha. Okay? And that, there's nothing wimpy about these words. Be glad. It's like you're jumping up and down. You just won a major victory. You worked hard for it. And it didn't look like it was going to happen. And so you're jumping up and down and throwing things and all kinds of stuff like that. There's nothing churchy about it at all. Okay? It's war whooping. Okay? So, going back, we'll read the translation so far. Cause us to rightly count our days, our hearts to get wisdom. Do return, O Lord. See, he's voting in the voting period. Return to us. He knows that the time is almost up, because he knows how to count his days. He knows that the 490 years is going to be up from Joseph. 6 years after the voting period ends. So how long? How long? He knows how long. That's why he's saying it. How long? To return. It's time to come. Come on. Time for us to get out. Bring comfort to your servants. Now, at this time, did Moses know that God was going to use him to lead out? I don't know. Because when God starts talking to him, he sure seems reticent to do it. Okay? Then, fill us by morning with your gracing love. Gracing love. This is chesed. Chesed right here. Chasedeka is the actual Hebrew word in the passage. Gracing love is too wimpy a word, but I don't know how to translate it better. Okay, they usually translate loving kindness. It's a fierce love. It's a possessive love. It's the love that David is talking about at the end of Psalm 23. Pursuing me with love. Okay, it's that kind of aggressive love. And I I could say aggressive love, but gracing love, I've only got 3 syllables. Okay? So if you can get a better translation, tell me what it is and I'll put it in here. Okay? Fill us in the morning with your gracing love. May we shout in triumph and be glad, even all our days. Okay? It's Psalm 90:14. Okay, and then we come to the most important verse in a way in the Bible. This is where Isaiah and Paul and everybody gets their meter. And of course, Moses is using the very same meter because he's talking autobiographically. English translation goes, "Gladden us for the days you burdened us. For the same years we've seen evil." Now, that means that he's asking God to equate the number of bad days and the number of good days. So, look at this. Let me pull this up. Okay. You got, here it is, the second 2100. The second 2100. So Adam through and until Abraham is 2100 years. Abraham is actually 54 years early. So to balance time, to give the same number of days to the Jews as to the Gentiles, there is supposed to be 2100 years going on in history for the Jews. And that 2100 years ends right here. 2100 and 2100 is 4200. This was when the millennium was supposed to occur. I'm going to be talking more about that, but I just preview upcoming attractions. When Moses is saying, "Gladden us for the days that you burdened us," he knows doggone well that time is supposed to end here. Everybody knew that. It was 2100 years for the Goyim, and now it's supposed to be 2100 years for the sons of Abraham. And at the end of that time, Messiah is supposed to come. Now, there was no Israel as a nation yet, but it was promised. It was promised after 400 years of slavery, and Moses is able to count his days, so he knows that the 400 years is almost up. Moses knows. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Moses knows that, whoops. Yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. Moses knows that the time is almost up. And because he knows, that's why he's praying. Daniel will be doing the same thing. Okay? Moses knows that the 400 years is almost up. Moses knows that Joseph's time grant is almost up. That's why he's talking. That's why he's saying this. Hi, he's reminding God of his own contract of the 2100 years. And he knows that he's into it. You know, that we're already into it, okay? Hello, it's time for the people to be delivered. The 400 years is almost up. Okay, so gladden us now. For the same years we've seen evil. Now what's really clever about this, that's why I had to list it 2 ways in the Hebrew, is that the way I think Moses actually did it is he's using 2 words, each clause of 6 syllables each. 666. But remember, 6 is the number of man. Okay? And he's troubling it for Trinity. Okay? Because Trinity, you know, there's no point in being a man if you don't have Trinity taking care of you and running you and being with them and all that. Okay? So this is why I think he's doing it that way. And I cover the translation and why I did the translation this way in the Psalm 90 playlist between around 21 PS 90. Okay, so this is a prayer for an equating of days, which is based on God's own rule for time, beginning for the time for the Jews, and all time was supposed to end at 4200. And of course Christ comes here, and 4200 is here. So God met his promise. Okay? God met his promise. And he met his promise just as Moses prayed it. Of course, God created the 490 plus 70 plus equating 490 time unit of 1050 before Moses even prayed this. And of course, that's why Moses is praying it, because he knows about God's rules for time, because he can rightly count his days. See all that wordplay? And that's why it's so important to know the meter, because Isaiah is going to match the meter in equally balanced paragraphs. Okay? Where is it? Isaiah, right here. Have a look. Equally balanced paragraphs. This is Isaiah 53 map. Okay, I just want you to see how Psalm 90:15 is being met. Okay, here we got a 42. We got a 42 here. Wait a minute, so I can get it to show. This is 42. Okay, this is 42. Alright, he's matching exactly. And the question that I had is, why is he doing it this way? And, you know, I'll cover those answers later. But, see, everything is gladness according to the day. See, gladness per the days. On the left-hand side, upper left, Psalm 90:15, gladness per the days you burdened us. Okay, well, here we go. Equating of days. Equating of days, that's the divine decree in 42. Equating of days, 56 and 56, 28 and 28. You see why Isaiah is doing this? He's talking back to Psalm 90:15. Paul's going to do the same thing. Okay, and all of them are balancing to this point, right here at the bottom of the screen, where the big green line, millennium, should have begun here, 42nd hundred year from Adam. All of them are talking to that point. Because at that point, this is realized. 90:15 is realized, because there have been 2100 years. At this point, there would have been 2100 years for the Jews and 2100 years for the Gentiles. Time can now end, which is when it was scheduled to end, had the Jews accepted Christ. And we wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be a church. Okay? That's the whole point. So, that's how Psalm 90:15 closes, and that's why our boy here, Isaiah, picks it up at Psalm 90 in the prophetic voting period, which we'll cover in the next video. But this is why Isaiah is using these kind of meters, okay, that they're doubled like this. He's talking straight back to the prayer, showing how it's getting fulfilled by God, just as Moses prayed it. Same number of years, same number of days. That you saw evil, you're going to see good. And that's how Moses closes his testimony. And that's why, that's why this period, you know, I'm trying to be dramatic. It's never going to work that way. That's why this period ends with Moses' vote, leaving Egypt. Here's the voting period in which Moses is voting, the verses you see in the upper portion of the screen. And that's why there was an Exodus, which is occurring exactly 490 years after Joseph. 490 years after Joseph is enslaved. See, 2176 is when he's enslaved. In 2666 is when Moses is caused to lead the Exodus. And at this point, Israel becomes the sole carrier of time. That's Deuteronomy 32:8. Moses won a 490 as a result of his voting here. But Moses didn't want to be God's mouthpiece. Twice God offered, it's in Numbers 14, I want to say. Twice God offered to wipe out Israel and just start over with Moses. And Moses said, no, start over with the people. What will the unbeliever say if you wipe out the people and start over with me? That'll look like God can't keep his promise. Yeah. So now Israel is the repository of time.
Time now depends on Israel, Deuteronomy 32:8. And so now, time will only exist if Israel votes. So, that's why we now get to the very pregnant Psalm 90:16 and 17, which was the period that Israel almost didn't vote. And we'll cover that in the next video. We're now in the introduction to Psalm 90, verses 16 and 17. And again, in order to make certain that you understand the context and the importance, I got to take you back to Adam. That's what the Bible always does. That's what Paul is going to do. So it's really important that you get, kind of grounded in this. Adam matured 130 years after the fall. That justified the 490 that he was in because he matured during it. Okay, but the actual underlying grant starts when he wins it and ran until Jared in 622. That you might remember. So that you have two things going on here. You've got a 490 in absolute historical terms that somebody must qualify by super maturing, at least one person, or else time ends. That one person at least was Adam, represented by his son Seth being born the year that he super matured, when he was 130 years after the fall. Not when he was 130 years old, but 130 years after the fall. So therefore, time could be justified to continue until the 490th year, at which point believers had to vote, and at least one of them did. I mean, you could say it was Adam. She's still alive until 1042. So believers voted, and of course Seth is alive, and it looks like he won a 490 also because of this name, because that's an honorific name. So believers voted here, therefore time could continue, and therefore the time grant that Adam won that extended to here could actually play. This is really important for what I'm going to tell you about Israel. So notice the difference. This is absolute time, but this is the time when he won it, and this is the end of his time grant. So now we're tracking to Jared. Jared's time grant would run another 490 years. We'll round it off at 500 just to make it simple. Okay, so that's about 1100. Okay, but his son Enoch was so good, God just took him. So Enoch got a 490 also. So now we're going to start tracking to Enoch, because Enoch's got his later, so the latest one to expire is going to be Enoch. Okay, but Enoch has a kid named Methuselah that he deliberately names because he's warning of the flood. So while these people are voting positive, the world as a whole, either in the believer voting window, voting to know God, or in the unbeliever voting window, at the end of the first 1,000 years, voting to be saved. Okay, it didn't go well for everybody else. But because there was an Enoch, time continues. And in Enoch's case, we introduce the second kind of time grant, which is a 1,000 year award rather than just a 490. This is extremely important. All of the history about Messiah is based on this, the 1,000-year award. Okay, so the first guy to get it, so that you understand and can track it, is Enoch, and he gets it in 687. So just like we saw with Adam, see how the time changed? This is absolute historical time, but he gets it here, so the 490 actually continues that long. Same for Enoch. It continues till 1,687, which is 30 years after the flood. So there are two time grants with Enoch. One is running 490 years, and the other one is running 1,000. Now, there's some question as to whether Methuselah in his own person was granted an award twice, or whether he's riding on Enoch's time grant. I'm not 100% sure. My guess is that Methuselah himself won it, too. But either way, there's enough time granted for Noah, down here in row 34, to be born.
Okay, because 1056 is less than 490 years from 687. All right, and it's also less than 1,000 years. Okay, but see, 687 plus 490 is 1177, which is before Noah supermatures. So that argues for Methuselah also getting the 490. Okay, and his son was named Lamech, born in 874. So that would have been when Methuselah got his award. And 874 plus 490 is 1364. See, that's still earlier than Noah's supermaturity, which occurs here in 1556. So then that means Methuselah won it twice. So 874 plus 490, or else Lamech won it. 1364, it would have expired, and Noah was not old enough yet, and he hadn't matured. So then we have to add another 490. Even though the 1,000 is granted, the 490 still has to be granted too. So that goes to 1854. So somebody won it before Noah did. And it was either Methuselah or Lamech, who I don't have highlighted, but maybe I should. Okay? So that bought time. We got 1,000 years bought by Enoch, which covers Noah, and goes past the initial 1,000 in absolute historical time. So this absolute historical time is financed because this guy back here won the 1,000-year award. So this time could play, and the people didn't vote to get saved. That's why the flood's going to occur, and this was already foreknown back in Enoch's day. And he was the guy telling everybody, so much so that he names his kid, the flood occurs when he dies. So the judgment that the flood was going to occur was announced 1,000 years prior to when it happened. And if Enoch hadn't won the time award, there wouldn't have been a voting period to get out of the flood. See, they could have gotten out of it, but they didn't. All right, so now you got Lamech, who has Noah. Noah means rest. That means they know the flood's going to happen and Noah's going to survive. Meanwhile, though, it's taking Noah 500 years. That tells you how tough time was. Okay, how hard it was to grow up. 500 years, unlike Lamech, unlike Methuselah, unlike Enoch, it took Noah 500 years before he supermatured. Okay? And he supermatures just before the 1,000-year time grant to Enoch runs out. All right? And when Noah supermatures, all the human race is going to go except him. So he gets a 490 and he gets a 1,000. Track this with me now. So that 1,000 is going to last from 1556 after Adam's fall to 2556. Track this with me so you'll understand what happens to Israel. So 2556 now. All right, we're going to start scrolling forward. We're going, the 490 of Noah runs out. In 2046, Abraham picks it up. Abraham also gets a 1,000. But we still are tracking in Noah's 1,000. Noah's 1,000 runs out 2556. 2556. Well. When was that? 2556 is when it runs out. And our boy Moses is born 30 years after the end of what should have been time if there was no Abraham, okay? After. So Moses couldn't have been born. Please follow me on this. Moses could not have been born if there wasn't an Abraham, because Noah's time grant was going to run out in 2556. It didn't matter what the absolute historical time was, because the time grant for Noah started here and was going to end. This is really important to understanding the whole idea about time in Israel in particular. Okay? So time would have ended if Abraham hadn't been here, because why? Because also there was a 490, which is shorter than 1,000. So, the 1,000 grant, sure, yeah, that lasts until 2556, but the 490 runs out sooner. It's the earliest of. Okay, it's first in, first out. Okay, so Abraham had to mature in 2046 or time would have ended. And there would have been no Moses, no Israel, no nothing. I'd not be here making this video. That's how dramatic it is. Alright? Now, Abraham gets a covenant. He super matures. He gets a covenant that is also a 490 and a 1000. So now again, track with me. That was to last till 2556, but the 490 ends sooner. So now we look at Abram. It's the same story. Now he's the boy carrying the baton for time. And his contract is going to end 2046 plus 490, 2536 is as long as that 490 lasts. And 2536, right? Let's do it again. 2046 plus 490 is 2536. Okay, 2536 is what? 50 years. 25, 46, 36. 50 years before Moses would even be born. Uh-oh. Then there's got to be somebody carrying the baton between Abraham and Moses. Who? Otherwise, there's no time. And the who gets it, I mean, it's obviously Jacob, because God makes a covenant with Jacob. That's, where he got lamed. All right, right here, 2166. And either directly or indirectly, it's Joseph. And it's based on Joseph, so Joseph super matured here in 2176 at the ripe old age of 17. So see, you can super mature while young. And one of the evidences of that is God's always talking to Joseph, and God had given Joseph this dream, which is why his brothers were so mad, which was basically a covenant that Joseph would be the head of the family. That dream with the multicolored coat and the sun and the moon and the stars bowing down to him. Okay, that's God's way of saying, hi, I picked you. Hi, you and I have a covenant. Hi, you're super mature. Okay, and that's why the brothers were jealous. 2176, now 490, takes you to 2666. And now Moses can be born. Notice that during all this time, okay, we come back here, voting window for the 490, the official 490 of history that's running in absolute real time. Noah votes. He votes, he wins. That supports the second 2000. Continuing. The actual second 2000 ends here because it's a 2050 unit it's a 1050 unit each. Here's the voting period for unbelievers. It doesn't go well, but it doesn't cause a flood. That therefore begins the new third 1050 in the year 2100 from Adam. This is what the Jews call the age of Torah. Okay, but it's really beginning 54 years early. That's very important. Okay, it's beginning 54 years early because time would have run out if it didn't. So you see the interplay between the absolute historical time and the underlying 490 time grants that are tied to individuals and have to run contiguous. See, it's 490, 490, 490. See, 1556, 490. Whether or not this is going on. Whether or not this is going on. Okay? So it's two time tracks. One is personal and underlying it, financing the absolute historical track. And yeah, somebody within that time period, within the 490, see here's another 490 that's going from 1610 to 2050. Somebody's got to win during that time period. Alright, that's true. But if the person who won, his time grant runs out sooner, then that's when time ends, irrespective of what historical time is. So the promise isn't related exactly to historical time. It ends up being related to who's carrying the baton, like in a relay race. So look how close it came, 54 years. And time would have ended 54 years early if Abram hadn't super matured. Okay, but he did. So now you're looking for who's carrying the ball, who's carrying the baton 490 years after Abram. Okay, well, There can be other people who win it, and then you're tracking to the last person. And the person in question here is Joseph, and him, 490 years after him, is the Exodus to the day, almost. Okay? That's the dramatic story we're being told here. And Moses knows that story. And when Moses is during the historical voting period, because he knows how to rightly count his days, we saw that from his prayer, he knows he's voting. He's voting in the right time. There only has to be one vote. And it was Moses. There could have been other people too, but the Bible is targeting him. All right? Moses leaves Egypt in order to know God better. And that's the story that's told to you in Hebrews 11. All right? And sort of indirectly and more, humbly, because Moses is writing his own life story in Genesis, on this, the chapters on Moses. Okay? So Moses is voting during the voting window there. And he records his vote in Psalm 90 verses 12 through 15. That brings us up to snuff as to where we left off. Okay, now it gets super dramatic. Here we have the Exodus. There is a huge change because God had said to Moses, listen, I want to start all over with you. Let me wipe out these people. They're just kvetching all the time. I start over with you. Moses says, no. You wipe out the people. What is that going to say about you? And I want to say that's in Numbers 14. There are two passages on it. And twice God made that offer. Moses said no. So he, in effect, is transferring his right to the 490 and to the 1,000, which he won both. Because God's making a covenant with him there, saying, hi, I want to wipe out Israel, I'll start over with you. That's the same offer he made to Abram. Except there was nobody to wipe out with Abram. He just made it with Abram. Okay, well, he's going to renew it with Moses instead. Moses says, no, with the sons of Abram, not just me. Okay, so time got transferred. The right to carry time got transferred to Israel as a nation. So now Israel as a nation has to vote. And that's where the sabbatical years come from. And that's why there are 70 of them in a 490. They coordinate with these voting periods, as you're going to see dramatically in this video later on. Okay? They coordinate with and actually fund the voting periods of history. But they play for Israel every 7th year. Okay? So if she misses her sabbatical years, which means she's not voting, then time ends. So there's a change in the rules about carrying time here. At the Exodus, 1440 BC, going by the Bible's own dating system, that equates to our 1440 BC. Okay? Now, from this point forward, this is Israel's birthday on the 15th of Nisan, which is piggybacked on the 14th of Nisan. 1440 BC is Israel's birthday. And if Israel were properly observing the time the way Moses prayed it and the way the Bible records it, then the 14th day after every single vernal equinox would be Israel's birthday at sundown. But Israel doesn't know how to tell time anymore because she's not looking at the Bible to remember how to tell time. And of course, all the Christian scholars are listening to what the Jews are saying about what time is, and that's why everybody's so confused about the dates in the Bible that they don't even know if the Exodus is real. It's really pathetic, and it's really sad that here a brainout can just plot the dates the way the Bible tells you and prove all this stuff about time, and yet the scholars don't know and the Jews don't remember. They used to know because Moses knew it. We just saw his prayer about it. And he was praying during the voting window, which he knew doggone well what it was. So how come a brainout's like the only person on the planet right now, except for people who've read what I wrote, who knows this? Because nobody's looking at the Bible. Is that embarrassing or what? Okay, so let's beat ourselves up for 90 seconds and now start to learn what we should have learned. Okay? Moses votes during the voting window. 6 years later, Israel is allowed out. Now, notice this real well. David is going to come into play during the last unbeliever voting period of the 1000. From 3100 to 3150 is the unbeliever voting window. A new nation, Israel, just got started in 2666, just before the end of the contiguous 3000 time grant. So Moses wins. Okay, remember, we had Noah's time grant, ran out in 2556, but then Abraham won it, so that would run out in 3046. Ooh, 3046, that's just after the third 1000. Somebody had to win a 1000. Abraham's was going to run out 46 years later. And the person who won it was Moses, except that he didn't want God to start over with him. He didn't want to be God's mouthpiece. So it got transferred to Israel. Israel is now the poster boy to carry time. Okay? And just in time, because Joseph's personal 490 ran out. Okay? So the next 400 years, from 2666 to 3150 really. Okay, so how long is that? 3150 minus 2666, 484 years are going to be the most tumultuous years in history to date. Why? Because a whole nation now has to vote. A whole nation, not just one person voting. A whole nation. Okay? And it's still true that somebody's got to super mature, but the poster boy who started the super maturity is Moses. But now there's this new criterion that makes it tougher for time to continue. Israel as a nation has to vote. And that's why the sabbatical years are there. Because 70, the way the sabbatical years work, 70 gets 10 more years, because there are 10 sabbatical years in a 70-year period. Alright, that makes it 80. Or, the alternative way of talking about it, is that pays for 10. So now we got 60. Alright, but on those 10, there are more sabbatical years owed. 10 sabbatical years means that there's 2 more. Plus, it's a 70-year period, you got Jubilee, then you got 2 more. And it's a long kind of convoluted math, but basically the 50 years that the Gentiles get from here to here is bought by the 70 years that end up being in a 490-year period that Israel observes her sabbatical years. That's the origin for Daniel 9, that rule. And this is why that rule is there. 70 buys 50. This is what's going to be behind Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17, is the importance of Israel voting so that time will continue. Okay? This is why I keep on stressing it so much. Okay, now see in the upper left-hand corner here, in cell A2, 10 ways this timeline differs is a doc that's on the web, and you can read the note if you'd rather read the note. But it's a doc that's on the web that in its item number 9 shows you how the 70 years, the 70 sabbatical years, mathematically buys the 50 years for the Goyim, the Gentiles, the non-believers to vote. It's astonishing math. I almost killed myself when I found it a couple years ago. Okay? So if you want further details, just click in cell A2 of the worksheet, which hopefully you've downloaded by now, to understand it. So this is the panoramic import of this. Just before the third 1000s to end, just in time, Moses wins the 1000 and a 490. Now, the 490, of course, was going to run out that year. The 1,000 from Abraham doesn't end until here, but, that's not a very close window. That's about 300 or 400 years. Okay, fine. But this was the very year that Joseph's 490 ran out. And Israel was so negative, Moses was the one that God wanted to start over with. So there was nobody else going to win the award. It was Moses or nobody. You and I are alive today because Moses voted right here in this voting window to know God. Period. Otherwise we'd all not be here. And he was so humble, just like the Bible says. He didn't want God to start over with him. He wanted to protect the people. He basically abdicated a second time. He was Pharaoh of Egypt. He abdicated from that in order to learn God. God himself then gave him what would have been even better than being Pharaoh. Start over and I'll create the whole nation out of you. Okay? And Moses said no to that too. And that's why you and I are here. Okay? We got grafted in, as it were. Israel got grafted in. Okay, and the story gets even more dramatic, so let's keep going. Okay, 2666. That justifies the third 1,000 to begin. Okay? Or, to be, to exist. And its ending is going to occur with David. Now, there was a big threat to that. Okay, here's 2666. Here's the end of Abram's personal 1,000. Remember, I ended the last video saying Israel almost didn't vote? Yeah, because why? Because this is 1050 BC. And in this year, Israel rejects God as king. That story is told in the book of Samuel. Alright? Israel rejected God as king. She wanted a human king just like everybody else. Okay, she had already been, apostate through the judges, but God would deliver her every once in a while. And of course, Moses is talking to that when in Psalm 90 when he runs it with the total of 350 syllables. Because Moses is talking on two tracks, just like Paul will be doing, just like Isaiah did, just like Daniel does, and just like David's 1 Chronicles 24 does. You're telling a panoramic story of all history. And then at the same time, you're taking each syllable as 1 year consecutively, and you're tracking to a specific period. Psalm 90 is 350 syllables. It is written in 1400, just before Israel enters the land, and just before Moses goes up to Mount Horeb and dies. Okay, at God's order. He's writing a 350 syllable poem, which is 350 years, which takes you to 1050 when Israel's going to reject God as king. And that's why we're getting into Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17, because he's warning Israel she's going to do that 350 years in advance. Now, again, Israel became the sole repository of the baton for time. Deuteronomy 32:8. If Israel votes negative, there ain't no more time, there ain't no more humanity, the whole thing tanks. Now you can kind of understand why the Jews are nervous and have had such a tough time. And, a lot of them are hard to live with too. Okay? This is why it's really hard to be Jewish, okay? This is why. Because you got all of time on your shoulders, and, Jews don't talk about it too much to the Gentiles, but amongst themselves, it's like, who wants to have this kind of life? And they're either really pro or they're really against, and then there's this, some of them have a real big superiority complex, and some of them have a real big inferiority complex, and how do we be a people, and how do we be diplomatic, and, it's bahal. To be the most important group of people in history, and yet you're a small group of people that nobody likes. And you have all this talent nobody else has, because God's got to point you out, because he is, after all, the real God, and he's picked whoever he picked, who happens to be the Jews. I mean, that's a really hard life to have. Okay, so you can begin to appreciate it now. And so, in 1050 BC, Israel says, We want to be like everybody else, please. We're tired of being special. And time almost ended as a result. That's why I've got it marked in gray. Gray is always threat to civilization. See, that's, the mark there. Time would end, the absent someone so positive of God, God can justify time continuing. Okay? Like the flood. This is tantamount to another flood period. And you'll notice that it's occurring just before the third 1,000 is going to die. Uh-oh. Abraham's personal 1,000 runs out, but Moses is running, because Moses won the award on behalf of Israel. But yet, it depends on Israel now. So what are we going to do here? Okay, well, that story is recorded in Samuel where, David is going to be born. And he is born specifically 400 years after the Exodus. Okay, just as Israel was enslaved for 400 years, and Paul goes through this accounting in Acts 13:20 in the Greek. Yeah, it's the English Bibles put it in a different verse. Paul is balancing between the negative time, just like Psalm 90:15 says, okay, between the negative time that Israel was like in the wilderness and in slavery, versus the positive time that she's going to end up being under David, because he's explaining why Psalm 90:15, give us as many good days as you gave us bad days, is being fulfilled, which he's going to continue to explain by the meter that tracks to Psalm 90 in Ephesians 1:3-14, if I ever get there. It's absolutely astonishing what he's doing there. But in order for you to understand what he's doing, I got to show you the history that's underneath it. So David is born 400 years after the Exodus. All right, the Exodus occurs here. David is born here. All right, and that in order to rescue Israel from herself. Now, at this point, you'll notice that we're coming to the end of a 1,000. All right? At this point, David is the guy, 2 Samuel 7, who's going to be appointed as the father of Messiah. David means beloved. David gets like every single contract there is from God. David gets six time grants. And they're all benchmarked to certain events in his life. One of the time grants, the latest of which, is benchmarked to his year of death, which is communicated as 963 BC via 1 Kings 6:1, which all the scholars misread because they use Josephus instead of the Bible to decide that David died at 70 because Josephus was too stupid to live. Of course, he'd been under persecution, so you can't blame him for being off. But all of his numbers about Jewish time were completely screwed up. The Bible proves that David died at 77, but nobody reads the Bible. Anything but the Bible, is respectable. So David has a 1,000-year time grant that starts at his death. He also has a 1,000-year time grant that starts when he's crowned at Hebron. That's the first time he's crowned. He also has a 1,000-year time grant that's based on when he retires, which is 977 years before he died. Okay? And he also has a time grant, and this is the most important one in many ways, that's based on when he's crowned king over all Israel. I'm not sure quite what date, but I think it was 25 Kislev. I'm not 100% sure yet. I have to still track that. Now, it's really 1004 BC because 25 Kislev is late in the year. But for math purposes, when you're subtracting whole years, you treat it like 1003. And Christ has to be born 1,000 years later. See, now all this math is beginning to hopefully pay off for you. Christ has to be born 1,000 years, okay, after David's king. Because Christ has to be born king in order to fulfill the promise to David that there will be a last David. It's really important to stress this. Notice that David is crowned king over all Israel, and just for round number purposes, say 1003 BC. Okay? Notice that that's just before the end of the voting period. Okay. Yeah, it's actually toward the beginning, a little after the beginning of the voting period for the whole world. So that there is an Israel with a king who believes in God, that people can vote with their feet and find. There is now a nation they can go to, headed up by a faithful king. Although, when I say faithful king, bear in mind, God's heroes, they screw up big time. David actually had his general murdered so they could cover up having had illicit sex with the general's wife. That's Bathsheba, and from David and Bathsheba will come Christ. Okay, through Nathan. Alright, so here it is, the last 50 years of this 3,000. David is crowned king, so time can continue. Alright, because, look, 266, we got until 3666. Okay, but at the same time, we've only got a 490 here. So 2666 plus 490 is 3156. Okay, and you think, well, that's not a problem. Here's 3150, here's 3156. Uh-oh, but wait a minute. The only people who are allowed to vote, rejected God. Rejected God. 100 years prior to the deadline. There ain't nobody. Okay? There ain't nobody. If it's not somebody in Israel, there ain't nobody to continue time. Because Moses, God didn't start over with Moses at Moses' own request. It's the whole nation Israel, and she ain't voting. But David, of course God knew all this, born 10 years after Israel's negative vote, David voted, and by the time, like Joseph, David was a teenager. David had super matured too, and of course that's the story of Goliath, and, by the time he was 18, he married Saul's, daughter Michal, and, the whole story. You can read about it in Samuel. The point is that David's super matured, and David gets a 490 based on each one of the major events of his life here. So there's a 490 from I'm not sure about 1040. There's a 490 measured from Hebron. There's a 490 measured from his retirement. There's a 490 measured from his death. There's a 490 measured from him being king of all Israel. Okay? And each one of these 490s literally supports time. Okay? And that's why Daniel 9 is so important, because what basically happens is David's 490s transfer to the temple. But the temple had to be built in time. Okay, that date right there, see, Moses' personal 490 runs out in 950 BC. The temple had to be built by 950 BC. Because again, it goes back to Israel has to vote. Okay, well, David voted. Yeah, but the criterion is still Israel too. And David's king of Israel, so yeah, that counts. And there are all these time grants based on it. But, hello? Israel has to vote, and the sign of the vote is the temple, and that's the contract in 1 Kings 9. Okay? So, we're going to pick up in the next video with this history. I'm sorry that, again, the introductions are so long. But if you don't understand what is underneath the verses, then, you're just reading words that you don't even know what they mean. They might as well be in Swahili. The reason why we got to go through so much is because of the background, and because there are 980 years between voting periods. Okay? Because Moses is talking about Moses' own voting period is occurring here, and the verses 16 and 17 are way down here. Okay? Between here in row 144 and row 149. And these last 49 years here that are ending at what we call 396 BC are the 49 years of Daniel. So I got a lot of explaining so that you understand why, this is so important. So, we're going through all of Israel's history first. Okay, so Moses votes. Israel comes out. That's the Exodus, Israel's birthday, 15 Nisan 1440 BC. One day Israel will figure out how to date that properly. It's 14 days after any vernal equinox at sundown. Okay? So, that is happening just about, 300 and some years before the 3,000 had to be, was going to close. And somebody had to get a 1,000 award by then, and it's Moses. All right? Because Abraham's personal 1,000 is going to run out 46 years later. So notice how Abraham's 1,000 is covering the time, but there has to be a new recipient, and Moses is it. But he says it should be Israel, so Israel gets it. Now Israel's the one who's got to vote, and Israel votes what? We don't want God as our king. We want a human king. And so the first guy who was supposed to carry the baton, therefore, as the king, would have been Saul. But Saul didn't turn out so well. And that's what Paul is explaining in Acts 13:20 and following. Because he's using the 490 accounting to explain that. The 40 bad years in the wilderness, the 400 years in slavery. Those are bad years. Again, he's accounting in Psalm 90:15 terms. Psalm 90:15 again, give us as many good days as you gave us bad days. Okay, well, there were bad days of 400 years of slavery, and bad days of 40 years in the wilderness, and bad days of 40 years under Saul. And the only place you know that Saul ruled for 40 years is in Acts. In 1 Samuel 13, they didn't even preserve the number of years he ruled. He was such a bad king. He was such a bad king that he named his kids Ishbosheth and Mephibosheth. Now, Bosheth means shame in Hebrew, but the original name, and the reason why they changed it to shame, is it was Baal. You know, the god Baal, which is another name for Chemosh, which is another name for Molech, which is the guy you give your kids to burn them. In other words, he was dedicating his kids to be burnt. In other words, he didn't care about God at all. He had gone so negative, he was worshiping Baal. And his kids were supposed to be dedicated to Baal. You got that? He had dedicated his own kids to be burnt. Fortunately, it didn't turn out that way. Alright? That's how bad Saul ended up being as a king. And he's saved, he's in heaven, he'll tell you all about it when you get there. God raises up instead David. David means beloved of God, means that David loved God. Again, it's that duality. David gets all the time grants. David is going to be the father of Messiah. That's the promise in 2 Samuel 7. Now, that promise in 2 Samuel 7, if you go look at the chapter in any translation you like, has two things in it. It starts, and the context is David is finally at rest, he's beaten the Philistines, blah, blah, blah. And he says to Nathan, okay, who's actually his son, through Bathsheba, Nathan the prophet, I have this really great house, but where's the house for God? Because remember, Moses had started it with a tent. Very fancy tent, but still a tent. And it had gone to Shiloh and blah, 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 and you can read all that story in Samuel. But it was still a tent at that time. And so David says to Nathan, what about a house for God? Now you have to understand, that's duality again. House of sons, house as a building. So Nathan gets the word from God, you want to build me a house, huh? Okay. I don't need a house to live in. What kind of house do I need to live in? The heavens can't contain me. Yeah, and then God gives him what ends up occupying like 50% of the Old Testament on instructions how to build that temple. And he also awards David a house of sons, which will eventuate in David's greater son, namely the Messiah. So now you know that the entire promise of time depends on David. Okay, but David isn't going to live that long. Not only that, but this temple is a promise to David. Gotta get that. The temple is a promise to David. Go look it up yourself in 2 Samuel 7. It is not a promise to Israel. Israel rejected God as king. Israel rejected her inheritance. But David did not. So God appointed David king, grafts Israel into and through David, and therefore through David the temple, and therefore 1 Kings 9 reads as it does. So long as the temple is standing, the contract with Israel is standing. The minute that temple goes down, the contract goes down. Now, it's not a permanent breach of contract, but it is a breach. And that means there's a breach in time. Because all time goes through David, because Israel rejected God as king in 1050 BC. Now, actually, it's this whole issue of Israel rejecting God as king which caused me to finally put the pieces together on this how God constructs time thing. Because I was looking at 1077 BC, 1077 AD, which I just found out 2 weeks ago Paul is also talking about. And when I get to the Paul passage again, I'll show you. Okay, and I thought, oh, gee, that's a mirror of something that happened in Israel's past. Is that a mirror of 1077 BC? And what happened then? Well, it was really 1050. And that's what everything you see in front of you came out of that. I thought I had made a typographical error. And then I saw the mirror between 1077 when I thought Israel's history was supposed to end. And again, Paul actually uses that in his meter, which I didn't know till 2 weeks ago. But it turned out it was 1050, not 1077. That's what sent me back to Daniel 9 and made me realize this balance sheet thing that God's been doing. And that was back in 2004 when this all hit me. And it hit. So if you feel like, oh, Brian, I'm so smart and I don't understand this and my eyes are glazing over. Okay, well, my eyes have glazed over for the last 10 years. Okay, and especially the last 6. And I do numbers for a living. So just keep plugging, keep using 1 John 1:9 and you'll get this. This was when history should have ended, right here. 3056. 10 years after Abram's personal 1000 ended. But under, and still under, Moses. Okay? The time grant. But God raised up David because Moses had won the time grant initially. God honors his promise. Moses wanted it transferred to Israel, okay, but Moses still won it. So you'll notice, because Moses is a leader of Israel, the fact that Israel rejects is still okay if the leader does not reject. Now, Israel rejected, but the leader did not, and his time grant continues. So now God raises up another leader. In this case, a king, who in 2 Samuel 7 says, hey, I want my Lord to have a house. Yeah, okay. You can't contain me in a house. So I'll give you like half the Old Testament's going to be dedicated to how you make the house. And by the way, I'm going to give you a house of sons, resulting in Messiah. Okay? So all the time grants go through David from here on out. You got that? And notice the pivotal time that it occurs that David is crowned. He is crowned during the voting window for the world. This is the unbeliever voting window between 3100 and 3150 from Adam. David is crowned king. He retires in 970, okay, which is also during the voting window. David lives to be 77, not 70, okay? If you just read 1 Kings 1 through 1 Kings 6:1, you'll see that. 1 Kings 2, verse 39 or so, somewhere in there, Shimei is executed in the 3rd year after David dies. The 4th year after David dies, the temple begins construction, and that's why it's called the 4th year of Solomon, because you're always dating in the Bible from a thing. In that case, it was from David's death, because that's how the chronicler of 1 Kings was writing it. The first year after David dies, the second year after David dies. He doesn't have to say that it's after David dies because he already killed David off in 1 Kings 2. So now it's first year after, second year after, third year after, fourth year after. See, if you just do a little bit of reading, which the scholars didn't do. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to debunk scholars exactly, but, you know, they can be extremely stubborn and prejudiced. And they just look at what other people have said and they don't bother to revisit the Bible. This is a stain on them. They should have revisited the Bible. David was 77 when he dies, but they used Josephus instead. Okay? Instead of looking at the Bible. And if you look at the Bible in 1 Kings chapter 1, 1 Kings 6:1, you'll notice David was 77 when he dies, and that's why Isaiah uses 77 syllables, because Isaiah is going to pick up where Moses left off. Moses leaves off right here. 350 syllables from 1440. That's 1050. That's when Israel's going to reject God. That's the warning of, the chronology, the consecutive chronology of the 350 syllables in Psalm 90. Okay, but we're looking at the panoramic, the 70-70-70 accounting, which takes us all the way down to the other time when Israel rejected God. When her temple's going to go out, 120 years after that, pregnant number, is the absolute voting window for believers. If there's no temple, there's no vote. There's no time. So this is what Moses is tracking to. Now, how much did Moses actually know? I'm not sure. But Isaiah knows. And that's why Isaiah started predicting the temple was going to fall in Isaiah 40, chapter 40 onward. He starts telling you chapter and verse. He starts telling you blow by blow how the temple's going to go down. Meanwhile, back here, after the period of Judges, after Samuel, after Saul, comes David 10 years later, born, crowned when he's 30, crowned head of all Israel 7 years later, because there's a 7-year civil war between here and here, just in time for the unbeliever voting window so people can vote with their feet to become a Jew. That's how you, if you wanted God, you became a Jew. And they could vote with their feet and go to Israel, and Israel's in the center of the earth, so it was easier to get there. People traveled a lot in the old days. They basically lived on their feet. Okay? And they enjoyed it too. So here you go, 3100, 3150. It was safer to travel on your feet, actually, than to stay in one place. So they could vote with their feet and come to Israel, which was the nexus of 3 continents. Still is. Okay? So now you know the import of David being crowned. So now we're going to go through what happened next. Again, David, 2 Samuel 7, gets the promise to have two kinds of houses. A temple building, and then the temple depicts David's greater son, Messiah. The temple was like a Bible in architecture. Okay, it depicted every single doctrine that there was, and every single doctrine there would be. And the priests were going to be in charge of telling the time. And David, in his retirement between 970 and 963 when he dies, designs the 24 priestly courses in 1 Chronicles 24. And every single course for every single week of the year is prophetic about what would happen that week. Okay, including the week that Messiah would be born, which I cover in pastplot.htm, which you should have seen by now. So now, 950 BC, the same year that Moses' personal 490 runs out, there is a 490 to the temple. Underneath it, because due to it, is David's own 490s that are benchmarked here, benchmarked here, benchmarked here. Okay, maybe benchmarked here, but I didn't track them. Okay, so now we're going to look at that, because that's how we get to Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. So, temple is constructed, dedicated in 1 Etanim, That's what we call Rosh Hashanah today. Okay, 950 BC, and that's where the 1 Kings 9 contract comes in. The temple has, due to David, its own contract. Temple down, then Israel down. Okay, temple up, Israel up. That's the point. That's in 1 Kings 9. You can go read it. Alright, that's what Solomon prayed on Wanitanim when he dedicates the temple. Alright, and the temple meant Messiah was coming. The temple depicted everything about time, about the Bible. Every doctrine was in architecture. Okay, it wasn't the biggest temple ever built. It was the most meaningful one, however. And all the temple service David himself designed at God's direction. So this was the wonder of the world. People came all over the world to see it. Now, the problem was that since this is a 490, the temple gets its own 490, and that's why Daniel 9 reads as it does. Now look at this. Uh-oh. Okay, 950 minus 490. Hello, what did I do wrong? 950 minus 490. 460 BC, the temple had a promise of time lasting until 460 BC. But again, it was subject to the 1 Kings 9 contract. Okay? And if she didn't stay, then the contract would end. And it did in 586 BC. This is where we stopped off. And this is where all of your attention and stick-to-itiveness to these videos is going to pay off. As I said, the temple had its own 490 due to David, due to the 2 Samuel 7 contract, which eventuated in the 1 Kings 9 contract. And that contract began at its dedication in 950 BC and would end 490 years later, depending on how the people voted, in 460 BC. Okay. That's this temple, and unfortunately it's going to go down 126 years prior to its time grant due to Israel not observing her sabbatical years. Now, before I go through that, because that's the backdrop of, the direct backdrop of Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17, because they're moaning about the temple being down. Before that happens, I want you to see how David's own time grants undergird and protect this problem of the temple going down. Remember, there's always an underlying 490. Okay, and it's coming from David. Alright, let's just walk through these, okay? Let's put up the calculator again. Now put it up over here. I want you to pay attention to the numbers in column E. Okay, E99 through E105. Okay, we're going to look at E100. That's David's first crowning at Hebron. Okay, that minus 490 would end at 520 BC. So the temple going down in 586 is protected by that 490. Okay? In 520 BC. You might want to write that down because this gets really complicated as we come closer and closer to Purim. Alright? You got also his retirement from kingship, which is 40 years later, in 970 BC, and that minus 490 years means that 490 runs out in 480 BC. Now you'll notice the 520 and 480 BC are all both before 460 BC when the temple's contract runs out. That's important. The temple going down before 460 BC means that its whole life depends on whether there's a time grant from David still operating. And right now we've just found out that his retirement, 490, runs out in 480 BC, which is a little longer than 520 BC. You with me? Okay, God's justice is very exacting. That's what we're learning here. Okay, so then we got David's time grant from his kingship over all Israel, which for rounded purposes we'll say is 103 BC, and that minus 490 is 513. So that's in between. So you got 520, 513, and 480. Okay, you're going to need those dates, so write them all down. 520, 513, and 480. These are when David's time grants for the 490 run out. So long as the temple is protected by one of them, the temple can be rebuilt. This is something scholars didn't understand about the temple's rebuilding 490. Where was it justified? How could it come from? They just assumed that because God says so, it must be okay. No, God has already provided the reason why. And Daniel already knows it, but unfortunately we Christians don't, and the Jews forgot. It's kind of criminal that we don't know this, but we're going to know it now. Okay? So, the last time grant is the latest one. It's going to end with the latest date in David's life, which is his death. That was 963 BC, and that ends 490 years later. And this is really important. Be sure to write this down if you didn't write down the others. 473 BC. So there's the latest time grant of David of the 490s ends at 473 BC. Each time grant offers protection, justification for protection of Israel. This last one, ending in 473 BC, is the reason why there was protection even when Israel almost died due to Purim. This one, the 473 BC is the year after Purim. Otherwise, Jerusalem couldn't have been rebuilt, and that's directly bearing on Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. And Isaiah is going to be talking back to it. So that's why these numbers are really important. You're seeing the meter, you're seeing the verse, but this is the history that the meter and the verse is talking about, which every Jew at that time knew. And they don't know that today. Okay, 473 BC is the latest then, which is 490 years after row 99, David's death. Okay, you following me on that? So therefore, here's the temple dedicated in 950 BC. It has a time grant that ends in 460 BC, which is actually later than even the latest of David's time grants. Okay? The latest of David's time grants ends 473 BC. The temple's time grant would end at 460. Do you understand now why? Because then it outlives David's 490s and has a 490 of its own for that reason, because the temple was a promise to David. And so long as Israel observed, according to the contract of 1 Kings 9, that temple would stay standing until Messiah. Alright, that was the idea. But unfortunately, Israel missed her sabbatical years, so the temple goes down in 586. Now, let's have a look at what 586 is relative to history. And I can't show it all, so you're going to have to just keep this number in mind. Oh, here, I got a shorter way to depict it. See, temple started 950, dies 586. This is the voting window that Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17 is talking to. This is what people are saying during this voting window. Okay? But, and here's when David's time grant runs out, and here's when Purim occurs. 1 year before David's last time grant. So if the temple is not rebuilt by this time, okay, then there isn't going to be any time. Okay? So how do you bridge? And this is the precedent for the rapture, and this is the precedent that Paul actually uses in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. Paul patterns Ephesians 1, 3 through 14 from Daniel 9. The whole thing is patterned from it. He's playing Daniel. He's saying church is like Daniel. That's his whole rhetorical focus. So that's why you got to get this. The temple goes down in 586. Okay, how do you bridge from 586 when the temple goes down to the voting period that's needed in order for Israel to continue? Because remember, the temple's own 490 would have ended within that voting period, so then Israel obviously would be voting again in 460 through 396, because remember, Israel does the voting. Israel votes. She's doing it through sabbatical years, but the sabbatical years tie to true historical voting periods, just like they always have since Adam. And the temple's voting period would end, in a voting period for that reason. So Israel would have to be voting again for the temple to remain standing. Okay, but it's already destroyed here in row 132. How's it going to get to row 144 when it's already gone here? Well, one of the reasons it could keep, God could say to Jeremiah, like he does in Jeremiah 25, is that, that he's going to give 70 more years, is because David's got a 490 running from his Hebron kingship that lasts until 520. And the second temple is going to resume construction the year before. Notice that link. This is how important this stuff is. See, this is an amount of blessing. If time is granted, then things that go with time in order for time to be a blessing are granted. Okay, so that Israel can have enough blessing to rebuild the temple. Despite the fact that it's her fault it goes down. David's time grant from his Hebron kingship started then, ends in 520, temple construction begins the year before. Next deadline, David from his United Kingship, 513 BC is when it ends. Temple is dedicated 3 years before. You see how David's time grants are protecting the rebuilding of the temple, and that's how God can bridge time. Because there's a time grant given David. And it's bridging time. Here, for temple to start again, it's bridging time. That's why God can grant 70 years, because he's got a 490 that's already done by David that lasts 3 years beyond the 70 years. And then he grants a second 70 years, which scholars don't know about, that ends in 446. And the reason he can do that is because the temple is rebuilt here, and because David's last time grant runs out a year after Purim, and that's why he can justify rescuing Israel at Purim. Because Israel isn't positive then either. I mean, Mordecai was a kind of a putz. He was making a big stink about being Jewish in front of the gates of the king. And then he tells Esther to hide it. But, Esther's supposed to talk to him every day because he's her uncle? What, the king's not going to know about that? Mordecai was a jerk. A real jerk. Haman was a bigger jerk. I mean, they were all jerks. And Esther's got to hide the fact she's Jewish. She didn't really do that. Or she couldn't really do that. The king would know better. Alright? So, but still, David's time grant is protecting them. They're in trouble. Even though the temple's up, they're in trouble. And of course, because the temple's up, everybody's trying to get it destroyed again. And that's why Purim is even an issue. But you see the basis for the time grant here? 70 years is granted because David has 490 still running. And God is, as he always kept saying, he is, loyal to his servant David. For the sake of my servant David, I will, keep Israel going in spite of the bad kings and the bad people. Okay? This is why. This is what he's talking about. David got the time grants. And notice how they're tied to very important events in Israel's history. And you can even argue that Satan kind of tried to make those events occur because he knew that the time grant would, go. But that's sort of speculation. I mean, I don't really know who's responsible for making this go. Of course, you got to argue Satan is there. He had to have a hand in it somehow. But see, this is where the 586 is okay, because it's got a time grant from David. And you'll notice that this is all occurring after 3150. Okay, because David's dead. And so this is the history of the kings, starting with the nasty Rehoboam. And this is just Judah's kings. I didn't list the Israel's, Samaria's kings. Alright? And they have, sort of checkered history. Hezekiah was, in some ways, the worst king Israel ever had. In some ways, the best king she had, other than David. It's his fault that the temple ends up going down, because he basically invited the new Babylonians to come see his wealth, and as soon as they saw it, they started making plans for taking him over. And that's what is recorded by Isaiah at the end of Isaiah 39. Okay? So the temple goes down. Okay? And Psalm 90, verses 16 and 17 are talking to this voting period. Now, we got to cover the 14 and the 56 again. The temple is going down 586. It was supposed to last until 460, as you can see. Okay? It's supposed to last until 460, but it goes down at 586. So 586 minus 460, which was its allotment, is 126 years. Okay? So 126 years before the temple goes down, Isaiah writes Isaiah 53. And so you have, and I did this in the video, if you hadn't seen it already, you'll see it now. Here's Isaiah 53:1 is who has believed our report. Okay, that's Isaiah 53:1 right there. And this is 126 syllables, at the end of which is the temple going down. Right here at the end of verse 4, the last clause in verse 4 ends at 586 BC. Isaiah is writing in 712 BC. You know that because he starts Isaiah 53, which starts in Isaiah 52:13 in English. He starts this at David's birth. David's birth. Okay? So David's birth was 1040 BC. So Isaiah does what Moses does. He does a chronology, an annual chronology, beginning at David's birth. So this 52:13, his suffering servant is a king, namely David, to give rise to the last David, and Isaiah 53 is about first David to last David. And every Jew who's a real Jew knows that. Okay, that's the whole point. The servant is the king. The promised king who will deliver Israel. It is never Israel herself. Israel voted against God, see? Right up here. Israel doesn't inherit herself. It has to come through her king now. And so it's a question of, okay, when is the promised final king, Messiah, gonna come? He's going to come from David, the king. So 53 is always about a person. It's about a king. It's about him ruling. That's what Isaiah 53:12 says. He, the king, will inherit. Just like David inherited. Okay, the last king will inherit. Alright, so the last king inherits. Alright, starting with David's birth in 1040 BC. And right here, this point here, there's an ellipsis of 252 years between Isaiah 52:15 and 53:1. 53:1 picks up at 712 BC and goes straight chronology down to Isaiah 53:11 between verses 10 and 11, and there is another hiatus of 364 years which corresponds to the number of years the temple would have been standing. Okay? See, the temple dies. It goes from 950 to 586. That's 364 years. In the annual chronology of the syllables, the march of the syllables, that is occurring here. Okay? This corresponds to the 62 weeks of Daniel. The 62 weeks of Daniel are the sum of 364 and the last 70 syllables in Isaiah. That is exactly the same corresponding time that Moses is talking about in Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. Isaiah is mapping to Moses. Isaiah is picking up the annual chronology where Moses leaves off. Moses leaves off at Israel rejecting her king. So, the king that is promised by God to replace Saul is where Isaiah picks up the chronology. And so he picks it up here, stops it here, when David is 77 years old and therefore dies, puts in the extra 252 years, which is sevenths, okay, so that the total poem, including the elliptical years, are 154 sevenths, which is twice 77. And Christ, the 77th son from Adam, which is in the Luke 3 roster, Luke deliberately plots out 77 sons, is a play on all this. You got doubled 77s from first David to last David, including the ellipsis years. And 126 years before the temple is going to go down, that's when Isaiah writes this. And at this point, the second 126 is the number of years the temple is short. Again, okay, 950 minus 586 is 364 minus 460. Oops, I did it wrong. 586 minus 950. The temple is 120. Oops. 950 minus 586 minus 460. I'm not doing this right. It's 126 years short of the deadline. Okay. 586, there we go. Minus 460. This is what I get for making too many videos in a row. 126 years short. So, 126 years short. That's the basis for Daniel 9. God is basically retrieving these 126 missed years, going to recredit them if Israel rebuilds her temple. Okay, if she rebuilds by 70 years. And he can grant the 70 years because David's got time grants that haven't run out yet. Okay, now, I'm sorry all this lead in. The 70 years is not what the scholars tell you. Some ding-dong who had the arrogance to call himself Eusebius is considered a church father and was one of the many church fathers who were all spiritual retards. Eusebius decided that because there were 70 years in a 490, and because there were 70 years in Jeremiah for the sabbatical years, that somehow Israel had been alive for 490 years at that point. And so he backdates. He slaps on 490 years. Okay? To come up with a start date of 1076. He never read his Bible. That's all I can say. He didn't know how to read. He was a jackass. I'm sorry. You don't just add. This is what he did. 586 plus 490 means Israel started in 1076 BC. Yeah, that was the same mistake I made. But I'm a brainout. He's supposed to be a church father. Yeah, well, he was a brainout, obviously. Okay, Israel didn't start in 1076 BC. Okay, Israel started in 1440 BC. Duh.
Okay, so she wasn't 490 years old at the time. And the temple went up in 950 BC, which anybody reading 1 Kings 6:1 or 1 Kings 8 or 1 Kings 9 could have calculated. I did. So, what the hell is the 70 years then? Because, see, the temple was up 364 years before it went down. Okay. That's not 490. Okay, so divide by 7, and what is it? 52. Okay, but that's not even really right. Because it was under Rehoboam that there was this argument that went on. Okay? A fight. Rehoboam was such a bad king that the other 10 tribes split off under Jeroboam. And that's when Israel stopped observing her sabbatical years. Okay, so now let's have a look at that. That was 930. Okay, so we go 9, 3, 0, 2, 5, 8, 6. That's 344 years. Divided by 7 is 49 sabbatical years. Okay? 49. 49. Now watch. We do it again. How many calculators do I have up now that I didn't put down? Okay, there we go. Okay, 49 missed sabbatical years. 49. Okay, now, this can't be too hard to understand. They're all sabbatical years and they have to elapse. But if there's 49 of them, then more sabbatical years are due on them. Namely, 49 divided by 7 equals 7. Okay, now you know where the 56 is coming from. Okay, 49 sabbatical years plus 7 more due is 56. It's really important. This is how Paul opens up Ephesians 1, 3 through 4. And this is how Moses ended. Remember? This is how Moses ended. Oops. How Moses ended. Oops. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. I'm going to have a look at how Moses ended. Psalm 90 with 56 syllables. Now you're finding out why. Okay? Because there are 56 years due that Israel was going to blow it and miss. Okay, see? Verses 16 and 17 have 56 syllables. Alright? 56. She's going to miss 14 of the 70 years are not going to be there because she missed already her sabbatical years to the tune of not just 49, but the 7 additional years due on them. This is the origin of the tribulational 7. If she only missed 49 years, but there's 56 years due because of the extra sabbatical years on the 49, then she's only got 49 years to get reimbursed. So the extra 7 can't play in her history. You either played them right the first time or you can't play them at all in her timeline. So the tribulation has to happen after Israel's time is up. This is the origin of it. That is why Moses is saying, 56, warning, Bill Robinson, there's a 56, which means, and of course he explained it. And, therefore, the 49 years you see reimbursed, not 56, but 49, you see reimbursed in Daniel 9, takes you to here. Okay? So that's why Isaiah keeps stressing 56. 56, just like Moses had done. Warning Bill Robinson, and 56 is
therefore becomes a metaphorical number of apostasy. The 49 missed sabbatical years plus the 7 years that can't be made up. And this is the origin of the tribulation. It's a balance sheet problem. Israel didn't vote. The sabbatical years you voted to learn God. So during the sabbatical years you were not allowed to work for the entire year. You had a whole year's vacation. This is why a lot of people wanted to go and live in Israel. Oh golly, I get a whole year's vacation. Yeah, and you're not allowed to work. You were supposed to spend that time studying the Word as you then had it, which of course it was being gradually given out. That was what it was for. You had a whole year off just to study. That's where we get our modern day term of sabbatical year. In a sabbatical year, a professor goes to write a book or something. He takes time off from work so he can focus on study. That's the origin of it. It's coming from, this was the purpose of the sabbatical year for the Jews. And there was nothing like it anywhere in the world. What? You have a whole year where all you do is study a religious book? Yeah. That's what made Israel different. That's what made nations hate her. Because, they're not working for a whole year. And yet their land is blessed. And yet they have crops. And they're not working for it. And they're getting something for nothing. People always are jealous when you get something better than they have. I don't know why. But they are. Okay? So this was why her years went down. It was 49 missed sabbatical years. It was 344 years since Rehoboam that she didn't do what she was supposed to do and take off every 7th year and study Bible. So the temple goes down, and in the 49th year, after the temple has been down, which is right here, 538, okay, Daniel prays to God. And in Daniel 9:24, God, not a human king, God decrees that it be rebuilt. Okay? There is a Cyrus, and Cyrus was predicted by God in Isaiah 45. But God had decreed it in 586 BC before Cyrus even came around. And you know that because that's in Daniel 9. Also, Daniel 9:24 to be precise. Daniel 9:25 is the decree that is decreed in Daniel 9:24. 77s have been decreed. By who? God. And then Daniel 9:25 is how those 77s play out. Duh. Okay? So, this is what's behind the 14 that's reserved up here. And it's cut out here. And it's pregnantly at 56 because that represents the 49 missed sabbatical years that Moses knows in advance will occur, and Israel's being warned about them, plus the 7 years due on them, which will result in the time of Jacob's trouble, aka the tribulation. That would have played had Israel accepted Christ or not. And in the next segment we'll see how it would have played, because then you'll understand more about what this is, and then when I read the translation to you, it'll really make sense. So now we come to the crux of it. 56 here. 14 reserved in here. Why? 56 represents a warning that Israel is not going to get to this voting period, and therefore history will not complete due to her not observing the sabbatical years, which are 49 plus the 7 missed on the 49. And that's the basis for the restoration of the temple at 70 years, not 56. 70. 49 years after this, Daniel prays. Okay? So the 49 years that Israel missed, Daniel's going to end up praying about. But it's 56 years that are actually to be made up and 7 of them can't be made up because they're due on the 49 that elapsed. Okay, but where does 70 come from then? Now watch. Took me a long time to get this right because there's so many numbers in Israel's history that are similar. It was a question of figuring out which the 14 were. Again, 49 plus the 7 due on the 49 she missed from over the 344 years from Rehoboam until 586 BC. That equals the 56, and that equals what you see in Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. Okay, before I even get to translate it, you got to know the basis. Okay, so that being the basis, now we got the 56 here, but understand that that's time that actually went forward. Time only goes forward. You know that. That's time that went forward as 49 years. That was supposed to be used as sabbatical years, but weren't used as sabbatical years. Okay, so in order to fix that, you got to grant more time going forward to the tune of 49 years. But on those 49 years going forward, there are another 7 sabbatical years. Oh. Uh-oh. So now you got 14. See that? And it really ends up being 21. And this is the number that's going to be so prominent, you know, as we saw here in Psalm 90. We got a 21 here. We got 21 here, 21 here, 21 here, 21 here. Okay, and Paul's going to play on this. It's 21 because you got a minus 7 to start with. Those are 7 years that can't play on 49 already elapsed years that played wrong. So you got 49 negative and, well, let me do it this way. 49 negative and 7 negative are 56 negative. Oh, well, minus 56. Okay? That's a negative. Time only plays forward, but we have negatively used years. Okay, well, how are you going to make up a negative 56 with forward time? You have to credit 56 more years forward. Whoops, but that only brings you to 0. And you've moved 56 more years forward. Okay, so the 56 years you moved forward to make up for the minus 56 years that had already moved forward, in order to get back to where you should have been the first time, you have to add another 56 years. Okay? You had minus 56. Okay? You have to go forward 56. But you also have to go forward another 56 to get to the positive 56 you should have had in the first place. Okay, well, then that ends up meaning 112 years. Okay? And Israel had 126 years in her time bank because her temple went down, right? In 586 BC. Alright, so she had, here we go again. Silly thing. Her temple went down with 126 years to go. And 112 years are needed to make it up. See where the 14 is? She's got 14 years that are still like, something's got to happen with them. Her 14 years still owed. But they can't play. They can't play during her time because she only had
so much time left and she's going to go over her time budget. And in fact, what ends up happening in real time is that you got a 70-year credit here in order to rebuild. And then he's got to reimburse her for the 70 years. And that takes you to this point when Jerusalem it was rebuilt before, but it started to go down again because they were always attacking it. That's Nehemiah 6:15. Everybody thinks that that was a decree of a human king, and the scholars are wrong again, because God is doing the decreeing in Daniel 9:24. Hello. Okay, but still, it's got a different purpose. It shows that that by 446 deadline, the second 70, that okay, the temple was rebuilt, and so is Jerusalem, just as Daniel 9:25 predicted. And then your 49 years start kicking off here. Okay, 446 minus 396, and I'm 390. This is really 397. Late in 396. Late in 397. Okay, so you got your 49 years starting in Daniel here. And then from this point come your 62 weeks, which is 434 years, which is equal to 364 years the temple was standing from here to here, plus another 70 reimbursement for the same reason that you had a 21. You had a negative plus a positive equals 0, but you got to have another positive to get to the positive, but except now you got a third positive to reimburse it. And that's why 21 is such a prominent feature here in Psalm 90, and will end up being a prominent feature in Paul. Let me just preview coming attractions. Okay, oh, it's not showing up here. Wait a minute. I'll have to do that in the next segment. I gotta reboot to do that. Okay, we'll resume again. Notice how this in the bottom window is Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. And in the top window, we're still looking at Psalm 90, because I haven't yet gotten to the 16th verse. I just want you to focus on the 21s here. Here's a 21 in Psalm 90. Here are two more, totaling 42, very pregnant. Okay, here's another 21. So there's a total of 4. Okay, and one of the 21s is in verse 16, which totals what? 56 syllables. And what is Paul doing here? 56 syllables right off the bat. And actually what he's telling you by that is that he's writing to you in the 56th year when Christ would have been 56. This is a real shocker. When I get to the full, going through this thing with Paul, it's just, this will correct all of our calendars. Okay, he's writing in the 56 when Christ would have been 56. Okay, and there's 21 years to the millennium at that point, to the expected millennium at that point, which he's expecting to begin in what we would call 77 AD, which is, of course, 77 syllables of Isaiah, which we saw right here. Ooh, okay, see, 77 syllables right here. See, because Isaiah is picking up on first David to last David. That's what Isaiah 53 is, covering first David to last David. So Paul is picking up at the last David and saying, hi, last David was born here. See, worthy of glory is God the Father. See, he's fathering. That's Hebrews 10:5. Okay, and at this point, Christ would have been 56 years old if he had still been alive on earth. Okay, he was supposed to die when he was 40. Okay, which I haven't gotten to yet, which would have been our 37 AD. Alright, so he's using Anno Domini accounting. Scholars don't even know that yet, or maybe some of them do, but I couldn't find any. Okay, so the millennium was expected 21 years later. See, 21, 21. Okay, 56, 56. Okay, he's playing directly on the 56s, and of course you just saw the 56s in Isaiah. You see, this is done on purpose. There's the 84 syllables. Okay, here's the 77 syllables from Isaiah. Here's the 84 syllables, which are at the beginning of Psalm 90. Okay, see, right here. Okay, with a 21 in them, of course. See, it's all deliberate. Okay, so now again, why 21? Okay, because you have a -7, and time only plays forward, but we got a -7. Okay, and there are 140 years also to make up but we've only got 126 years left on the old temple when it dies. So that's a 14. Okay, well, 14 to be made up over budget is a -14. Okay, you got that? This is another way of putting it. I put it as many ways as I can. And then we got the -7 on the 49. Okay, so that's 21. Oh, and Moses knew all about it right here. And that's why the 14, because it's net, is in the decree. Okay, it's a total of 21 gross, but it's 14 net because Israel goes over her actual time budget by 14 years. But to get there, 21 years had to play. See, because see, we had 126 years here. And she's going to get granted 140. So we're really only 14 years over at the end of the day. So there are 2 tribulational 7s, one of which is reserved for Messiah's time. That's in the 62nd week. And then the other one, because it couldn't play, is reserved in Daniel 9:27. And Paul is playing the role of Daniel here. That's why in verse 15 he prays, and that's why in Ephesians 2 he talks about 2 temples. He's praying for the building of the temple, just like Daniel did. And he patterns his prayer here in Ephesians 1, just like Daniel did. I haven't gotten to that yet, but wait, you see it. So 56 years is when Christ would have been 56 years old. 21 years later was the expected millennium, to begin in what we would call 77 AD. And then, the purpose of God would have been completed. We would have been, by 84, is this clever or what? We would have been before him. See that? We would be holy and blameless at the end of. Everybody, because time that would have begun the millennium. Okay? And we would have been before him for 7 years. Already, because, church is not in the tribulation. Okay? Is that cool or what? See how clever this is? All based on this. So I think maybe we're ready to actually see what verses 16 and 17 say. So let's go there. And we'll just keep Paul up in the, we'll just keep Paul up. Since Paul starts his chronology where Moses leaves off, just like Isaiah does. Okay? Okay? Just bear in mind, Isaiah's picking up at the first David to the last David, and Paul's picking up at the last David, aka the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay? So keep this in mind. Keep Ephesians in mind as we go through the corrected translation of verses 90, 16 through 17. Okay? These are the 2. Okay, now, this is so cool. Look at this. May your servants be caused to see. This is the word translated see. It's yireh. May they see. That they will see. But caused to see is actually more correct. Okay, it's hifil. May they be caused to see. Alright? The word for servants is avdeka. And it's plural servants.
meaning the Jews, okay? And then your righteous work is paleka is the actual word in Hebrew. It's only used for God's work, your righteous work, okay? And your majesty, and this is so cool, hadar. It's translated majesty. I think that's in the NASB, so I just copied it. To their children. And that's, beni chem. Now, hadar is a word that Isaiah will pick up on in describing how we spurned him at his incarnation. Walo hadar wanirehu, and that's in Isaiah 53:2. Okay. But Paul, I just want to kill myself when I look at this. The typical word that's used for hadar, okay, is translated glory in Greek. And here we go. Now, worthy of glory, eulogetas really means praiseworthy. But my pastor always would say worthy of honor and glorification. Okay? And that's fine. But the idea is glory. Hadar means the kind of glory that man recognizes, respects, and praises. That's really what it means. Okay? The Lord didn't have, it's unfortunately mistranslated, comeliness in English Bibles of Isaiah 53:2. But it means the glory that you would recognize and be in awe of, by human terms. Okay, well, worthy of glory, even as we understand it, is God the Father. You see how he's playing on that? Okay, remember, this is 56. He's talking straight back to these two verses, even as Isaiah does, but in a different context. Because this is, post-cross here. Okay, worthy of glory. Yeah. And what did it say? May your servants be caused to see your righteous work? Yeah. Righteous work is already risen. You see that? We have seen him. See, that's how 1 John begins. We have seen him. Yeah. Paul had seen him on the Damascus Road. So, may your servants, well, what's Paul? Be caused to see your righteous work? Yeah, Christ. Right here. See? Here's the righteous work of God. The Father, see, to the children. The Father to the children. The glory, the majesty, the hadar. Okay? Seen. But when he was seen, Isaiah 53:2, we didn't respect him. Okay, but now he's risen. And the only way you can still see him is by means of faith. But Paul is of the generation that saw him while he was here. Paul is of the generation that Isaiah 53:2 says despised him. So, gireh, may your servants be caused to see. Yeah, they were. And they despised him. Your righteous work. Yeah, and they considered him to have no glory when they saw him. Okay, but he's glorified now. He's risen. You see how Paul's playing on both Isaiah and Psalm 90, is this rich or what? Okay, and bear in mind that he's got a total to the same 56. That's 21 syllables right here. And he's playing on the same keywords. Okay? See, who has blessed us? Who are we? Well, Paul is a Jewish son. See, part of the children, seeing the righteous work of God. He's one of the recipients of Moses' prayer. And of course, he's writing to fellow Jews and Gentiles. And this particular letter is to the Gentiles, but, there were a lot of Jews who, became Christians. So they threw in their lot with the Gentiles. All right? And there were a lot of Jews who didn't, throw in their lot with the Gentiles, but they still were part of it. So children is really pregnant. Okay, so now we have clause 2. So clause 1, may your servants be caused to see your righteous work and your majesty to their children. All right, Paul's answering that here. Now there's another way that there's another context I got to address, but right now just look at Paul's answer so you can see that this is exactly what he's doing. He's talking to this verse right here, just like Isaiah is in Isaiah 53:2. Okay, then we have this verse. 90:17. Now this is a killer. May the kind and sweet favor of the Lord be upon us, the work of our hands. Yadinu, right here. The work of our hands, affirmed and established. Okay, this is so rich. Hands. Isaiah 53:10. By his hand he will prosper. Is usually how it's translated in English Bibles. But it's got the connotation of him. First of all, it's Wahefetz Yahweh Bayado Yitzla. The Hefetz Yahweh is the second Yahweh. God the Son agreeing to the contract, taking it in hand, because he's going to take on hands by taking on humanity. Alright? And that's why Isaiah 53:1 reads as it does, the arm of the Lord has been revealed. Okay, see, he's taking on humanity, so now he has an arm. You got that? And Moses, of course, knows that because Messiah was always predicted to be God taking on humanity. So the work of our hands, yeah, the hands that will that are the progenitors of the hands that will have the nails in the wrists. Okay, and then this is konenu, koneneha, konena, sorry. All right, that's from kun. That means to vindicate, to defeat an enemy, rise up, defeat an enemy, vindicate, and establish. And that is predictive of the exact week that Messiah will rise and pay. In David's courses, the 1 Chronicles 24 courses. Okay, that's in heedcal.htm, and you can look that up. That's one of the names of the priestly courses, and that's what happened that week, is that Messiah came and did that. Okay, so kun is very pregnant too. Establish, vindicate, yeah. That's what Messiah does. He establishes and he vindicates. He establishes us in him, and he vindicates us in him by means of paying for our sins. And then, of course, he'll come back the second time as a leader, a ruler, forever. Okay? So you see where Paul is getting this 56? Who has blessed us with every spiritual blessing in the heavens by agency of Christ. And I'm going to change this language a little bit in the translation you're going to see in future videos. By agency of Christ, even as he chose us. Okay? You see how all this is answering to Psalm 90:17 and Psalm 90:16. And of course in Isaiah, I already covered Isaiah 53:10. But then of course you got Isaiah 53:12 where he inherits everybody. And that's establishing the work of their hands, vindicating by owning, inheriting everything. Alright? And that certainly is the kind and sweet favor of the Lord upon us. And that is certainly seeing his majesty. And that is certainly his righteous work. And we will certainly see it forever. In fact, that's the contract in Isaiah 53:10, which is that if he will pay, im tasim asham nafsho, if he will appoint himself, see, appoint, Seth, if he will appoint himself a substitute for sin, he will see long-lived seed. That's how that verse ought to be translated. It's usually mistranslated in English. He will cause to see. And then, of course, verse 11, Isaiah 53:11 says, Yireh, same word is used here. Yireh. He will see. Yizba, satisfied. He will be satisfied. Why? Because he's seeing his kids. He who had no descendants, Isaiah 53:8, will bear all the kids and then inherit them, Isaiah 53:12. Is this cool or what? So you see, Isaiah is talking straight to this, and Paul is talking straight to this as to the outcome of Messiah. No doubt about it. Now, it's a 56. It's not a 70. Why? Because in history, it might not have happened. Okay? Because in history, our boy had to finish the temple first, and that was the 70 years, and then had to get Jerusalem rebuilt, and that was the 70 years, and in between is Purim. Okay? So that was a real big question mark. Would those 56 years hamper Israel finishing her vote? And it almost did. It almost stopped it. And of course, if you want to, you can read the books of Nehemiah and Ezra and Esther especially. Esther is how they tried to stop it after the temple was rebuilt by, having Purim. Purim means lots. L-O-T-S. Lots drawn in order to destroy the Jews. And that was the year before David's last 490 ran out. But the temple's 490 was reestablished at 516. Okay? And that's why history was allowed to continue such that there could be a voting period, which is Daniel's, ends with the 49 years of Daniel, okay, right here, from here to here. And this is when canon gets completed, in 396 BC. And then after that, you have the 62 weeks, which is the countdown to Messiah, okay, and the 62 weeks ends not when he dies, but ends here. This, remember I said there was 1,000 for David based on his death. You got 1,000 based on his retirement. That was 30 AD when Christ actually died. That's also when the second 490 for the temple would have ended. So it's a double deadline here. But David's death would have occurred in 41-43 from Adam, the 1000th anniversary. That was the initial deadline because David ruled 40 years. Christ would be born king, so Christ would rule 40 years. And that, my dear, is 57 years. Remember our 56? 57 years at the beginning of the year, 56 years at the end of the year, to our scheduled millennium, which Paul has in mind and is balancing to, just like Isaiah and Moses were doing when Moses ended Psalm 90, right here. He's balancing to the millennium. Okay, we're now in 10E9, and this is going to be a comprehensive shift from Moses to Paul. We're going to take some really wild turns here. First of all, you're seeing on the screen a problem with our AD BC dates, which we're going to get into a little later on. But I want to show you how Moses is getting to the millennium. Okay? The millennium is here, 42nd hundred year from Adam, and you've seen enough of the videos now to realize that God is accounting time in 2100 year increments. First 2100 years, the Jews even know it today as the so-called Age of Desolation, except they think it's 2000 years. And that covers the period from Adam to Abram. And you probably got that pretty well understood by now. The second 2100 years, which the Jews think is 2000, they call the Age of Torah. And it begins with Abraham, and it's supposed to end with Messiah. Abraham knew that, and so did everybody after him. Okay? This is still a known thing. And the big question in Judaism today, especially among the non-Messianic Jews, is how come he didn't come? Of course, the Messianic Jews are busy saying, yes, he did come, and he did come exactly when he was supposed to, and he died exactly when he was supposed to, which is in the 4136th year from Adam. Okay? I mean, he was scheduled to die in the 43rd year from Adam, which I'm going to show you why we know that, for a lot of reasons ever since Abraham. And then he was going to come back after the Gentiles were harvested. There's a whole bunch of Old Testament prophecy about the Gentiles. The idea was that the Jews were going to first be developed as a priest nation, and when that happened, Christ would come, they'd vote for him, and then everybody would hate them, okay, for that, because they're supposed to rule for, in the millennium. All right? He would therefore be killed by the Gentiles, because if the Jews accepted him, the Gentiles would have killed him anyhow. And then 57 years later, he'd come back and the millennium would begin, right on time. That was the whole thing known from Abraham forward. That's why Abraham had to mature when he did. Now, we have to kind of go back, but not for very long, to Abraham. And, I should show you how to do this. If you've got this worksheet downloaded, you can do what I'm doing now by going to View, Custom Views, and then you get a whole bunch of snapshots that I've already pre-coded. And you pick, like let's pick Noah to Abraham. Alright? So you won't have the thing that I got here. See, what I did is I moved view. You can move views and custom views. You can move that to Excel up here, which is what I did. You do this. In Excel, you do customize, and then you can take a command, like in View, which is what I did. See where it says Custom Views? You can take that and move it. See? You can move it, which is what I had done. Alright, I'm not going to do it again. And I moved it up to this top of the window here. I moved it up here. See? I just moved it. So I can access it two ways. So now we're in Noah to Abraham, just because that's easier. And we go back to Abraham so that you can see this. 2046. Noah's personal 490 ran out. This is really central to understanding why we know Moses is counting to the millennium. Noah's personal 490 ran out. And remember, somebody's always got to be financing time. So Abraham had to mature early so that the world could go on living, even though, there was a 1,000 granted, for Enoch. And Noah even. Noah had a personal 1,000, but the 490 would end earlier. So Abraham had to mature in order to continue time. This is central to knowing how Moses knew when everything would end and how he accounts for it. Okay? So Abraham is 54 years early. So at that point, there are only 2,100 years for the Jews to get to, this point. Now, if you are good at math, or even not so good, you got to know that, 2046, which is when Abram gets his award, plus 2,100, doesn't take you to 4,200. It takes you to 4146. So how are we going to get to the end of the 2,100 for history? Ding, 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 ding. And Moses put in the law how you do get to the end of history. 4146, we got 4 years, it's really 3.5, owed the Gentiles because Abraham matured too early. So here's a 50-year period God's going to insert, which just happens to come at the right time, to harvest the Gentiles. This is Gentile time. That's going to bridge, from 4146, 4146 to 4150. How are we going to bridge that? But we'll get to that in a second. Pretend there's an answer that you don't know yet. That takes us to 4150, and there's the harvesting period for the Gentiles. Moses coded this in the Mosaic Law in two ways. The first way he coded it was in the annual calendar, so Israel would always be reminded of it, called Pentecost. Pentecost is about harvesting. Pentecost is about paying your taxes. Pentecost is about how the 70 years of voting during a 490 that they're going to do buys the 50. And if you look here in cell A2, you can download a document that shows you how that math works. If you click it, you will get a Word doc that I did called 10 Ways This Timeline Differs. On page 15 of that document, I go through the math of how the 70 sabbatical years buy the 50 years of harvesting for the Gentiles. And that's really important to know because Paul's going to be talking about that math in Ephesians 1. I'm totally blown away by that fact. And Moses, of course, had obviously taught it, or Paul wouldn't know it, to put it into his meter. So, page 15 of the document that you can click on in cell A2 of this genius.xls worksheet will show you the math of how the 70 sabbatical years buy the 50 years for harvesting the Gentiles. And Israel was reminded of that every single year through Pentecost. Pentecost, according to Numbers 28:26, not according to the Jews, because the Jews don't read Numbers 28:26 properly. Pentecost you began your count of the 50 on the back of, at the end of Passover, not at the beginning. Piggybacked on the last day of Passover, because, the new day begins at sundown of the old day. You started the count of what the Jews today call the Omer, the 50 days. Count from then. Well, then that's a total of 57 days from the beginning of Passover to the end. And, what's this? 57, 41, 43 to 4200 is 57. Well, 57 is greater than 54, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to more than make up for our friend Abraham being mature back here. See? 54 years early on Abraham. Okay, but we're going to more than make up for that because there's 57, 57, 57. 57, 57, right here, 57. From the 1000th anniversary of what would become David's death to the end of the millennium. All that was put into the law. And of course the 7, we already now know, is occurring because Israel missed her sabbatical years and her temple went down. So you see, 7 was already in there. The question was the other 7, which we have gone through in some excruciating detail now, so that you can see that 56 years Moses is warning about from here, to here, the voting period, because he's saying, hi, you're going to miss the voting period. The temple's not up by 516. Okay? And then, of course, there's 14 years from Purim to the voting period, and Purim almost stopped it from happening, so there's another play on the same 14. But the 14 we've gone through is due to her missing her sabbatical years. Okay, and you end up having to play 21 in order to reimburse, because she's got 126-year credit here, alright, but in order to make up for the 56, it's got to play twice, okay. So then that gives her 14 credit, but hello, it's going to take 140 years to go from here to here. So that 14 credit is wiped out. And you need another 14, because it takes 2 to make up for 1 negative. Got that? She doesn't have 2. She'd have to have 28 years credit here. If she doesn't, she only has 14. So to get to this point, God had to lend her 14. Okay, lend her. But they're lent. They're not paid. Okay, so that's why Messiah has to come when he does, which is also a deadline by the 1000 based on David's birth, and that's why he has to die when he does. Okay, because if he doesn't come at this point, then time can't be renewed, and that 14 remains short. Which is why Matthew 1 references it, why Moses is referencing it. So he dies 14 years short. See, that's 64 years short of. 4136 is 64 years short of 4200. So Moses knew all that. 57 days are between the beginning of Passover and Pentecost. There are also another 57 days between Pentecost and 9th Ave when the temple goes down. Okay? So it's back-to-back 57s, just like there were back-to-back. 57 counts the actual day on which it starts. So 56 is the number of days between. So there's back-to-back 56s that Israel got credited, but she's still short the 14, which is why 56 is such a pregnant number. So this is how Moses knew. He knew it based on Abram.
being 54 years short, and he knew it based on foreknowing, through God, that Israel was going to screw up her sabbatical years and end up having a debit that would require, the 14 years to be repaid. Okay? So that's how he knew. He didn't know maybe the details. I'm not sure how much he knew, but he knew enough to be able to write that, and so that's why Psalm 90 has this 56. Okay? Right here. Oops, let's see if I can move it up higher. There we go. Alright, the Psalm 90 56 is right there in the lower window that I'm moving around. Alright, and that, oops, let's see if I can move this up higher. There we go. Ah, the joys of computing. And that 56, of course, then leads to the last voting period, which we saw was back up here. See? 56 from 516 to Purim, or to the voting period. Okay, that's what he's warning them about. Get to the voting period. It's shorthand, numerical metaphor for get to the voting period. You're going to have a problem getting here. Okay? So that's one way you know it. There's another way, and this is really important, and I haven't covered it, and I should. Again, we go back to Abraham. Sorry to keep doing this, but one advantage of doing it is that you're going to get real clear about how these numbers work. Back to Abraham. Again, Noah's 490 ran out in the same year that Abram got his, or time would have ended. Now that tells you something very important, that there always has to be somebody picking up the time grant from the prior person, no matter when in history it is. I mean, look at this. Okay, the second 1050 from Adam ends there in 2100. It began with the unbeliever voting window in 2050, but the world wasn't going to get to 2050. It couldn't get there unless there was an Abram. You see? By the same token, the world couldn't get to 4103. Okay, if there wasn't a David and a temple to protect it. The temple's second time grant, temple time grant ran out in 30 AD. Okay, David's time grants, except for his 1000s, had expired. All that's left is his 1000. Okay, fine, but as we just saw with Noah and Abraham, the 1000 isn't going to finish if there's no 490 underneath. Now do you see why it was so important for the temple, okay, for the temple to be standing? Okay, the temple was standing, and that's why it was so important to get it standing again, so that this time could continue, because David's time grants for the 490 ran out there in row 143. Okay, so we've only got a 490-year period from the reestablishment of the temple, which basically got to be considered continuous because it was rebuilt in time, and it ends in 30 AD. It doesn't get an extension, all right, because it was in breach, and all of its extension time was used up. It's now 14 years short, technically, but God had crafted out of its remaining time that the temple wasn't standing a new 490, and that 490 ends with what becomes the latest deadline, 37 AD, the 1000th anniversary of David's death. Okay? And the scholars miss that because they're accounting in lunar years, and God never does. God's accounting in solar. So that's why they miss this very pregnant meaning. And they don't even know why, they don't even think, they don't understand, because they're going with what the Jews say. They think that there's only 50 days right after Passover to Pentecost. No, it's 57. So you see, Satan was really clever. He managed to mask the 7 in both places. So that's why people don't know about this. Okay? If they had been accounting in solar years the way the Bible always does, they would know that there's an extra 7 in there and would wonder why. And actually they do know, and they try to explain it away by using lunar years. Instead of asking, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should go back and check Numbers 28-26 and realize that the counting of the Omer begins at the end of Passover. But they don't.
Okay, but Moses knew. And the first temple time ends in 30 AD. Okay, so just like it was with Abram and Noah, somebody's got to pick up the baton by 30 AD. And this person, our Lord and Savior, was born at the end of David's personal 1,000 based on his united kingship when he's king over all Israel. Okay, that's in 2 Samuel 5. All right. He has to be born then, or there's no, the 1,000 won't renew. And he better doggone well die mature, or there'd be no time. So Paul, and to a certain extent, just Paul, is accounting based on a new 490 based on Christ's birth. Moses, however, is looking at the 490 that he's got to die by, because Israel could have accepted him. All right? And he's using that in the Mosaic Law. This again, is 57 years. So, what would have happened had Israel accepted Christ? First thing, he would have lived at what we call 37 AD, which is really the 43rd year of Adam, whatever you want to call it. Okay? And he would have died then, probably killed by the Gentiles instead of the Jews. At which point, Armageddon would have ensued. I mean, take the whole 7-year tribulation would have started. No, I'm sorry. At that point, the 50 years to harvest the Gentiles would have started. Because it's going to be communicated how he went to heaven, blah, blah, blah. The equivalent to what we are saying now. He's coming back. And then in the year 4193 from Adam, the tribulation would have begun. Christ would have returned in 4200 from Adam, and the millennium would have begun. That's how it was supposed to go. And then everything would have been tied up. Now, the tribulation would have begun originally. This is cell G, 179. The tribulation would have begun in 4193 from Adam. The first 3.5 years reimbursed the Gentiles. Okay, see, because this is when it would start. 50 years from 4143 is 4193, so the 50 years have elapsed for harvesting the Gentiles. Okay, and then to pay back on Abraham maturing early, there's another really 3.5 years. I rounded off to 54, but it's really 53.5. So that's why Revelation 11 says 3.5, 42 months. And that's why Revelation 12 says a time times and half a time, which is also 42 months. Okay? And that's going to tie to Daniel 12, but we'll get into Daniel a little later. I'm still at Moses. Okay? So the harvesting period would have finished in 4193. The tribulation would have begun. The first 3.5 years would have been paying back the Gentiles for their time. And the last 3.5 years are the times of Jacob's trouble. Okay? So that at the end, the 7 years that was promised in Daniel 9:27, but it's also promised in Isaiah, as we're going to see, intervenes. And then the millennium would have begun. So see, all this was in the Mosaic Law. All this was known since Moses. And that's why Moses uses 56 syllables. There's another way to know that Moses is writing about and balancing to the millennium, which is even more striking than what I just showed you. You see in the top window, what's probably becoming familiar now, the genius.xls. And this time I'm taking again, because Bible keeps doing that, and now so is Moses, taking you back to the flood. I want you to pay real close attention to that year. Again, the only way to get the right chronology is to go in terms of years from Adam's fall. And in the 1656th year from Adam's fall, the flood occurs. Okay? So, see, because that was Methuselah. See? Methuselah died in 1656 from Adam. You got that? Now watch. Moses is writing Psalm 90, and I didn't know this until I started doing Psalm 90, in 2706. Okay, well, look at this. 2706 from Adam, when Israel's just about the end of the land, minus 1656, which is the flood, is, guess what? 1050. So Moses is also tracking to 1050 from the flood. Why? Because civilization started over at the flood. Why? Because verse 5 is going to start talking about reviewing the actors. You've seen this now. First the Adamic vote. See, we're down here at the bottom. Okay, we're down here at the bottom where I'm moving the screen. I'll talk about what's on top of the screen now in a few minutes. Okay, right here at the bottom, verses 5 through 8 is a 70, and that's about the flood. See, you flood them. That's the first voting period when they got the news that they were going to be flooded. Okay, and then here's Seth. All right, means to appoint, means appointed one. And that's what we saw up here. Okay. Seth. See? Wait a minute. See? Seth, appointed. Okay, appointed to take the place of. Okay, but it isn't just appointed to take the place of, it's appointed to carry on the name of. Appointed, like in English, has a lot of different uses. Okay, so Moses is balancing what he says in 2706 here in Psalm 90 to 1050, 2706 minus the flood year is 1050. See, he's saying, hi, a civilization unit. Remember, time always has to be financed by someone carrying time. But at the same time, you're always balancing to real time, real elapsed time. See, it's like we're on a budget. We got a time budget. Okay? Did somebody mature by? Okay? Did somebody mature by? See, here's the 3,000. Did somebody mature by then? Because Abram's personal 1,000 is going to run out 46 years later. Civilization's third 1,000 begins here. Okay? In 3,100. Are we even going to get that far? We ain't getting that far if there isn't a David. David had to be crowned before that was going to even happen. And he's crowned and was equivalent to 3096. Phew! 4 years early. 4 years, that's real important. 4 years early. Just in time. 4 years early. 4 years early. It's really the end of, it's really close. You have to use 3 when you're doing the numbers, because it's near the end of. Okay? 3.5 years again. We keep coming up with this number. Okay? See, somebody has to carry time, and that somebody's going to now be David. Moses is looking down to that because, watch this. This just kills me. It just does. Again, Moses is writing Psalm 90 below, lower half of the screen, and 2706 from Adam. Okay? That minus 1656, which is the year of the flood from Adam, is 1050. So, Moses is looking at how we're going to get to the next 1050, which ends 3100 in real time. He's reconciling to how we get there in real time. So how does he do that? He's taking the year he writes. This is so awesome. I almost want to kill myself. That's the year he writes, 2706 from Adam. Psalm 90, as we've seen, is 350 syllables. Okay, down here in the lower left-hand corner. Okay, so you add 350 there, and you get 3056. Okay, So that's what time would be at 3056. Okay, but we got a deadline of 3100. Alright? So we're going to make it to the deadline. See, 3056 to 3100. Okay, so minus 3100 is 44 years. Are we going to make it? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. He's basically predicting yes. And how do you know that? Because 2706 plus 350 takes you to 3056. Now watch this very closely. Plus 1050 equals 4106. You know what that means? Messiah's birth. How do we know? Because he's writing it in 1400 BC. Plus, well, not plus, I have to do a minus because we have our screwed up accounting. Our BC dates are generally good. 1400 BC minus 350. Number of syllables, number of years. Takes you to what? 1050. And what happened in 1050? Ding, 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 ding. Israel rejected God as king. Okay, but what's 1050 years after that? What we should have been calling, 180. The end of, it's actually the end of, if there was such a thing as 0 BC, that's it. 1050 is 0 BC. 1050 years to count backwards, because we're counting backwards in our BC. That's when Christ has to be born. He has to be born. He has to be born, or time ends. See, it's another method of accounting. He's accounting this time from the flood. 1050 years earlier from when he writes is the flood, plus 350 years that Israel's got left to get to her goal. Really, it's more than 350, but she's got 350 years, at which point that's 1400, which is our BC. So now we're going to minus the 350 to make our BC calendar align. And it's 1050 BC when she rejects God as king and Saul is appointed. Now, Paul goes through this very same accounting, using the 490s instead of a 1050, in Acts 13:20 in the Greek. It's kind of screwball mistranslated in the English. It's very confusing. But he's basically saying, hi, this is the reimbursement for the 400 years of slavery and the 40 years in the wilderness and the 40 bad years under Paul. David is the reimbursement. Yeah, and he's born in 1040 BC. He becomes king over Hebron in 1010, which is 4 years early before the end of time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. Because Israel rejected rejected him as God in 1050 BC. Now, 1050 BC just happens to be a really good number, because 1050 years later, he has to be born, because measured from the flood, he's got to be born by then, and you can see now why it's high. Okay, well, he's actually born. Remember, David is crowned. I gotta do this, or you're not gonna see it. David is crowned first in 3096. He's crowned king of all Israel in late 1004 BC, and we got to call that 1003 for rounding purposes, because Kislev is, I suspect, the actual date, but it's still in the last 6 months of the year, so you have to round it off by one. So now, Christ has to be born. Okay? Christ has to be born by the end of the 1000th anniversary of David's united kingship. Otherwise, the time will run out. Okay? Now, you'll notice that 1050 BC, this is really the key to so many things that we don't understand. The 1050 BC here would mean that he'd have to be born by what we should call 0 BC. Well, but he's actually born 3 years prior. 3 years into. Why? Because David got crowned earlier. See, we see David. David gets crowned earlier, just before, and he had to be crowned earlier. Otherwise, civilization would have ended because this was all bad time. All right? So this is the 40 years under Saul. David's crowned at Hebron because Saul died. Just in time. And then there's a 7-year civil war between here and here, in row 102, when David is finally crowned king over all Israel. So Christ has to be born king of all Israel. So he has to be born by 1,000 years from 3103 from Adam. Okay, which he is. And that ends up being 3 years earlier than Moses' own accounting here. All right? Because Moses is doing the countdown to Messiah. And the 1,000 years are included in that. We've gone over that. But he's saying, hi, okay, I'm writing to you in the 1050th anniversary of the flood, which everybody would have known. 350 years from now, you're going to reject God as king. Well, I should do it backwards, okay. Hi, I'm writing to you in the 1050th year from the flood. 350 years from now, you're going to reject God as king. Okay? And Messiah's got to be born 1050 years after that, or time ends. Now, 2450 just happens to be our BC equivalent to the flood. Alright? So that's why the numbers are so similar. Alright? Because they're balancing there. But Christ had to be born 3 years earlier because of the other problem with David having to become king earlier, namely here, so that this civilization, the third 1,000, could even play. See the interplay between the underlying 1,000 protection that's based on an individual and how it has to reconcile and balance to the historical, absolute historical time. This is actually 3,000 years elapsing from Adam's fall. This is actually 3,100 elapsing from Adam's fall. There's an unbeliever voting window that has to play here. Well, it ain't going to happen if there wasn't somebody to carry time. That somebody is David. All right, so now the 3,100 in row 101 and G101, where my cursor is now, that can play. And, by the way, David becomes king of all Israel here in 3103, which is 3 years later. So Christ is going to have to be born within 1,000 years of that. But that ends up being 3 years prior to the elapse of 1050 years, 1050, from the rejection. So Moses, now I'm going to talk about what I was doing this other thing for. Right up here, there is a quality, a rhetorical style that scholars don't know about, which is going to be of immense importance to textual criticism. We're always asking questions about when Bible books are written. Okay? Well, the author's date, they have a rhetorical style for dating when they write in the text. And you have to know the meter to know what that is. See, because Moses' meter is patterned after him writing in the 1050th anniversary of the flood. So the equidistance, they all use this, and we'll be going through this in the other passages. They all use equidistance. Moses is writing in the 1050th anniversary of the flood. And there's 1050 years after his poem ends. Alright? Is Messiah's scheduled but not actual birth. Why? Because David matures 3 years earlier. Okay, and you can see why that would be important, because again, going back to Abraham, like I just covered, we got 54 years that have to be made up for the Gentiles. So even though there are 50 more years after Moses finishes his poem, as far as a bank account allotment for Messiah to be born, there's this 54 owed to the Gentiles. That's 54. The last 50, okay, yeah, that's the harvesting period of the Gentiles, which I just covered. But we got another hanging chat of the 4 years. Well, that means that David's going to have to mature early. And again, it's really 3.5, so he's getting into his kingship really 3.5 years before the civilization ends at 3100. See, God is keeping real precise accounts of time here. I mean, frankly, if you had no other proof of God than the way he uses numbers in the Bible, and you studied the numbers like I'm showing you here, you'd have no doubt, because you know what? Only God can orchestrate time. Okay? There are a lot of dingbat scholars out there, but not all of them are dingbats. A lot of people know that David was crowned at Hebron in 1010 BC. The Jews are kind of screwed up about time now, but they didn't used to be so screwed up. And there are a lot of Christian scholars about 100 years ago, 50 years ago, who got this timeline right. They got the Exodus right at 1400 BC. They got the destruction of the temple right at 586 BC. They got it right that Moses left Egypt under Thutmose III. I mean, this was pretty common knowledge at the turn of the century, last century. All right? And that's one of the reasons why Cleopatra's Needle is in Central Park. Because it's talking about two Thutmoses there. The Thutmose who was friendly to Hatshepsut and the Thutmose who wasn't. And that's a stele. That's like a recorded history plaque, and it's sitting in Central Park. Egypt is trying to get it back now, but it's sitting there. So, I mean, 100 years ago, the scholarship was really pretty good with respect to Egyptology and these BC dates. Okay? And I know where the AD dates went wrong. We're going to cover that in a later video. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you know what? We knew that it was 1010. We knew that it was, 1003. And so did Moses, and he's balancing to it. So you can prove from the math what was going on, and we can balance these two real events in history. So this isn't just, a lot of religious books, they play games with numbers too. Okay, but this is balancing to real history you can test. And this used to be commonly understood historical dating 100 years ago. All right, we have a lot of bad scholarship that's come along in the last 50 years. That's trying to undo what we used to know. So you always have to look at everybody with a jaundiced eye and check it. And see, because 100 years ago we were actually trying to compare it to the Bible. We were actually trying to balance to the Bible. Today we're using the stupid-ass stars. Okay, this is really dumb. Anybody who's using stars to date anything at all is just a complete jerk. Just ignore them. Deuteronomy 18 forbids that. Forget the stars. Okay? God doesn't need stars. He's got his own word that you can use to date things. And if you're still using the stars, you're as apostate as possible. You need 1 John 1:9 and talk to Dad. Because something's really wrong with you if you're using the stupid-ass stars. There was no Star of Bethlehem. God doesn't need astronomy or astrology to verify what he says. He's got a better way of doing it, and he's got it done in the Bible. And frankly, if you look at the Bible and then you go look at the valid scholarship that's been done over the past couple of 100 years, 300, 400, 500, 600 years, and you can tell the difference. It balances. Well, who but God can orchestrate time? I'm sorry. You don't want to believe in God, that's your prerogative. But honey, if you want to find 100% proof of God, you look at these numbers. And yeah, your eyes will glaze over. And yeah, it's worth it. And I figure you think it's worth it, or you wouldn't be listening to me this long.
So let's go forward. So we know that Moses here is balancing to the last millennium by recourse to the first millennium, which is starting with Adam. Why? Because the last Adam is Christ. That's the millennium included there. Okay, return. Remember, I covered this already. Teshuv, shuvul, return. That's Jubilee. That's the essential meaning of Jubilee, which is the 50th year. Every 50th year in the Mosaic Law is Jubilee. You're going to hear me talk more about that in the next video. Okay? So, shuvul, return. This is the word in Hebrew, shuvul. Yeah, everything returns to the last Adam, who returns to head up the millennium. And so Moses is counting down to the last Adam by referencing the flood from Noah, because that's when civilization started. And we have 1050 years from the time he finishes his poem to the birth of Messiah, who will inaugurate the millennium. 57 years, however, has to be inserted between Messiah's birth and the millennium, because David matures early too, 3 years early. So now, have a look. Okay, 56. Is this pregnant or what? Only God can be this smart. Abraham, 54 years early, plus David, and it's, again, we'll just do it right this time. Abraham is 53.5 years early. You've seen that now. Okay, but David also becomes king 3.5 years before the civilization unit runs out. You've seen that. See the total? 57. Ding, 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 ding. So Messiah has to die 57 years before 4200. And that was what I just showed you. 4143 from Adam is when he has to die. Now you know why. Now you know Moses is balancing to that. And now we're going to see how Isaiah does the same thing. Okay, now we're in episode 10E9C, and we're going to start Act 2. I need to show you why we know it's Act 2. We know it's Act 2 with Isaiah because Isaiah apes and wraps up Isaiah 53 around the style of Psalm 90. And in episode 10E9B, I was explaining that there was a rhetorical style that Moses used to tell us when he was writing. But I didn't explain what it was. So I'm going to explain it now because we're going to see Isaiah use the same thing. And that's your key to knowing that, not only is it really obvious he's aping the meter like with the 63, but he's aping the timing. Okay, he's picking up essentially where Moses leaves off. So I got to show you how we know when Moses wrote Psalm 90, because there's all kinds of debate going on about the Exodus that really is needless if people would just check the meter. Okay? You see highlighted in the middle of the bottom of the screen in blue and sort of a brownish maroon, but in blue right here, now highlighted in blue, I can't get the thing to go the other way. There we go. Now highlighted in dark blue is the number 63. This is a rhetorical device that Isaiah will use also, that Daniel will use also, and that Paul will use also to tell you when they're writing. They write their first paragraph, and once it's divisible by 7, that is a little date line. So the question is, you have to figure out, well, what kind of date line are they referring to? Well, remember, the Bible, like in all the ancient world, they date in years from, and it's always by anniversaries. So it's always solar, never lunar. The scholars always forget that. You can't get an anniversary right if you're not using solar years. Okay? So this is an anniversary represented as 63 sevens. That's how Moses is telling you when he's writing. It's, it's an important occasion, as you just saw in episode 10E9B. The occasion is the 1050th anniversary from the flood. Okay, but how do you know that that's really what it was? Well, because he's telling you here, let me keep it at the 63. He's telling you here, his first paragraph is divisible at 63. Okay, well that represents 63, look in the upper right-hand corner now at the calculator, sevens. That's 441 years. From what? Well, 441 years from the Exodus. And how do we know that? Because Jacob and the family entered Egypt in 1870. All right? We know that because Exodus 12:40 tells us that they were in Egypt for 430 years. Okay? There's more to it than that, which I'm going to cover. All right? So, 430 years, we'll do the calculator again. Okay, 1870. I'm going to show you how we know it's 1870 too. Okay, plus we have to do minus because it's BC. 430 is 1440. Now Moses is saying via the 63 that he's writing 63 sevens after that. Well, after Jacob entered Egypt, after the slavery rather. Okay, so this caused scholars no end of concern. They it's like, well, how do we read this? All right, and they come up with all kinds of different ideas, and a whole bunch of them have actually lost their faith over this thing. It's really kind of sad. Okay, and this is a common accounting problem. When numbers are this similar, we tend to misidentify what kind of numbers they are, and that's what happened here. All right, Exodus is saying 430. Plus, okay, I have to say minus, excuse me. I have to say 1870 minus 430 is 1440. And everybody can figure that one out. We can figure it out because we know Jacob's age, and because we know his age when he entered Egypt. We can backtrack, because he's 130 and Abraham was 100. So we know based on what Abraham's age would have been when this happened. Okay, and I'm going to go through that. What we don't understand is how the 400 years of slavery fits in. Because you have 1870, all right, minus 441 yields 1429, not 1440. Well, that's because you don't count the 430 the way they're doing for the enslavement. The enslavement is equal to 390 years of that 430 plus 10 years for Joseph. You see, Joseph became enslaved for 10 years prior. And when the Bible is talking about 400 years of enslavement, it's not saying that they're consecutive. It never says that. Joseph is enslaved in Egypt here. Okay? Which is 2176 from Adam. And you can read the account in Genesis. He's enslaved in Egypt. He's sold by his brothers. And for 10 years, he's enslaved under Potiphar. Then Potiphar's wife gets all upset because Joseph won't have sex with her. And so she falsely accuses him, and he's thrown in jail for 3 years. After the 3 years are up, he is promoted to vizier because of interpreting Pharaoh's dream. Now, the 3 years he's enslaved are not counted, 3 years he's in jail are not counted as enslaved years.
Because even though he was wrongly jailed, he tried to get out by, asking the two guys who were, Pharaoh's cupbearer and the Pharaoh's baker. He asked them to remember him before Pharaoh. He wasn't relying on God. So God's not counting those 3 years as enslavement. God's counting those 3 years as punishment, during which Joseph learned a lesson. Okay, so look, you got 17 plus 10 plus 3 equals 30, and that's when he becomes vizier of Egypt, here in row 64. Okay, so there's a unit of 10 years of the 400 that belongs because of Joseph. All right, so when you come down here to Jacob entering Egypt, you're not going to take the 430 and say, okay, well, 30 of it was slavery and 30 of it was free and 400 was slavery. You don't do it that way. You got 390 left on the enslavement promise of Genesis 15. It's 390. Okay, so when Moses is counting here, he's not counting from 1870. Okay? Because that wasn't when their enslavement began. He's counting from 40 years later. So look, if we study this stuff right, it wouldn't need to be a brain out explaining it. We'd all know it already, like our ABCs. Okay, 1870 is when he comes in. Okay, you guys subtract 40 years from that to get when the slavery begins. It begins in 1830 in earnest. It was starting to begin earlier than that. But Joseph had died in 1836, so it was kind of creeping. All right, and that's the story that you're told in Exodus. Okay, so 1830, okay, minus 441. Whoops, I did it wrong. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, 1830 minus 390 is when the Exodus happened. Okay, so now we minus the 41. It's really the beginning of the 41st year. The beginning of the 41st year. So that should be 1400 because it should be 40 because it's the beginning of the year. Sorry. Okay, so 1440 is where we were, minus 40 because it's at the beginning of the 41st year. And that, of course, equals 1400. So see, this 63 is telling us a lot of things. Okay? It helps alert us to the fact that the 400 years are not contiguous. When it promised 400 years of slavery in Genesis, what was it, 1513 or thereabouts? That's not saying it's contiguous. That's an aggregate. 10 of the years belong to Joseph being enslaved. All right, the other 390 belong to Israel being enslaved under Amenemhet III, which, scholars used to know that. And you can still find it in the older books, even on Google books, the older scholars. There are a lot of books that scholars wrote in Egyptology, which you can download for free now, because they're over 100 years old, or nearly. And they used to know that it was under Amenemhet III. And that's how I learned it, because I was looking in the older books, and even Encyclopedia Britannica, which is really what I used for all these dates with the pharaohs. Encyclopedia Britannica, my hardback set from 1985, had these dates in it, and they tracked exactly to the Bible. Although the scholars in Encyclopedia Britannica didn't admit that. They did admit that there was a vizier, and that's how I got all these dates for Joseph. They didn't say who the vizier was, and of course he wouldn't have been called Joseph by the pharaoh. He would have had some fancy name given in Egyptian. All right? So you're not going to be able to recognize him from Egyptian records as Joseph. All right? And they would expunge that anyway in their later history. So the point is that this vizier was the guy who developed the Fayum Depression. And it was an 80-year period over which the lean years and the fat years occurred. So he was ruling for 80 years. And of course, you find that out from the Bible. He was 30 when he became vizier, and he died at 110. Hello, 80 years is in between. All right? So Jacob and the family are entering during the 7 lean years. And there's a beginning and ending of year difference here. Okay. Now I'll refine that later. But the point is that it's really easy to know. Hello, see, okay, 1870 he enters. Okay, but they aren't enslaved then. There's 40 years that they're not enslaved. Okay, and then they're enslaved for the next 390 years because Joseph's already counting for 10. All right, so we minus 390. And bingo, there you go. So then Moses is writing 41 years after that, and we're going to say 40 because it's the beginning of the year. So there we are, 1400. And that's how come we can balance to 63 times 7. See, it's the beginning of the 441st year after their enslavement, which is equal to 390 years for the whole family, okay, plus 10 years that Joseph alone was enslaved. See, the Bible's really precise when it measures things, and we don't take it at, we don't listen to it. So we just, slap on 430 years, and now we can't balance to the Exodus, so it must not have happened. No, it's our sloppy scholarship. It's not the Bible's fault. Whenever there's a difference between what you think is right and what the Bible says, honey, the Bible's right, and you need to do your homework more. You can count on it every single time. So, now we're going to show how Isaiah is copying the same convention of making his first paragraph divisible by 7 to tell you when he's writing. Okay, this is going to be so tasty and yet so complicated that I don't know if I'm going to be able to contain myself. Okay, on the left-hand side of the screen, you see Act 1 and Act 2. Oops. See, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, you see Act 1 and Act 2 of Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53. Now, when I go to highlight this section, the right-hand side of the screen will disappear. Let's see if I can fix that now so that I won't have that problem, because I don't want you to see Act 3 and 4 yet. I knew this was going to be it. Okay, see. Oh, there. Computers, don't you love them? Oh, yeah. Okay. This is Windows, see, and I want to try to make it big enough so that you can see the screen. There, let's see if that works. Okay, on the left-hand side of the screen, starting over. On the left-hand side of the screen, you see here our friend Moses and what his 63s meant, which is quite a bit more than I told you in the last segment. I'm going to talk about it more. And here in Act 2, we're going to talk about how Isaiah is doing the same thing with this little puppy here, which of course now the stupid calculator disappears. With this little puppy here, right here, see the 42? That's the first part of the chapter, the first time that it's divisible by 7. Okay? This is so cool. I just want to die. All right, so we're going to focus on how Isaiah is using his 42 the way Moses is using the 63. It's the same idea, but he's referencing different points to wrap around what Psalm 90 says. And it's really important because when we get to Daniel, which is Act 3, Daniel's wrapping around both of them. Okay? So we're going to talk about Moses a little bit more here. I don't want you to see the two. Okay, look. Let's go back where we were, okay? Psalm 90 was first divisible by 7 at verse 3. You remember that? Okay. And as I showed you in the first segment, that equals 63 sevens. The 63 syllables stands for 63 sevens from the time that Israel was first enslaved in Egypt. And we went over how the 400 years is really in 2 parts, 390 years for the sons who came with Jacob, and 10 for Joseph, who got enslaved early when he was 17. Okay? But that's only the first meaning the 63 has. There are also 63 sevens to the temple's foundation in the future, which is in 1 Kings 6:1. Now watch this. Look on the right-hand side of the screen where the calculator is. You know, let's see, I'm moving it around, calculator. Oh, this is so exciting, I'm going to die. Okay, remember, Moses is writing in 1400 BC. I'm going to use our BC dates to keep it a little simpler. Okay, and that's when he writes. Now, remember, 63 times 7 is equal to what? 441 years. You got that? So now we're going to subtract 1400 when Moses writes, and we get 959, which, because, you know, it's beginning and ending of year, so you have to call that 960. All right? If you look up 1 Kings 6:1, it says 480 years after the Exodus, they started building the temple, which is 3 years after David died, but the scholars don't properly read 1 Kings 1 through 1 Kings 5, so they think that David was 70 when he died, but he was really 77. Okay? But the point is that notice in the upper right-hand side of the screen, calculator, see calculator, okay? We'll do this again. This is so cool. 1400. That's what Moses is writing. We've established that. And 441, 63 sevens. 959, which is really 960, is when the temple starts being rebuilt. Built the first time. So Moses knows that. Ha! It's real important when you get to Isaiah, because Isaiah 53 is all about the temple. See, the temple stands for Christ. All right. So 63 sevens, the temple's foundation, 1 Kings 6:1. So the 63 syllables in Moses is going backward through palindrome, backward, and forward. Okay? 63 syllables prior to when he writes, that's when their slave ship started. Okay? And 63 sevens after he writes is when the temple's going to start to be built. See, you can't worry about Bible dates if you just do your homework. It's self-auditing. So if you've got a different date here, but you understood this here, then you know to go back and fix this date. And if you got the right date here, but you get the wrong date here, well then you know 1 Kings 6:1 is telling me the date in a different manner. Is this cool or what? Did God think of everything or what? Too bad we're so bored with numbers, huh? 63 sevens and 63 is going to be really important when we get to Daniel. Because Daniel 9:24 is also in 63 syllables. Ding! Because what did the 63 syllables represent in Moses? How many times have you seen me show it? It's the degree of God. Moses is speaking for God in the first 3 verses. And Isaiah is going to be speaking for God here in Isaiah 53, beginning with the first 42 syllables, honey. Okay? So Isaiah is speaking for God just like Moses was speaking for God. Okay? And Moses is picking 63 sevens, going before he writes and going after he writes. Isaiah's going to do the same thing. Okay, but let's keep going. Okay, 63 sevens later, after the temple is built, is the end of David's 490 protecting the temple. Watch, this is so cool. Temple we had at 959, okay, BC. All right, so we again need to subtract the 63 sevens. The 63 sevens again is equal to 441 years. So minus 959, and again you're going to be rounding for 1, is 518. Okay, David's United Kingship, Hebron Kingship started in 1010 BC. Okay, so minus 441, again, we're going to have a 1-year rounding problem, is 569. Wait a minute, did I do that right? I may have picked the wrong one. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's see. It's 1010. I might have picked the wrong one. Minus 490 is 520 is when the Hebron Kingship ends. So it's the 2-year rounding. That's right. Okay, I did pick the right one. 1010 is when it actually starts. Okay, from the temple, which is really 960, minus 441, you got 519. So again, it's a year rounding. That's really 520. Okay, so he's also tying to the David's 490 time grant that you saw me talk about. Okay, protecting the temple. This is where Daniel's going to come from, because the temple has to be rebuilt, and in order for it to be rebuilt, there has to be a 490 protection underneath it. Got that? I'm talking too loud. I got to calm down a little. Okay, and then, as if that weren't enough, 63 years prior to the millennium, Messiah dies. And you saw me cover that when I said he died 64 years early. Again, you got a rounding for a year. Because see, if Moses is measuring end of year and we're looking at beginning of year, we're going to be adding one or subtracting one. Okay? Messiah dies in 41:36 from Adam. Okay? And the millennium is 64 years after that. And again, it's because of beginning and ending of years, so you can treat it as 63 also. Alright? So, now, and this one you saw me cover in the video. The flood was 1050 years before Moses writes, because Moses wrote in 2706 from Adam. I got to do it this way. And then minus the temple, the year of the flood, which is 1656 from Adam. That's 1050 years. Okay, but if you take, and now we'll convert to BC, 1400 is when he writes. Then the 350 syllables of his poem, representing 350 years, is 1050. That was when Israel would reject her king. Okay, 1050 years after that is what? That has to be when Messiah is born. Now, remember, David we're looking at the timeline now. Israel rejects God as king in 1050 BC. That's 3056 in the Adamic calendar. Okay? Alright? 3100 is when the next 1000 begins. So time is in a kind of breach here. But because Moses had matured, there is a 490 from Moses that's going to Israel, protecting that time so that David can be born and be developed in time 4 years prior, really 3.5 as I showed you. He is the one who matures. He is the one who gets these time grants. So therefore time can continue. You see how important it is? You see how Moses, when he's doing his 63s, is balancing to what he knows is going to be a deadline, because the unbelievers got to have the right to vote here. Okay? The world has to have the right to vote. And if Israel's voting no, that denies the world the right to vote. Well, is God going to take care of the rest of the world just because Israel's negative? That's the issue. It's a juridical issue and a fair one. I mean, if everything depends on Israel, and obviously Satan wanted that as a condition, if everything depends on Israel now, then what about the people, the so-called innocents, who need to have time to vote during this 50-year window that I've shaded now in the center of the screen? Okay, well, then God raised up somebody, namely David. Okay, right here. David retires at 70. He doesn't die at 70. He retires. And that's his time. 4 years. 4 years is when he gets crowned. That's 3096 when he's crowned. Okay? At age 30 in Hebron. That's in 2 Samuel 5. Okay? You see how important this is? You see how Moses was balancing to the future? And of course, he's stopping here at 1050. Now, that's the important thing to understand, is Moses, in his accounting, is stopping here at 1050. So, if Isaiah's really wrapping around Moses, then Isaiah's going to have to pick up where Moses left off, right? Oh, this is so cool. I want to kill myself. I really do. Okay, so you got it about Moses, don't you? Okay, you understand what this is. At least this part, the 63s. Okay? The stuff in this left-hand side of the window is not yet downloadable because I'm still working on all of its connections. Okay, all the ways that this 4-act play that people tie to each other. There are more, every time I think I'm done, I find more ways they tie. Okay, so this we know about Moses. Are you clear on that one? Okay, I'm hoping you are. If not, you're going to have to rewatch the videos because I got to move on. Okay, so now we come to Isaiah. Isaiah wraps around Moses' use of the 50s, the 1050s. Oh, yeah. Because, see, Moses started with Messiah's scheduled birth, and he ends at 1050 BC when Israel's going to reject God as king. David's not born yet. You notice that. Okay, so then where Isaiah needs to pick up is, hello, and Daniel does the same thing, at David's birth. How do we know that? Because this honey is 77. David's age when he dies. See where I'm moving this big white thing? Okay. 77 really iscants really between, that's the number of syllables from Isaiah 52:13 to Isaiah 52:15. That's what Luke 3 references when calling Christ the 77th son. So Isaiah is picking up at David's birth. So he's going from first David to last David. That's what the whole chapter is about. First David to last David. It is never, repeat, never about Israel being her own suffering servant, okay? Israel lost the right when she rejected God as king right here. So God has to create a king, namely David. And all the promises to Israel now have to go through the king. And that story is recorded in 2 Samuel 7. Go read it for yourself. It is a twofold promise. The first promise is of a temple, which we're looking at now. And the second promise is of sons, resulting in the ultimate son as king of Israel, which every sane Jew knows. Isaiah 53 is talking about that king. It is a king. It is a single servant. Isaiah 52:13 says Avdi. Avdi in Hebrew means servant, and it's in the singular, not plural. And this suffering servant has no descendants. That's Isaiah 53:8 right in here. He has no descendants. That's Isaiah 53:8, which I'm playing with here. You can go look it up yourself. Okay, the servant has no descendants. Okay, Israel has descendants, so it can't mean her. Okay? And this descendant himself, who has no descendants, pays for the sins of my people. Mepesha mi neglamo. Right here. That's how Isaiah 53:8 ends. That's Isaiah 53:7. Anyway, you go look it up. Okay? The people of Israel are paid for by this single servant who had no descendants. So anybody telling you that Israel is the topic, is the suffering servant here, those people, A, are traitors to the Jews, even if they themselves are Jewish. B, they can't read Hebrew. They don't know the difference between a singular and a plural. They don't know the difference between somebody who has no descendants and Israel who has had many descendants, and in fact is promised to keep on having many descendants forever. See how dumb people can be? The Jews have as many kooks in them as we Christians do, and there are as many sects of Judaism as there are sects in Christianity. And so when you hear the Jews that say, oh, it's Israel who's the suffering servant, you know what I do with those people? I block them. They're more anti-Semitic than the Muslims. Just kill them. That's what they should do, but of course we're not allowed to do that. That's God's job. They're traitors. They ought to just be, executed immediately. Okay, this is not about Israel being the servant. Israel is not her own savior. Never has been, never will be. And no true Jew will ever think that. Okay? So, enough ranting about that. Let's talk about the 42. Oh, golly. I really need to kill myself. Okay, we've established that it begins at David's birth, right? So now look at this. Didn't I tell you? You said 42, that's divisible by 7. Okay, the question is it 42 sevens? Or is it 42 years? Because 42 is divisible by 7 as a number, or as a number of sevens. Watch this and just be prepared to die. Let's pretend, for the sake of argument, that it's 42 sevens, because after all, the 63 in Moses was 63 sevens, right? It wasn't 63 years. It was 63 sevens. You saw that, and you've seen more proof of it now. Okay, so that's our first assumption. Let's, just for the sake of argument. Okay, and we know that this begins at David's birth. Okay, because the theme of the whole thing is first king to last king. First David to last David. I hate it when that thing moves. Okay, I really do. Okay, so, you know, pregnant moments that end up being trashed. Okay, 42. 42 times. Are you looking up upper right hand corner where the calculator is? See right here? 42 times. Times what? 7 is 294 years. Okay, now David, as we just saw in the timeline, was born in 1040 BC. Okay, and again, you're going to have to round up and down a year. That's 746 BC. See, look again. 42 times 7 is 294 years. Okay, so David is born in 1040 BC. So 294 years after David is born is what? 746 BC. Well, guess what? That was when Isaiah began his ministry. Ding, 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 ding. Let's talk about that. Okay, now we gotta look at the kings. Okay, I've highlighted. I've made in dark black the kings to whom Isaiah ministered right here. Okay. That's kind of a long time, right? And scholars are all busy trying to debunk Isaiah, saying, well, that was too long a period, and there's really 3 Isaiahs, you see. And I mean, you can't even believe the amount of crap, I'm sorry, there's no kind word for it, that went on during last century, okay, and in the 19th century, trying to deny that Isaiah was all the work of one author. And this was the reasoning they used. Well, Azariah, who's also named Uzziah, Azariah became king in 792, and Hezekiah died in 686. That's nobody lives that long. They didn't bother to check when Isaiah says he himself became called. Okay? Well, here you are. See? 746. Remember? Moses is telling you when he's writing. Okay? And David, we know, is his backdate point is from David's birth. Okay, hello. Here's David's birth. 740 minus 42 sevens, which is 294 years. Isaiah started his ministry in 746. Well, that's just before Azariah dies. He was the guy who got leprosy. That's 6 years before he dies. He dies in 740, see? 740, there's Azariah, right there. He's not starting. Isaiah's not saying that he was there during the entire ministry of Azariah, who's called Uzziah in the Bible. Look at Isaiah 1:1 and Isaiah 6:1. There are 2 visions, okay, that he has. You can maybe count them as 3, because a parable could have been a 3rd vision, that start Isaiah chapter 1 through 6. And then Isaiah chapter 6 says when Uzziah died. Well, Uzziah died of leprosy in 740. Okay, so 6 years to 686,
let's get another calculator. 746 to 686, and there's some doubt about that being the right year, is 60 years. That's a normal lifespan. I mean, he might have lived to be 80 or 90 years old, but I mean, people do live that long. Daniel lived until his 80s also. So there's nothing weird about it. Okay, and the fact that Isaiah uses different writing styles in his book, any good writer is going to use different writing styles. You see me switch from a very pedantic accounting talk style to now I'm just being, sort of facetious in my tone. What, a person is only restricted to have one kind of voice? And I talk in different voices too. Am I really a different person because I talk in different voices? No. So just because Isaiah writes three different primary ways in his book doesn't mean that he's three different people. See how stupid some scholars can be. Unbelievable. So, Isaiah's telling you when he writes right here. See where the calculator is? 746, because that is 1040 when David is born, minus 294, the 42 sevens, equals 746. Now, David is born in 1040, not 1050, right? But Moses is leaving off, as we saw, at 1050 BC when, Messiah's going to be rejected in the form of God King, and Saul's going to be picked instead. Well, that's a 10-year difference, isn't it? Yeah, okay. And then we have another little wrinkle. Scholars actually think that Isaiah started his ministry in the same year that Rome was born, which they call 753 BC. You see that in the upper right-hand corner? See? Calculator. Okay, well then Isaiah would have had another 10 years, another 13 years. Watch this. Remember I said 42 right here? 42 as sevens. Okay, as sevens. 42 sevens. Watch. 1050 when Moses stops, right? 42 sevens was what? 294 years. That's 756. 756 BC. What do you know? Now that's a date that even ISBE Encyclopedia thinks is valid for Isaiah's beginning of his ministry, which is about 2 years prior to 754, where a lot of other scholars think. But of course, as we've seen before, if you have a rounding problem for beginning and ending of the year, 756 could be 754 quite easily, and even 753, depending upon what year is being referenced. Because, see, we do not know. See, I'm speaking with a different voice. That must mean I'm a different person. We do not know exactly what month it was, or at least I don't yet know, what month it was that Israel rejected God as king. So, depending on what month that was, when you're counting the years, and Isaiah is always adjusting for beginning and ending of year in Isaiah 53. Depending on that, well, it could be 1050, or we might have to call it 1049. Okay, minus 294, and we get to 755. You see? And of course, then we got our problem with BC and AD being 1 BC, and then it jumps to 1 AD. So depending on how the scholars are counting BC and AD dates, we got a 2-year variance. But God seemed to have taken all that into account, huh? Because 1050 minus 294, Isaiah's ministry then, you could say, is 756 or 754. The 754 being something scholars kind of agree on. So either way, honey, either way, 42 sevens is telling you when this chapter was written. Or when he wants to begin the dating of this chapter. Take your pick.
He's talking about himself. It's autobiographical, just like it was autobiographical here with Moses, telling you, hi, I'm writing 441 years after Israel became enslaved. It's a dateline. And we've seen it now with Isaiah checked 2 ways. I haven't gone through all the ways that this thing works, okay? But we've seen it checked 2 ways that, oh yeah, that probably means when Isaiah started his ministry. Okay, whether you want to call it from David's birth, minus 294, which is 6 years before Uzziah dies, so that ties to what he says in Isaiah 1, or you want to say it's measure it from Moses, okay, and subtract the 294 from that, and that's closer to the date the scholars think Isaiah began his ministry. Oh my, God sure thought of everything. And he thought of something else too. Watch this. When Isaiah is doing his little chronology, if you've seen my videos, you've seen me do this. The word where he talks about himself, the place where he first talks about himself is right here in Isaiah 53:1. In English, that's translated, who has believed our report? Our. Keyword our. Meaning his. He's part of the group of testifiers. He's part of the group of the prophets. Right? That is 712 BC, beginning his time talking to Hezekiah. And I've done videos in my Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis playlist walking you through clauses roughly down to the end of verse 3 that show you how Isaiah is tracking Hezekiah, then Manasseh, then the guy who came after Manasseh for about a year, and then Josiah. And it goes even farther than that, okay? And I showed you some of this. I'm going to show it to you again. This thing I'm highlighting right here, okay, where it's going sideways, that's syllable 203. That is the end of Isaiah 53:4. That's the year the temple goes down. Because Isaiah picks to write this in 712 because that's 126 years prior to the temple going down. See, the 70, this is 35 syllables here, and this is 35 syllables here. So it's 126 syllables at this point. That's when the temple goes down. Okay? And then the next 56 syllables cover the period to the end of Cyrus, when Cyrus dies. Okay, and I'm going to be going through that in more detail. And then the next 70 syllables cover the period to 460 BC, when the temple would, temple time got fully balanced and reinstated, as you've seen me go through in all those numbers of the videos you've seen and groaned over, right? I groaned over them too when I did it. You can groan, it's okay. Alright? Alright. And then of course we got our 63 that Isaiah is playing on with Moses here. Okay? And that's in Isaiah 53:9 and 10. And then Isaiah 53:10 and 11. I'm not showing you the content tie yet. That's going to be reserved for later. Okay? Just notice the number tie. Because by the numbers alone, you know something's going on here. There are too many convergences for this not to be on purpose. Okay? Too many convergences. Okay, and then, of course, it ends with 42 because Moses' first 4 verses are 84 syllables, as I've already explained. Okay, now, oh, this is a killer. Well, how does 42 up here relate to Isaiah 53:1 when he's finally talking about himself, since that's 712 BC? Ha 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 ha! 712 BC and Isaiah 53:1 plus, this time, 42 years is 754, the very year that all the scholars think Isaiah was there. So if they're 2 years off, well, Isaiah's tied to it already through doing this one. Moses 1050 and, okay, his poem ends at 1050 BC. Minus 294 is 756, and we got a 2-year variance due to our 1 BC and 1 AD dating.
Okay, so the scholars think it was 754. Okay, well, we'll accommodate you. We know that you got a problem with your math. So that would be our 712 BC, okay? And then I'm going to add 42, and now see that's going to conform to what you think 756 ought to be, or 746 ought to be. Because it is 746 when measured from David's birth, and actually I think that's the proper year, okay? But it's like God's taking into account what the scholars are going to think. Okay, see, only God is this smart. See, that's when I think Isaiah really is talking about 746, because of the convergence between 712 BC plus 42 years to begin the chapter at 754 BC, all right, because that plus 294 years is, well, whoops, I did it wrong, wait a minute. Minus 294, okay, is, it's 294 years from David's birth, and that's the focus of Isaiah 53 is David's birth. So I think he's just skipping the 10 years, okay, because the theme was countdown to Messiah, 1050 years, from the rejection. So Isaiah's not trying to pick up on the exact next year. He's trying to pick up on the exact next idea. Okay, it's about countdown to Messiah's birth. Well, if you're going to do that, you got to start with David's birth. So that's the rhetorical focus I think he's using. But hey, God took into account maybe the scholars are going to misdate Isaiah. Okay, let's just do it this way then. 1050 minus 294. Oh, see, well now you can do that. And then in case you, got all worried. 712 BC is when he's writing Isaiah 53:1 plus 42 years, because it's really, that's the 754 if you want it. See? Which is what scholars actually think was his time. So in no event is it too long. You see that? Either way you want to count it, it's happening toward the end of Azariah. It's happening toward the end of his life. Okay, so it's not at all far-fetched that he lasted this long. Okay, whether you want to say it's 756, say 756 minus 686 when Hezekiah dies, that's 70 years. Well, 70-year lifetime is normal. Okay? And if instead you want to say it was from 746 to 686, okay, 60 years is normal, and of course it could have been 80 years or 75 years. Everybody knows he died under Manasseh, who was Hezekiah's son and a very bad guy. See, this is Manasseh. Now, Manasseh co-ruled with his dad. Okay, that's why you got an overlap here. The scholars, I took these dates for the kings, I took straight out of the NASB Bible that I have, the hardback. I have an NASB Bible hardback, which lists the kings. It's by Zondervan. Some of those dates are wrong, but I haven't audited them all yet, so I'm just leaving them in here for now. So these are standard dates that scholars accept. So I'm not playing games with the numbers, okay? But God sure knew what we would need to know, huh? So now you got 42, 16 ways to Christmas. We know when this was written, okay? And there's nothing odd about its timing. So now we're going to go into the next segment about this thing right here. See, we've established when Isaiah is writing, okay? 42 sevens from David's birth, 1050 years from Abram's award to David's kingship. That's what I need to go here for. Now let's have another look. Okay. Abram, again, this number ought to be familiar to you now. Abram matured in 2046 from Adam. 1050 from that is 3096. And what did we see 3096 was? Right here. That's when David is first crowned king. Okay? See, the theme is first David to last David. Okay? So Moses had picked 1050 years. See, well, here's back to Moses. The flood was 1050 years before Moses writes. This is a palindrome again. Okay? Flood was 1050 years before Moses writes. 1050 years after the 350 syllables is Messiah's scheduled birth. And why does Moses make it like that? Because Israel's going to be rejecting him just before the critical time for the world. Okay? So he's warning Bill Robinson, warning, in the year 1050 BC, what we would call 1050 BC, which is really 3056 from Adam, you're going to be in trouble, Israel. You're going to reject your king. And so 1050 years after that is when Messiah has to be born, but he ain't going to be born if something ain't done to preserve the world so it can get to this point and the people can vote. Yeah, and that's where David comes in. If you don't believe that the Bible is from God at this point, I can't help you. Moving on. Since Moses was focusing on 1050 prior to when he was writing and 1050 after when he's writing, Isaiah does the same thing. There are 1050 years from Abram's award to David's kingship. We just saw that. Abram, 2046 from Adam, he's mature. 1050 plus is when David is crowned king at Hebron. That's backwards. That's Isaiah looking backwards from David. Okay, from David's birth. He's looking backwards. Okay, now, Messiah has to come and die. See, Moses was looking at Messiah has to be born by 1050 years after the 350. But since the theme of this is first to last David, okay, and of course, as you might remember, Isaiah 53:11 is about Messiah dying for the people and inheriting them. Isaiah 53:12 is about inheriting the people. Well, then the deadline, the ending point in Isaiah 53 is death, not birth. Okay? So, okay. We had already talked about how the millennium was supposed to occur 4200 from Adam. We had already talked about how 57 years prior, Messiah had to die successfully because that's the 1000th anniversary of David's death. Okay? So Messiah has to die 4143 from David's death. Okay, but Moses, when he wrote Psalm 90, didn't do it that way because David hadn't been born yet. Alright? So in order to track, see, this is how you know he's tracking the Moses rather than the actual facts. Moses, see, 1050 from, well, let's do it this way. Moses is writing in, okay, 2706. That's when he writes from Adam. I got to do it in the from Adam format so you'll see this. Okay? 350 is the number of syllables equals the number of years of his poem. Wait a minute, I did it wrong. Going back and forth between BC AD, I get confused. Okay, 2706 is when he's writing. Now we have to add, not subtract, 350 more years, which is 350 syllables in his poem, and we get to 3056. That's when Israel rejects him as king. Okay. But if we keep going on to the next 1050 years when he has to be born, that's 4106. Okay? 4106 is 1050 years after the end of Psalm 90. That's what Moses is balancing to in advance. See, it's 1050 years in arrears and 1050 years in advance of his poem. Okay? So in order to track to Moses, Isaiah isn't going to follow when David actually dies. Okay? He's going to follow, well, he actually does. He does both. He's going to be following when Messiah should die, had David matured 3 years later than he did, in order to track to the same number of years. Because why? Because it's a 40-year ruling. Okay? It's a 40-year ruling. So watch this. Okay, so how do we know what this 1050 is here with Isaiah? It's real easy to know because I wrote it down right here. See? Okay, so what is that? Okay, David is born in 3066 from Adam. Okay, he becomes king at Hebron at age 30. See? Okay, now watch. Plus 1050. 4146. Now see, that version of it ties to what Moses was doing, because Moses said what? Moses wrote, okay, 2706 plus 350 is 3056. Warning, you're going to reject God in that year. And 1050 years after that, Messiah's got to be born or time ends. See, 4106. Okay. Now, Isaiah is doing the same thing, but from the standpoint of David's birth. 3066 plus 30 years, he becomes king. Because, see, Christ has to be born a king. So now that's 3096 when he actually becomes king of Hebron. So now we do another 1050. And he has to die 40 years later. See? He has to die a king. He has to be born a king. So David must first be a king. So the 1050, this is really important. The 1050 doesn't count unless Christ is born before David's 1050. It's really 1000. One's out. That's why when David is born in 3066 and he becomes king at age 30, he's not king over all Israel. That's the problem. There's a 7-year civil war. So 7 years later, he becomes king over all Israel. That's in 2 Samuel 5. So now the birth date for Christ has to shift. Okay? He has to be born no later than 4103, because that's 1,000 years, not a 1050. See, the 1050, the 50 includes the times of the Gentiles. The 50, as we saw in the countdown from the millennium, okay, because there's two meanings that Moses put into the law, and I talked about that. Okay. So here we are, 4200. This ought to be familiar to you by now. That was when the millennium was supposed to start. Okay. The last voting period of history was supposed to be right here, and that was illustrated by Pentecost every year. And then, of course, we talked about how Passover preceded it the whole week. You didn't start counting the Omer, aka they call it counting the Omer, the bread sheaves, okay, until 50 days after Passover ended, on the back of it. So that's a total of 57 days. Oops, my thingy went wrong. Okay, 57 days. Okay, but there was another holiday in the law called Jubilee. Jubilee always stood for this period of history. Okay, ultimately. But it also stood for every single 50-year period in history, like this one. See, the point was that the sabbatical years by the 50-year period here. Okay, and I covered that. You can't see it. Hold on. See this thing, cell A2? That's a link. Page 15 of that link explains how the sabbatical years by these 50-year voting windows for unbelievers. Okay? They had to vote every 7 years. Israel had to vote. And that would total 70 years. And it ties to the actual 70-year voting periods of history, too. As we saw with the temple. But the idea was that because she's doing what she's doing, the unbeliever has time to vote for God. Okay? So, when you get here, alright, to David, the Jubilee is the last 50 years of a 1050. You got that? The qualifier. See, David had to qualify before the 50 began. See, David had to be crowned before the 50 began. So David's kingship time grants, as we've seen before, are only 1,000. They're not 1050s. The time grants are not 1050s. They buy the 50-year period if they underlie it. The trouble is that Israel voted no here in 3056 from Adam. So there wasn't going to be a 50-year period. And that's why God raised David in time. And enough people voted for him so that he was crowned king over all Israel. Okay, at that point. So you see how important that is to know? Therefore, Isaiah is tying to both what Moses was doing, Messiah's scheduled birth. We'll go through the math one more time because it's so important. Daniel's going to be using this math. And so will Paul. Okay? We're going the 1050 forward from Psalm 90, and then we're going to compare it to how Isaiah does the same thing. Okay? From Psalm 90, his stopping point was 2706 is when he writes, 2706 from Adam, plus 350 years equals syllables. That took you to 3056, the danger point for Israel. Okay? Time would be in breach at that point. And that's what he's warning them. And he's saying, hi, from that point forward, you've only got Messiah scheduled to come 1050 years. So he's got to be born by 4106 from Adam. Warning, Bill Robinson, don't reject him in the year 3056 from Adam, or the year 4106 from Adam ain't going to happen. And Isaiah is reflecting the same thing to show that, in fact, God raised up somebody to rescue time, namely David, by taking it from David's birth, which is 3066 from Adam, plus the fact that he became king of Hebron 30 years later. That saved time because Israel had voted against God 40 years prior. You got that? But David still isn't king over all Israel at that time. There's another 7-year civil war, and that's in 2 Samuel 5. So he becomes king over all Israel in 3103 from Adam, as we saw here. See, right here where it's highlighted. See, this whole section highlighted in the middle? Okay, that's when he becomes king over all Israel. So, now the deadline changes. Okay, but if we still follow the same 1050 convention that Moses used in Psalm 90, then 3096 would be the measure. Okay, because that's when he's first crowned king. Plus 1050 equals 4146 is when he has to die. Okay, so that you'll notice, and this is really important, does that number look familiar? 54? Kind of like, Abram 2046. See? He's measuring it backward and forward from Abram, right here. See, the backward was 1050 plus Abram maturing in 2046 from Adam, 54 years early, equals 3096 when he has to become king. Yeah, and then another 1050 years after that, because Isaiah's being consistent, is 4146, which is 40 years later than Messiah was supposed to be born per the Mosaic timeline. Now, that should tell you a lot of things immediately. Christ was supposed to be alive for 40 years. He was supposed to rule for 40 years, like David ruled for 40 years. That's in 1 Kings 2. So, time would have gone on had Messiah been born on time, matured on time, and died on time. But, 63? See 63? This is going to set us up for Daniel. 63, not 70. 63, 63, 7-year debit, 7-year debit. You know what that 7-year debit is for? Well, then he's going to have to die 7 years earlier. Or, if Israel accepts him, he can still die on time. But in any event, the amount of time available to Israel has to still begin with Messiah being born early. Okay? Because there's that 54 years that's owed. See? 41, 46 plus 54 makes up the time to the Gentiles. Okay, and as we saw, David matured 3.5 years early too. So we got 53.5 for Abram's early maturation plus 3.5 for David's early maturation, which means 57 years, which tallies 41, 43. Christ has to die. That's when he's scheduled to die. And that's why Daniel reads as it does. Now, if you're not already familiar with how Isaiah's content and timing works, all right, because I've covered this extensively, go look in the Isaiah 53 meter hypotheses videos and watch them. Okay, start watching them at like the 4th or 5th video when I cover meter hypothesis 4, because the earlier videos, I didn't know what I'm telling you. I was guessing at it and did videos trying to find it. Okay, starting at meter hypothesis 4 and starting at the calendar video. Go through that and you'll see the content. I also retranslated Isaiah in English using the same meter as Isaiah follows, so that you will see the content tie. Okay? But here, just through the numbers alone, you can see the content tie in the Psalm 90 playlist too. I compared both of them. You can see that very obviously Isaiah is playing the same game, the same equidistance game that Moses is using. He's following the same rhetorical style as Moses uses. So he's wrapping what he says to update what Moses says. So now you've seen Act 2, and like I said, the actual script of Act 2 is in Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis playlist and in the Psalm 90 playlist. If you want more details on that, you can go to those playlists and watch as many videos as you can stomach. But now we've finished Act 2, and now we're going to go to Daniel. And you almost won't believe it when you see it. We got one more segment to do with Isaiah, but I gotta go back to Psalm 90 to do it, because in order to introduce Daniel, I have to kind of lead into it by showing you what Daniel's going to play on. Alright, and Paul's going to play on what Daniel plays on, so that's why all this is important. You know, it's the Word of God. You would expect it to fit together, so I'm trying to show the fit. Okay, here in Psalm 90, I'm going to do a brief review of the 2 time tracks that it runs on. Your first time track, okay, as we've gone through in kind of excruciating detail, here's the whole thing, alright, is a panorama of, from Adam to eternity. That's the first time track that Moses is using. The eternity part is right here, if I can get this to work, right in here, Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. That's the eternity part, alright? Of the eternity part, this is God's decree, and it's really important. We've sort of looked at that now in some detail. This is God's decree. Daniel is going to get a response from God in Daniel 9:24 and 25 using the exact same number of syllables, because God's playing on this part of Psalm 90 when he replies. See, this is how you can know for sure what Daniel 9 means, okay? Paul is also going to be playing to the same number, so that's why it's important to know. This is God's decree proper, okay? And then 84 syllables is God's decree for the whole time period. See, this 84 is talking about, this is the famous verse that 1,000 years is a day to the Lord. And then after this point, the day of the Lord becomes a sort of catchphrase, and Isaiah will be using it a lot, because they're counting down to the millennium when the final 1,050 years is going to play. And that's what this verse 4 is addressing. Okay? There's more to it than that, but I've got to just do one thing at a time. Okay? So we also saw that this 63 was a date line that Moses is telling you, hi, I'm writing 63 sevens after the flood. And I covered that already in previous videos. So the function of this whole thing first is to give you the sum of all time, the schedule of time. The Jews kind of mucked it up now. They think, because it's this is 350, they think that's 7 50s, 7 sets of 50. So they think time is supposed to run 7,000 years. And if you go on the internet and start, querying about 7,000 years in Judaism, that's what they'll tell you. And I showed you the map of that already, at the beginning of each of these videos, where you have the 3 boxes of time. In the last 2 boxes, Messiah is supposed to own them. That's what Judaism says today, commonly. And that means that the 7,000th year is supposed to be this millennium part here, and that's what they're waiting for. The sad thing is that the calendar is what they're using to count to that 7,000 years. And so they're expecting at the end of 6,000 years that he's going to come. Okay? But their calendar is wrong. All right? They're expecting him to come in about 300 years. But their calendar is over 300 years off. We're really in the 6,117th year or something like that from Adam. They did their calendar wrong. The guy that invented the Seder Olam Rabbah, which is the name of their calendar, how they got it, a guy named Yoshi or something like that, he chopped out some of the years during which the Jews were under the Persians. So their calendar is completely wrong, and they even know that. Not only that, but they're using lunar years, and God forbade that in Exodus 12. You're only supposed to use solar years. And David designed the priestly courses to be 24 in order to correspond to 24 hours in a day, because it's a solar year, and the priests had to relieve each other 6.25 hours later than the last relief, and then they would all have equal time by the end of a solar year. The Jews don't realize that today, because they're not doing their homework. And of course, we Christians are even stupider. Okay, the Calvinists don't even realize that dispensationalism is a Jewish doctrine that comes from the Bible, and it's sourced right here in Psalm 90. This is how come the Jews talk about it like they do. And the Calvinists are stupider than dog doo-doo. So are the Catholics on this subject. Preterism is just, you should throw it out. Anybody who's a preterist, he'll never grow up spiritually. Okay? And this is proof why. Alright, so Moses' first time track is all of history ensconced in 350 syllables, which consists of 70-year units to depict the entire 1050, because the continuance of time depends on believers voting. So that's the first time track here. And we saw kind of in excruciating detail how, right here at verses 5 through 8, that's the Adamic 70-year voting window, and the testimony of believers and unbelievers alike, representing 2 different points of view, but saying the same words. Okay? That's the Adamic voting window, and I've gone through a lot of details in my Psalm 90 playlist, and in my Pass the Salt companion video, I showed how this Adamic voting period played. I went through the calendar in Genius XLS, which you've seen 1,000 times now and are very bored with it. Okay? So that's the Adamic voting window right there in verses 5 through 8. Alright? Then, you got the next voting window, which was the Noahic voting window. It's also 70 syllables from Psalm 90 verses 9 through 11. Okay? Then finally, Moses' own voting window, and he's writing autobiographically here, and this is the one that Daniel and Paul are going to play off. Isaiah does too. This is Moses' own voting window, which he actually voted during the voting period, just like Noah did during his own, the 70 years just prior to the Exodus. Okay? There were 76 years prior to the Exodus. And during that time, Moses was in the wilderness. He had voted to stop being Pharaoh. stopped being the heir apparent, and the concubine's son from Tutmos II became the replacing the second Tutmos III of history. There are two of them who are Tutmos IIIs. So Moses abdicated in favor of learning God better, and he went into the wilderness for 40 years. And that story is told in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11. The story, of course, is also told, in Genesis and Deuteronomy and Exodus in various ways. Okay, so Moses' own voting window, okay, is here, and he's writing autobiographically, and the fact that he voted is the reason why we're living today. Okay, so the next voting window of history that he's warning about is the one that Daniel's going to be talking to, and Paul also, Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17, which is about the voting window during which the temple had been built, but Jerusalem hadn't been finished. And well, it had been finished, but then it broke down again. It had been finished, it was attacked again, etc., etc., etc. So Daniel's going to be specifically focusing on this. So that's why I have to remind you as to what this meant in Psalm 90. All of Daniel's math and meter is going to be focusing on this part right here. Okay? Now, that was the first time track in Psalm 90. Psalm 90 was also operating on another time track. The other time track was a straight chronology, okay, from 1400 BC when Moses writes, which he tells you he did right here in verse 3, 63 sevens from the flood. From the captivity, okay? He's writing 63 sevens from the captivity, and he's writing in the 1050th anniversary of the flood. All right, so 63 from the captivity, 63 sevens from the captivity, and he's also writing in the 1050th anniversary of the flood. All right, so that's 1400 BC. You can't mistake it if you actually read the Bible and plot out what it tells you are the dates, and you don't use lunar years. Okay, then you can't, even a brainout can do it, which obviously I did. All right, so that's when Moses is writing. So it's 1400 BC. Okay, there's 350 syllables here. So 1400 minus 350 is 1050 BC. Oh, okay. This is where Daniel's going to pick up his accounting. And he tells you that's where he picks it up. All right, so you're clear on that. We've got two time tracks. The first one is all time, with eternity being reserved up here, the last 1050 for eternity, what we call the millennium today, being reserved up here in the first 4 verses. And then the rest of them are tracking the past from Adam forward down to the yet future to Moses voting window for the 1050 in which Christ is going to come. And that voting window spanned from, and this is really important to know, from 467 BC to 397 BC. Okay? So that's the first track Moses uses, and then the second track is a straight 350 years. From when he writes in 1400 BC down to 1050 BC. You got that? Okay, so that covers Psalm 90. Now we have to go to Isaiah. Now we're in, still in 10E9, but we're going to cover Isaiah because all of this is a lead-in to Paul. And yes, it's a very long lead-in, but when we get to Paul, it will be a lot easier for you to see immediately the meaning, and that way you'll really be blown away. And I want you to experience that, because if God's giving me this gift to be able to explain it, I want you to have it too. I mean, He didn't just give it to me so I could just hide it under a bushel, okay? And this isn't like, special revelation, the brain out. This is just Bible. It's objectively provable, and you're seeing it in front of your eyes, okay? In front of your eyes, moving around right now, is what's somewhat familiar to you, but without all those numbers on them, is Isaiah 53 in Hebrew, and I'm using it because it's easier for me to show you the numbers. See, this is 42 syllables. Wait a minute, let me get the thingy to go. See, this is 42 syllables. This is 77 syllables. And that way we're focusing on the numbers, because then that way, you're not distracted by the words. But I also have on screen here my translation in English, which is metered to the Hebrew. Okay, so this is 52:13. This is how many syllables it is in the Hebrew. Okay, and then this is the latest translation that I've done of it, which you can find in my Isaiah 53 videos. At the last end of the Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis video playlist. Let me just shorten it up a little. So that way you can sort of follow along in English, and then I'll revert to the Hebrew when I want to just focus on the numbers, okay, like here. Now, what I want to establish is to show you that I've shown you now that Moses was counting the millennium, but I also need to sort of regroup and save you some time in seeing how Isaiah is also doing the same thing with his meter. Okay, again, we're looking at the Hebrew just so that it's easier for focusing on the numbers. This is the eighth. There are 8 syllables in the first clause of Isaiah 52:13, and the clauses are divided syntactically the way I did them here. Okay, that's Isaiah 52:13, and this first clause is 8 syllables. And in English, you can see along here. Okay, in English, that's the English meaning of it, which I meter translated it. Okay, there's no way to really translate all that's there, but it's at least something to give you an idea of what the verse says. And I submit to you that it's a better translation to use the meter, because look at what we've missed all these years. Okay, now I'm going to come back here for a minute, or for more than a minute, and I want to just map out for you to see how this works. Oh, great. Oh, computers just drives me crazy. Okay. Here we are. Let me get it to, hopefully is it at the end of, okay. Here we got the whole chapter of Isaiah on screen in Hebrew. That's one reason I like to use this. And from 52:13 to the end of 52:15 is 77 syllables. That represents David's age at death, which you might remember from prior videos in this 10 GGS series. Okay, that means, somebody's trying to interfere here. That means that our boy, David's birth to his death, is being tracked. It's real important, because this is important in establishing rhetorical style. Moses had tracked to 1050 BC. You saw that. He's tracking to the millennium. Okay? So following that convention of establishing something in the year you're writing, but also writing panoramically, that's what Isaiah also does. And he takes Moses' meter. Okay, this is not good. He's taking Moses' meter and following it. Alright? But he's following it on a different time track. He's starting with where Moses left off, which is the precursor to David. So he's going from David's, these syllables represent events in David's life. I haven't worked them all out yet. Okay? 8, 16, 27, right? 16 and 9 is, no, not 27, 25. Okay, and then 33, and that's real pregnant. Okay, and then 42. Okay, which is what Matthew 1 picks up on. That's why he uses 42. And then 49, and he's going forward all the way to 77. At this point, at the 77 point, there is an ellipsis of 252 years that Isaiah inserts in order to begin what is this pregnant 53:1, which you'll see here, okay, who has believed in our reporting. I had to say reporting, it's really report, but I needed this extra syllable. Who has believed in our reporting? Well, who's talking? Isaiah. Remember, this whole play of history is actors coming on stage and talking. We saw in Moses, in Psalm 90, how it was first Moses talking for God, as it were, in Psalm 91 through 4, and then somebody representing the Adamic period comes on stage for Psalm 90 verses 5 through 8, and then somebody representing the Noahic period comes on stage in 9 through 11 of Psalm 90, and then in Psalm 90, 12 through 15, Moses himself is doing the reporting. Okay, and then we had a pregnant actor for Psalm 90, 16, and 17 for the post-Purim voting period. Okay, so Isaiah's picking up on that same style, but he starts here because he had to first cover here to get to finish to David and therefore tie to where Moses left off. Now, when he picks it up here, he's picking it up at 712 BC. 712 BC is when he began, okay, to talk to Hezekiah. And Hezekiah would turn out to be the guy who faced Sennacherib and all that good stuff. Alright? And the Sennacherib thing really occurred in two phases. The second phase ended in 701 BC, but there was an interval between, and you're going to have to kind of read Isaiah to get this. It starts in Isaiah 28, and between Isaiah 28 and Isaiah 37 is the story about Sennacherib, and then there's inserted after Isaiah 37 a sort of parenthesis about how Hezekiah was sick, and then he gets well. And then Hezekiah gets fat-headed yet again, and when the Babylonians come, having taken over the Assyrians, okay, then the Babylonians are visiting him on a state visit, and he gets all fat-headed and shows them the treasures. That's Isaiah 39. And as a consequence, Isaiah tells him, hi, the temple's going to go down. So beginning in Isaiah 40, he had already begun a temple chronology of the temple going down. So now he's sort of backdating all the way to David, and now he's backdating all the way to when he starts talking about the temple going down, because that's the numeric backdrop. I can't stand this software. Okay, I'm going to have to keep it a little smaller because it goes funky. That's the numeric backdrop to Isaiah 53 here. Okay, let me just fix this and alright, so you can see it. That way I won't run into it like I have been. So in 712 BC this begins. He's going to insert another 364 years, which becomes the basis for Daniel 9, and we're going to see Daniel 9 in the next video. Daniel 9's 434 years is the product of verses 11 and 12 here in Isaiah, which spans 70 years. And between the two of them, that you can't see because it's off balance sheet books, and I'll explain why in a minute, is 364 years. Okay? 364 years is the amount of time that the temple stood. And Isaiah begins his report in 712 BC because at that point, going all the way through here to the end of verse 4, that's 126 syllables, which is 126 years before the temple will fall. In other words, it's patterned after Moses Psalm 90 verse 15. Give us as many days. Okay, so it's number play on as many days. As many bad days. He's showing how the number of bad days, because there were 126 really bad years, okay, before the temple would fall, because of Israel's apostasy. And her apostasy begins under Hezekiah's son, Manasseh. And that's basically the story that's covered in here. Alright? Manasseh ruled for 55 years. And he starts to become king under Hezekiah, okay, pretty much at birth. And so that's another reason why this count begins here, okay, to commemorate Manasseh's bad years. Now, what happened with Manasseh, and you'll have to read about this, in Kings. Manasseh had some bad years, and so bad that he was captured by the king of Assyria. He was taken prisoner. Approximately here. I'm not 100% sure that I've got the right, that I'm tagging the right clause in Isaiah, because I don't remember. I used to know, but it's been a long time. He's captured somewhere here, and at that point he repents. And you can read about that in Kings. So God restores him to power. Okay? Roughly in here somewhere. I forget exactly where. And I did a video on it about Isaiah counts to Manasseh in my Isaiah 53 meter hypothesis video, so you can look it up there. I'm more precise there. Okay, so he gets restored to power, but in that verse in Kings, when it talks about restoring him, it says God did not change his mind about the initial pronouncement with Manasseh, which is that, the temple's going to go down because of you. So yeah, Manasseh repents, but that doesn't change the temple timeline. So that's why Isaiah is picking it up here. All this is said in advance. And then the King's verse is to really show how what Isaiah had said got fulfilled. Because, that's actually occurring in Kings, which is well after Isaiah's dead. Isaiah was killed sometime under Manasseh, I'm not sure when. So all of this timeline would still continue, and Isaiah is predicting it 126 years in advance, so that when the temple does go down 126 years short, okay, everybody will identify the two and realize that God's promise got fulfilled through Isaiah. That's the point of it. So then you have, this is 586 BC at this point, right in here, okay? Now, the next 56 spans from Isaiah 5 and 6, and this takes you to 530 BC, and that is when Cyrus dies. Cyrus had already been forecast as part of this whole forecast about the temple going down, beginning in Isaiah 45, okay, where there's a cute play on Cyrus being the servant to serve as the king, sort of like surrogate for the Messiah servant who is going to come from David. Remember, this is all about a king. Isaiah 53 is about a king. It is not about Israel. It's about a king. Okay? And so the first, sort of poster boy king in Isaiah 45 for the shepherding of Israel's temple, since Israel had lost her birthright because she rejected God as king in 1050 BC, that passes to David, and therefore, as a hiatus, it passes to Cyrus, who in his first year, and you can read that in Ezra, beginning of Ezra, in his first year, which is 538 BC, just after Daniel had prayed, actually, Cyrus, authorizes people to go back to the land. Okay, if you look up in ISBE Encyclopedia or other sources, you'll find out that Nebuchadnezzar's kid, actually his grandson, was taken over by Gobiras, and who was, the general for Cyrus. And then Darius the Mede, who was actually Cyrus's uncle, was given Babylon to run while Cyrus went off and did some more conquering. And so Darius the Mede was king over Babylon for like 3 years, but it's still considered Cyrus's first year of kingship, okay? Because Cyrus is the king over the king. Okay, you see how that works? And that's 538 BC. Well, Cyrus dies in 530 BC. And as a result of him dying, there's this huge civil war in Persia between the Medes and the Persians. And there's the pretender, the Smerdis, and there's all this other stuff that goes on. And Cambyses, meanwhile, who is the son of Cyrus, has to do his campaigns in Egypt. And while he's doing that, that's when Smerdis arises in Persia. And there's all this mess going on. So as a result of Cyrus dying here in 530, temple construction, which was already halted a year later, which tells me that really the whole civil war over Cyrus began while Cyrus was still alive. Okay, but it was going on, so the temple wasn't being rebuilt. All right, so during this last 12 years, that's when Cyrus issues a decree and they go back to the land. Okay? It's during the last 12 years, which is really pregnant when you consider what Isaiah 53:6 says in the last clause. What happened here? Oh, please tell me you. Okay. My computer's getting sluggish again. Okay. Isaiah 53:6 at the end, okay, is right. Oh, please, computer, start working. It's hanging. It always does this when... Oh, please start working. Please start working. Oh, damn. Excuse me. Okay, see? This is the end of Isaiah 53:6. This is the time when Cyrus comes and authorizes the return, but he ends up having problems too, and so the Jews come back to the land in 537, okay, really late in 536, and 538 rather. They come back to the land, but nothing happens. Got intercepted. See how clever that is? God intercepted our sins. In other words, He's intercepted our sins. We're going back to the land, protected. But at the same time, they get intercepted and they're not building anymore because of the Civil War. Alright? See, each one of these statements in Isaiah does refer to Messiah, but it's got an underpinning of real history that happens to Israel in each clause. And I'm still working out what period in history is being referenced in each clause. But this one I know. This is the time between Cyrus coming to power, 4 years before he came to power, and then 530 BC. This is where it ends, in 530 BC. Intercepted. Babylon was intercepted by the Medes and Persian. Daniel was intercepted by God answering his prayer. Okay, so now the temple time period delay is intercepted also, because the 49 years elapses, here. Okay? And then they go back to the land. Then they're intercepted in the land. Okay? Intercepted is really what hifki means. Hifki is the Hebrew word. Okay? Intercepted. They went, the sins went to him. Okay, intercepted. That's the key word there. Okay? So, can't believe I'm going to have to do this. At this point, then, it's 530 BC. That leaves 70 years, and at this 70-year point, that ending at syllable 329, that is 460 BC. Remember I was talking about in the first part of 10E9 about how Moses was warning them about the 460 BC when the first temple time grant, had it stayed up, would have run out. Okay? Isaiah is balancing to that here. And he's using the pregnant 70 to do it. Okay? So this is 126, and this is 70. So he's showing how the temple time only went to 460, and he's also showing how Israel had 126 years on the balance sheet left over to the first temple. Okay? But 126 from 586 isn't going to take you to 460. It's 14 years short. You got that? Isn't this clever? Okay. So the temple, however, gets rebuilt, and this is really a killer. Remember, this is 530 BC. Okay, so 7 years after 530 is 523. What is 7 years after that? 516. That's when the temple gets rebuilt, and Isaiah is benchmarking it right here. Isn't that cute? And he's benchmarking other events too, but I want to hurry up with this now. Okay, so now we're in Isaiah 53:9, and that is covering the period from 460 BC minus 9 to 451 BC. And get this, 451 minus 7 is what? If my calculator will come up. Okay, I'm going to have to shut down. Okay, there it is. I'm going to have to shut down, so we'll do this real fast. Okay, 460 minus, our first number was 9, in the first clause of Isaiah 53:9, that's 451, minus 7 is, 444, and that's a date nearly all the scholars agree on as being the date that Nehemiah went and rebuilt the walls, except they think that Artaxerxes Longimanus gave him a decree to go do that. Well, there ain't no such thing anywhere in the Bible. Okay? All that Longimanus did was give him the money to rebuild the walls. Okay? So, and you don't rebuild a whole city in 52 days. So that's not what the Nehemiah passage is really telling you. It's telling you that Jerusalem was rebuilt by the 446 deadline, which we already have seen. Okay? And that he's a witness to it. And by the way, the walls were down. He got them rebuilt in 52 days, finishing them on 25 Elul. 25 Elul is 6 months before 25 Kislev. John will be born on 25 Elul. Okay, it's really clever, but I digress. Okay, so you see how Isaiah is tracking the same kind of information? Alright, so when we get here, alright, we have gotten to the end of the voting period. See, it started here, okay? This thing here ends at 460 BC, but it begins at 467. And I think you can remember from the prior videos, because I don't have enough memory to bring up the computer Genius XLS again, because we're sluggish. So you can hopefully remember that the voting period began in 467 BC, which he's tracking here. Okay, and it ends in 460 with the temple first deadline. So, by the time you get here, he's at the other end of the voting period, okay, which is 397. Now you'll notice, and this is really important because we're going to do Daniel after I do Isaiah, this is 63 years here. It's 63 years. Alright? Because he benchmarked the 460 here. So the extra 7 is really here. But he's making a really pregnant statement about the temple's reconstruction from 521 to 516 BC and the rebuilding of Jerusalem being done by 446 BC, which Nehemiah witnessed at 444. He's making a real pregnant statement about that by making this clause equal 63, and he's also debiting the 7 years, that the 7 sabbatical years are missed because the 49 years are played by this point. This tallies to what will be the 49 years in Daniel. Okay? So that's how Isaiah is tying. So then we got our 364 years the temple was standing, sandwiched in here between verses 10 and 11. Because Isaiah is using ellipsis like Moses did, except he's using it in a different, clever manner. Because what he wants to do is have the total equal 77 times 70 times 490 twice. Alright? So then that leaves 70 syllables here, representing 70 years, to the end of Isaiah 53. Okay? So this closes, just like Moses did, this closes at 37 AD when you do the math. You got 462 syllables here, plus 364 years the temple was standing. That's off balance sheet books because he doesn't have to mention it. Alright, because that's the way God's rules for time work. He reimburses. So he leaves that out because he's going to make a pregnant statement. I'll explain in a minute. And so he's got 364 years here. He's got 252 years here that he's leaving out. So that plus his 462 equals 154 sevenths. That's 77 sevenths times 2. Okay? That's the whole total. 154 sevenths is playing on 77, as I'm sure you've noticed. Okay. But he wanted to do that because this is debited 28. Remember, we just finished talking about Moses. You got a 14 credit that had to be used up, and then you had another 14 debit for a 14 negative, so you got a total of 28 years. Well, Isaiah is representing the fact that the 28 years is a problem to be debited from Israel's balance books on a gross basis. So that's why he's taking 490 and minusing 28. And in my Isaiah 53 videos, I showed how that got made up. Basically, it was 21 years for rebuilding the temple. Okay, and then you got your 7-year shortfall on the 49 missed sabbatical years, which also happened to represent, which Moses already knew, a reimbursement for Passion Week. Okay? And that's the 57 years that tracks from the death of David. Okay? Death of David, see? Death of David. 1000th anniversary of the death of David would be 4143 from Adam. That would take you to 5200 from Adam. And so Isaiah is benchmarking to 4143 from Adam. Because he doesn't have to mention the other 57 years in ellipsis. So there's another 57 years in ellipsis to balance to the millennium here. Now, that's really pregnant when you consider what's been said here. And if you go to my Isaiah 53 videos, and I've linked this again in my video description, you'll hear me read this in both Hebrew and English. And, you can play with it if you want and learn Hebrew that way. Alright? But I've also, there'll also be a link to the same document. It's titled, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. You can download it and then you can just ponder for each of these periods how this text, which really applies to Messiah himself, also is indicative of what I just told you. And see how awesome it is. Okay? And it's only 4 pages. See, there's the first 2 pages, and here's the last 2 pages. Alright? So, that covers it for Isaiah. Now, hopefully, if you can't, try to figure it out again, because everything that Isaiah did is the basis for what God says to Daniel in Daniel 9, and that's where we're going to go next. Okay, now we're going to get into, we're in still in 10E9, but now we're in the segment about Daniel. And to introduce you to Daniel, again, you've got to go back a little bit. This time I'm only going to go back to Isaiah. To make it a little bit simpler and yet more meaningful, you see in front of you Isaiah 53 in English. This is my metered translation, which you can download. I already have done extensive videos on this, showing how I got the Hebrew and all that in my Isaiah 53 Meter Hypothesis playlist. And these videos on this, showing this, are at the end of that playlist. You'll see it when you just look at the playlist. But I wanted to introduce you, because when we get to Paul, this is going to be important. I want to introduce you to content. I'm going to eventually show you Isaiah 53 alongside Psalm 90, and on the right-hand side will be Paul, so you can see how the words, even in English, tie. But to introduce Daniel, I kind of got to do Isaiah 53 separately now. So here's the point. this section here is talking about David, because the theme is first David to last David. All right? So think about these words and how they apply to the first David, as well as to the last David, about whom, Isaiah 53 is really about. Okay? Through truth my son gains and rises. David is to be the progenitor of Christ. Everything goes through David. Okay, well, the one that God picks, he's calling, it's Abdi. Alright, Abdi means slave son. It means son and it means slave. It first means slave. Okay? Your son is your slave until he inherits. That's the basic cultural concept behind this. Greek has the same concept behind it called doulos. Okay, and there's a famous Greek play on it, which Paul is actually using, called Ion by Euripides. And that's the backdrop that Paul is going to use for Ephesians. And this is not generally known. I don't know why. It's so funny. It's unbearable even. So that's Paul's takeoff for Ephesians, as well as, talking back to Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53 and Daniel. He's covering a lot of bases at once. And so the cultural tie in Hebrew is the same. It predates it, actually. Avdi means son, who is your slave because you're the father, and he's going to do everything you say, and that's why he inherits. He is the obedient son, as opposed to other sons you might have who might not be qualified. Okay? So David was a slave son to God. The last David, of course, is the ultimate slave son to God. All right? So I translated this into the Hebrew. There's a lot more to the Hebrew, but I don't have the syllables. So look, through truth my son gains, rises. Okay, it's a lot more majestic in the Hebrew, but I didn't have enough syllables because there's only 8 syllables for it. Okay. And carried, exalted greatly. That's the next 8 syllables. And then here's the future of the cross, just as people appalled up at you. Okay, well, people were appalled at David. David had battles all of his life. Okay, and they began when he was 25. Okay, he married Saul's daughter, Michal, and then Saul turned against him, and it was unbelievable what David had to go through, and that's the cave of Adullam and the whole civil war and all that stuff, with Saul chasing him everywhere. Instead of Saul battling the Philistines, David was doing it, and Saul was busy looking for David. It was pathetic. Okay, so people were appalled at David if they were on Saul's side. Okay, so he mashed up human sight. That's ken mishchat meish marehu. And mishchat means to be mashed up past, beyond human. In other words, you don't look human anymore. You're so beaten. Okay? And that's how Christ was beaten by the Romans before the cross. Okay? You know that story. So he was beaten to a pulp. My pastor made a big point about that, especially when he was covering this passage in Isaiah 52:14. So you see, prior to Christ, this is everything in Israel is a parallelism. Okay, Israel is the parallel of humanity, and everything that happens to Israel is a parallel of world history, and everything that happened to David, therefore, is a parallel precursor to what happened to Christ. All right, and it's talking about the first king and the last king, not Israel. I got to keep stressing that, because there's some traitorous Jews who try to say that this passage applies to Israel as a whole. No, it doesn't. Okay, this is in the singular, and it's my slave son. It's Avdi, singular, not plural. Okay, and this son is being appalled up at. Up at. The Hebrew word there is al, and it means up. There's a lot of play on the word al, and it means up. Okay? And Isaiah makes that a central feature of his poem. So they were appalled up at David. They were appalled up at. And then this is the God-man. Otoro mi eni adam. Mi means beyond, like beyond the womb. Mi beten means beyond the womb. It's never translated rightly in English Bibles. Okay, Betan means womb, and me means beyond. You know, and there are extensive exegetical studies done on that. The most notable one was done by a guy in Spain. If you want the book on that, just, you know, PM me and I will give you the citation so that you can buy the book yourself from Amazon. All right. Me means beyond, and all the scholars know that. Okay? Separated from, out from, beyond. Well, the God-man is beyond the sons of men. So when you say me, Beni means sons, Adam, sons of Adam, beyond the sons of Adam. Okay, his form is beyond the sons of Adam. Yeah, because he's God-man. So that's why I translated it that way. Okay, well, David was the progenitor of the God-man. So he is living a life beyond Adam. You know, because he's saved and because he's living the spiritual life, etc. Alright, so there are parallels. So now, you know, I had told you that, you know, we get to the point where the temple is down, and the temple goes down at the end of Isaiah 53:4. Look at this. God violated is how I translated it. You're going to have something like, he was stricken and oppressed. Or afflicted. The word that's translated afflicted doesn't mean afflicted. It means violated. It's a term for rape. Okay? The temple was raped. It was violated. It was torn down. It was burnt down by Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? And that's the syllable count. And that's the time period that Isaiah is referencing by the time he gets to the syllable count here. Okay? Which is syllable 203. In his Hebrew meter. See how parallel this is? Okay, and then of course the siege didn't begin when the temple was torn down in 586. It began earlier. Okay, so you had 5 years earlier than that. There were 3 deportations that preceded the actual taking down of the temple. All right, you had the deportation of 592. Let's see if I got the math right. 586 is when the temple went down. So 5 years prior to that, 592. That was when Jeconiah was taken prisoner. And then, if you look here, alright, you got another 4 years prior to that. Okay, see, stricken. The king is stricken, Jeconiah. That's the origin of the Jeconiah curse. And then 4 years prior to that, alright, 586 plus 5, that's Jeconiah, plus 4, okay, that was when Ezekiel was taken, I think, and then plus another 4, I forget what that was. Oh, I know, he's counting that as 1, excuse me. Alright, we got 592 plus, because I had to break it into 2 fourths to make it fit our meter, 8. That must have been the end of it. Hold on. Okay, let's see. It started in 604. So what's that from 586? Because he might be lumping them together. That's 18. So you got, he's lumping them together. I forgot. You got, this ends at 586. So 5 years prior is 592. 5 years prior to that, 586 plus 5 is 592, and that was the Jeconiah, plus 4 years prior to that is, okay, he's, wait a minute, they don't all respect that. Okay, 4, okay, it's 599, and then before that is 8. Yeah, there we go. I knew it was balancing somewhere. 607. 607 is when the first deportation begins, and that is when Daniel was deported. I knew it was in here somewhere. And that's corresponding right here to this. This. All our heartbreaks, he bore them. See how that parallel ties? Okay? Israel is bearing her first heartbreak. Alright? And he's going to bear the heartbreak. God is bearing the heartbreak of of the Jews being taken to, deported and taken over by Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? So while they're going to Babylon, when Daniel, he was part of the first group, when he's going to Daniel, because he was royal family, he was part of the royal family, Daniel is bearing the heartbreaks. Daniel is remembering this because, again, Isaiah metered to explain Israel's future history. So while he's going to Babylon in the first deportation, he knew that this was going to happen because here it is. All right? And he knows the timeline that's going to happen after that because this is all in Isaiah that was before he was born. And he knows the temple's going to go down. And of course, Jeremiah was saying exactly the same thing contemporaneously. And then Ezekiel, I forget if he's in here or in here, is taken too. And then you got Ezekiel talking at the same time. So you got Jeremiah talking while Daniel is being taken into captivity to be raised into a good Babylonian official, because he's still a teenager at that time. And he knows what's going on. Now, I explained the book of Daniel and all this outline in Yapping Part 10A1, and you'll find a link to that in the sidebar. So you can go right there and look at that. The video itself doesn't have anything. It's the video description will have a bunch of audio files where I go through the chapter. I use the NIV translation because it was easy for me to look at in hardback. And I talk about what it means, but I was going through the actual Hebrew of the passage in my pastor's classes, which I've had for like 30 years, but I hadn't listened to. At the same time, I was giving out the audio. Okay? So it's backed up by the Hebrew, but I'm talking about it from the NIV translation. So you can find out what Daniel, book of Daniel, the outline is all about from Yapping Part 10A1 if you want. I suggest you'd be better off getting it from your pastor, but, if you don't have time to do that or whatever, get it through the audio in Yapping Part 10A1. At least, to follow along in what I'm saying, I guess. So the point is that this stuff is all parallel to the temple's future from when Isaiah is writing, and this particular verse ties to the actual year. When the verse ends, it ties to the actual year the temple went down. So you can see why this verse is so pregnant. Okay, because the temple depicted Messiah. So if the temple goes down, it's like Messiah being violated, which of course actually ended up happening, at the cross. So it was parallel to that. That's why Isaiah benchmarked it this way, so that they would know their history in advance. This isn't Bible codes and it isn't mystical. It's high. This is what your history is going to be like, and then when it comes to pass, you can wake up and smell the coffee and start trying to live the spiritual life instead of being apostate. So Daniel's remembering all this. Daniel was aware of all this. See, Israel's in diaspora when this begins. Okay, so he's reminded of what's going to happen by what has happened, and he's living through a parallel time. Diaspora. Okay? Diaspora was supposed to occur after Messiah, just like it occurred before Messiah, in a parallel period of history, which is when the first temple went down. Because the last temple of history, Christ, is going to go down. Alright? So see, our penance to reconcile. Sewn up in his wounds. Paul's going to play on that in Ephesians. And so will God play on that in Daniel, as you're going to find out. So see, this is all a testimony as to why the first temple went down, plus it's also counting down the time by another 56 syllables to Cyrus's death, so at syllable 259, Cyrus dies. Now, Daniel doesn't open at that point. Daniel is opening somewhere in here. Okay, because this is 12 syllables long. This comprises 4 years prior to when Cyrus took over from Babylon. So it's like twisting sins, that's 3 syllables, 4 syllables. Okay, 5, 6. Intercepted is 4 more. Okay, so it's like sins, twisting, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, and then ted, 7, sept, 8. Okay, so it's at right between inter and septed. And right between inter and septed is 538 BC, when God intercepts. It's really funny because you don't find out about that until Daniel 10. God intercepts Gabriel from what he's doing and tells him to go intercept Daniel. Okay? The Hebrew word here is hifki, and it really does mean to intercept. In other words, you're going down the street, and a car was going to hit you, but somebody runs in front of you and they take the hit for you. That's what intercept means. It's also a big football term. You know, to catch the ball and win for your team when it was already in the other team's hands. That's why I use the word intercepted here. So right between inter and septed, alright, is when Gabriel comes and talks to Daniel in Daniel 9. So that's where we're going to go now. Oops. And the year is 538 BC. And here we are in BibleWorks. I'm going to use the English. I'm using the NASB translation, but you can use whatever translation you like, because they mostly read the same because they copy each other. Okay? They don't really try to retranslate de novo. They just copy each other. Because, see, when the scholars want to respect other scholars, and, you know, maybe the scholar didn't respect the Bible, but we'll respect the scholar who didn't respect the Bible. And if somebody says that that scholar was bad, well, we're going to say that's being unchristlike and not loving. See, this is it's just criminal. It's just criminal. They're not loving him and keeping his commandments. They're loving, you know, acting wickedly and rebelling instead, in the name of respectability. Okay, that's why I have to make videos and other people make videos, and why there's so much debate in Christianity, because the scholars aren't admitting what the past errors are. Okay, they're just being nice to each other. Okay, but they're not being nice to the Word of God, and that's what you're going to see right here. In the first year of Darius, son of Asarius, Median. Okay, this is the uncle of Cyrus. So when you see passages that say the first year of Cyrus or the third year of Cyrus, you have to ask if it's the first year of Cyrus including Darius, or it's the first year of Cyrus after Darius. Darius is how they pronounce it. And Darius is actually a title, not the guy's name. Because the first year of Cyrus could also be the first year of Cyrus after Darius dies. So you have to look at the frame of reference when it says the first year of Cyrus. Alright? So this is just after the takeover, you know, the many tekel parsing passage. Okay? This is just after the takeover by Cyrus, who put his uncle in place. His uncle was the rightful king of the Medes and the Persians, but, you know, Cyrus took over anyway. It's a long story. But this guy was given Babylon to run. Okay, while Cyrus went and did other things. So this, the day that they came in is estimated by ISB Encyclopedia as being the 10th or 11th of Bul. And the month of Bul roughly corresponds to our November. And the king usually celebrates his accession on the following Nisan, which is roughly equivalent to our April. It really starts on the 21st or 22nd of March, sometimes the 20th, depending on when the vernal equinox is. That's when it actually starts, or supposed to start, if you're running your calendar rightly, which nobody in those days really much did, until Daniel came along. So Darius is coming to power, really back in Bul, about 6 months prior. So sometime between 539 in Bul and the beginning of what we would call 538, which is roughly April, Daniel is doing this prayer. Okay? It's really important to know because in April, it's so close to Av, which is the month that the temple went down, the 48 years have elapsed. 48 years have elapsed when he prays here in Daniel 9. That means he's at the beginning of the 49th year when he prays. Okay? So, at that time, he was reading about the 70 years in Jeremiah. And the prophet, the passage he's talking to here is Jeremiah 52. It's 52 and 25. Here, let me show you. This is Jeremiah 25. See? Jeremiah 25, but there are other passages. It's also in Jeremiah 52:10, because that records the actual day it happened. And, see? But Jeremiah was predicting it for a long time. Alright, there's Jeremiah 52. That was prophetic. Okay, and then not by much, like by 30 years. And then here it is in Jeremiah 29. And then the actual event is in Jeremiah 50, 52:10, 15, somewhere around there. Okay? So, when Daniel is getting this, he's already reading Jeremiah, which means it came out contemporaneously, and he knew about the 70 years. Okay? He's not saying that was the first time he read it. He's taking note of it. Okay? I'm not going to go through the Hebrew here, but this isn't the first time he saw it. He's invoking it. He's using it. Okay? And we already went through the fact that the 70 years is not that they missed 70 sabbatical years. They missed 49 years, and it's going to take 70. That's the whole background of the 56 and the 14. It's going to take 70 to pay back for the 49 they missed. And he's praying at the beginning of the 49th year. Okay, because he knows it's going to take time for the people to rebuild, and, he understands all this stuff in advance. Why? Because, as we saw, Moses had already predicted it. Okay? It's not too hard to count from the time the temple goes down, alright, that, there's a 56-year warning period. So before the year 56 is up, you better have that temple started. Alright? But he's got to wait the 49 years before he can even pray it, invoke it. Okay? He knows when to pray is the point, because he knows how to number his days, like Moses had prayed for in Psalm 90, verse 12. All right? So that's when he's praying, is in the beginning of the 49th year, okay, which we know is the first year that Cyrus's uncle is celebrated as being in power, which has to be no later than April of 538 BC. Okay? So we know when it is. So now he prays. And Paul's going to use this very long, very formal prayer. Of course, Daniel, had been trained to be a diplomat. So was I, but I don't think I could be as diplomatic as he is. Okay? So it's a very long prayer that he's praying, and it goes all the way down. Alright, until, see, while he was yet speaking. And this is very true in prayer. If you're using 1 John 1:9 and you're praying the Father and Son's name, you almost get interrupted with the answer before you finish praying it. It's really embarrassing sometimes, but that's how it works. Okay, while I was still speaking, because God's big on interrupting you. It's wonderful and it's humiliating all at the same time. And that's the way it should be. Okay, so while I was still speaking, Gabriel, the word man, he looked like a man. Daniel knows he's not a man, okay? Gabriel, okay, starts talking, and it's about the time of the evening offering. In other words, Daniel can't celebrate the evening offering, so he's praying at those times instead. Alright? And so now he's saying, Hi, I'm going to give you bin. Bin is the Hebrew word for intensive understanding. Okay? And now he's saying, look, before you even started talking, I was sent. Okay? So now he gets into what this is. And this is just awesome. Just completely awesome. Okay? Wait a minute. I need to do 24. 24 is in meter. I almost fell over when I saw it. Okay? Do I have it on here still? Yeah. It's going to take a few minutes. This is Daniel 9:24, but it's in the Hebrew and it's in the meter. Alright? I'm going to show you the English here. And, you know, I have lots of translations, and I'm going to show you the Hebrew here. Okay, y'all, leave out the LXX because that's from the Greek. Okay. Daniel. Well, let's see. Oh, computers. There we go. Okay. Up here, 70 weeks have been decreed for your people. It's not really weeks, it's sevens. That's really important. People get so confused in English. This is why you should never... You have to learn Bible in translation, but you always learn it in connection with the original. That's how my pastor taught it to, 2,000 people every week. And I mean every day he taught. And he would always parse out. That's how I know the Hebrew. Is he would always explain, well, here are the Hebrew words. And then he'd give you the translation. And in those days he was using the King James. And it's not weeks. It's sevens. Okay? The Shabuim. Shabuim. Okay? It's 77s. Remember, we've seen now from Moses. This should really start to gel for you. Sevens, sevening, seven accounting, sabbatical accounting, promise time. Alright? So 77s, the NIV really gets this better than everybody else. 77s are what? What? Decreed. Okay? That's here. Okay? This is basically saying disclosed, allotted. Alright? Are decreed. Okay? And then this is the Hebrew. Alameka, for your people. So you see it's tracking to it in order, so I can just keep on going with the English now. Okay? 77s. That means it's not consecutive. You got that? It can be, or it might not be. They're sevens, they're not weeks. We think of weeks as consecutive, but this isn't the proper way to think about it. I mean, it's a sort of shorthand to call it a week, but it's really a seven. Okay? Decreed for your people and your holy city to what? Finish. And then these are NIV notes that the NIV puts in its own notes about alternate translations. Okay, I've got those notes turned on, see? If I turn them off, I guess I can't turn them off while the screen is recording, okay? To finish or restrain. Oh, wait a minute. It won't turn off. I can't get it to turn off. So NIV has inserted this comment. These are NIV comments. They're not mine. Okay, they're comments that are in Bible Works from the NIV when, they bought the license. Okay, to finish transgressions, pesha. Yeah, ha-pesha, it's right here. See? To finish the transgression, kale means to finish. That's there. And here's the transgression. Okay, and so all of this is showing up down here in Hebrew. And it's metered. Okay, now look at this. It's metered 9, 9, those are Trinity numbers, 6, doubling for man. Okay, I also play on the hypostatic union, coming from Trinity, haha. 9, 6, okay, this adds up to guess what? 63. Okay, 63. Where have we seen 63 before? 63 is the sum of Isaiah 53:9 and Isaiah 53:10. Okay, that's 63. See, it's 35 in Isaiah 53:10 and 28 in Isaiah 53:9. 63. Isaiah is the source for the decree in Daniel being, whoops, I shouldn't have done that, being 63 syllables. Okay, if you total this up, go get your calculator, this all totals 63. That's how many syllables are in it. Okay, so Isaiah, having the 63 syllables, is a palindrome. We've talked about that now before. 28 and 35 is 63, and 35 and 28 from Isaiah 53:10 to Isaiah 53:11 is also 63. Okay? Now, look at the content tie. Isaiah 53:9 is about Christ's death. Okay? I mean, you should be relatively familiar with these verses in whatever translation you want. I had to make them metered, so they're not going to be the same as your words, but the ideas are the same. See? 63 is 7 short of what? 70. 7 short. And it's the same way either side. It's 63. This is talking about the decree in eternity past. Okay? And this is him actually paying for the sins. See, born from his soul's pangs, it's really birth pangs, or writhings, in labor, he sees he's filled. Through truth he makes pure. Okay? My righteous son for people, for their twisting sins he bears. Again, I had to fit the meter here. So it's a little more vague than I'd like. Because we can't convey in English. Our English words are much smaller than Hebrew words as far as the meaning distance goes. Okay, but at least you get the drama. That's the point I wanted to make here. So you got 63. Here's the eternity past contract to pay for sins. Here's him actually doing it. And here was God's pronouncement that he's innocent. Okay, that's 63 in either direction. Notice it's all about paying for sins. Okay, so the fact that Daniel 9:24 is 63 syllables. Alright, I'm sorry, it's taking a while. My computer is really slow. Alright, the reason why this is 63 syllables should be kind of obvious to you now. This is happening after the 48 years have elapsed and the 49th year is going to elapse, at which point, and even owed already, are 7 more years. So 77s are decreed, but this is only 63 syllables because not all of the 77s decreed can play within Israel's time. Okay, and that's what verse 25 explains. Okay. I'm not going to go with the Hebrew because it's pretty straightforward here. A couple of things I want to say. So you are to know and discern that from the issuing of what? The decree. This isn't a decree, it's the decree. What decree is that? This decree in Daniel 9:24. We just saw it. See, hello. 70 weeks have been decreed from the issuing of the decree. Well, the decree was issued, we already saw, in Jeremiah 25 and 29 and 52. And who issues that decree? And who is issuing the decree here in Daniel 9:24 immediate context? God, not a human king. So there are tons and tons of stupid, commentary on the internet and in pulpits saying, well, there's a human king that issues a decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. That's not what the text says. Here's the decree already. See, have been. Yeah, have been since Isaiah. Have been since Moses. Have been since Adam. Decreed for the temple to run, and it's because there was a breach in the 70 weeks, that they have to be restored here. And the specific 70 years to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until Messiah. The specific 70 years to do this part is in Jeremiah 25:29 and Daniel 9:2, as we just saw. So now, we're not talking about that time. We're talking about after the 70 years is fulfilled. Okay, but it's issued twice. And I already went through that math, so I'm not going to go through it again. So this is after Jerusalem is rebuilt. After Jerusalem is rebuilt, until when? Messiah. So that's where we saw in the last part, and I did the Isaiah video, 49 years ends at the end of what? End of what? Sorry, there's so many delays. End of what? Oh, yeah. Right here. This is where it ends. This is where the 49 ends. Okay? There's only 35 syllables here, but this whole thing is ending at 397. Okay? Remember I just shown in the Isaiah video that this began the voting period here. So when you add up this, the 7, plus 28, that's 35. Plus another 35 is the 70. But the 28 alone, plus the 35, is 63. Okay? So the last 49 years that are reimbursing the 49 that have elapsed, or will have elapsed, after Daniel's prayer, that's all reimbursed here. Okay? And obviously it's including these guys here. Alright? So, 49. 7 weeks. 7 weeks isn't a good translation. Alright. 77s. Let's go to 25 using the NIV instead, because the NASB is following the King James Version, which has got it kind of wrong when it uses weeks. Okay? There's 7 sevens. That's 49 years. And the interpretation is right, but they just don't know when it begins. Okay? And then 62 sevens. Alright? And then when it says it will be rebuilt, it's talking to Daniel in 538 BC, saying that his prayer is being answered. And then after it's rebuilt, then the 49, which takes you to 397 BC, which is the end of the voting period, as we saw in the last video, and the one on Moses. And then 62 sevens, and the 62 sevens is equal to 364, the amount of time the temple was standing from 950 to 586 BC, plus the extra 70 that's owed as a reimbursement for it completing the purpose of its 70, and that's 434 years. This is a really important number to remember, because Paul's going to use this as a total for his meter, 434, because Paul is saying we're still in the 62nd week. We're in a time bubble. Okay, oops, I doubled it by mistake. Alright, so that's what that means. Now this is not metered, because he's explaining it, but this is metered to 63. And that's the pregnant thing that we saw 63 in Moses, we saw 63 in Isaiah, okay, and we saw 63, We're going to see 63 in Paul. He's going to play on it several times and in different directions. And what you see highlighted in black there, unfortunately highlighted in black, is 63 syllables if you count them. That is Daniel 9:24 in Hebrew. Okay, I've got it repeated with the other verse below because I was testing to see if this was metered. I didn't know if this was metered, and then when I started looking at it, I realized, no, it's not. Okay? I didn't test it for anything else, but it's not metered. Okay? This, however, is Daniel 9:24, repeated twice. Here it is unmetered, so if you want to check it, you can. And here it is the way I metered it. Alright? Daniel 9:25, therefore, is talking about the decree in Daniel 9:24. Okay? And then it's followed by 49, and then it's followed by 62. So now you understand the basis for Daniel 9:24 and 9:25. Now you understand that, hopefully I made it clear enough. If not, you can either go through the videos or ask God what the heck I'm talking about. Hopefully now it's clear enough that Daniel's getting this from Isaiah, and that's why it's not explained to him where these numbers come from. To us in English, these numbers come out of the clear blue sky. But as you hopefully see by now, since the Jews had to memorize their text orally, and they needed to know the syllables anyway to check to make sure they had enough, they memorized it rightly, God gave them the bonus of having eschatology communicated by the syllables. And then the text that ran on top of it will be roughly analogous to the meaningful nature of the Star-Spangled Banner for us Americans. The Star-Spangled Banner is going to come out of left field to somebody who's not familiar with the end of the Revolutionary War. But we know that song belongs to the end of the Revolutionary War. So when we sing it, we want to cry. Okay, because that's our independence. In the same token, when Israel was reading Psalm 90, they'd want to cry at points because of what it represented in their history from Adam forward. And when they read Isaiah, in fact, my pastor stressed this many times, they will be saying Isaiah 53 at the second Advent, crying. And quite frankly, when I recited it in Hebrew a couple of years ago, and that's in my Isaiah 53 playlist, in 2008 on August 22nd, I think it was, I couldn't keep from crying either. Okay? It's meaningful. It's meaningful history even before it happens. I mean, if you look at Isaiah 53 by itself, and you know, stupid people do, if you look at it by itself, look at this. If you don't know who's being talked about, then you don't know what the heck this means. Our penance to reconcile him? Well, you have to know who that is. You know, it's like coming into a story. If you were watching the movie, the miniseries Lost, and you came in the middle of Lost, you'd be lost, not knowing what the story was about. So you have to have the backstory. And then all this stuff becomes meaningful, and therefore the syllables become meaningful, as Israel's history actually plays with meaning to these words just as much as Messiah will. So that's why Daniel, when he gets this, doesn't ask any questions. He's been schooled in it since he was a kid. That's why he prays when he does, because he knows how to count his days. Right here. He knows what this means. He's praying for the restoration of the temple because it's time to restore it. Just as Moses prayed in Psalm 90 verse 12 through 15, because that was the right time for him to pray during his voting period. Here, the voting period is occurring out of its proper sequence because Israel didn't observe her sabbatical years. But the sabbatical years are just about up, so just as Moses was praying when the servitude of Israel was just about up, so also Daniel is praying when the sabbatical years are almost up. And that's going to be really important because Paul is going to be patterning Ephesians 1 on what Daniel does here. Okay, so what does this business about 77s tell us about verse 27? Well, if you don't know how God orchestrates time, if you didn't know that the 7 sevens were a reimbursement of 49, not 70 years, of missed sabbatical years, if you didn't know that the sum of the 69 sevens was a play on the 63 syllables in Hebrew for Daniel 9:24, because that's poignantly and pregnantly leaving out 7 years, then you could easily do what the preterists do and think that this comes next with no intervening ellipsis. But as you've seen from Moses and from Isaiah, because this is a sevening accounting, it always uses ellipsis. So the fact that there are 7 sevens and then 62 sevens consecutive with no ellipsis in between, that's an exception. Okay? It wasn't necessarily going to occur that way, and of course Isaiah didn't depict it that way, because if Israel hadn't rebuilt her temple, this is our friendly Juniors XLS, here's the first temple, it goes down after the kings, right here, okay? This was the voting window that Moses was warning about, again, 56 to here. The 460 is when the temple had stayed up. Its voting period would have run out. It's owned 490, had it not been destroyed. See, this to here, from here to here is 70 years. From here back to here is 49 years. Okay? 446 minus 49 is 397. And bear in mind when I say 396 here, that's at the beginning of the year. Because I start the year of the world at 0. Because these are all beginning of year numbers. I gotta fine tune them. But this is 49 years from here down to here, and 396. We're all 149. Okay? So, if you don't know all of these things that I've been telling you, and that you've been patiently wading through all these numbers until your eyes glaze over, and believe me, my eyes glaze over too. I'm exhausted when I do these videos. If you didn't know all that, then you're not really going to understand the Mosaic law fact that, hello, we got Gentile time in here. Every 1,000 years, the last 50 years is the unbeliever voting window. And in Israel's day, anybody who was called Goyim was an unbeliever. You were either a believer in Christ and therefore a Jew by conversion or by race or both, or you were Goyim. Okay, the term is still used today. Paul uses it in Galatians. Okay, so the last 50 years was bought by those sabbatical years, which hopefully you've seen. You've downloaded 10 Ways This Timeline Differs, which is in Cell A2. You just click on a link and you can download it. And on page 15, it shows you how the sabbatical years bought the last 50 years of a 1,000. That was Israel's job. That's why the temple went down, because she didn't observe her years. So now the voting period, she wouldn't get to the voting period. That's the warning here. And this is 126 years. See, look at this. 586 to the voting window. 467 is when it begins. Well, it's 119, excuse me. 120 years. That's what I should have focused on. 120 years from this 466 plus 120 is 586. So he's counting, God is counting from the temple down, okay, to get to here is 120 years. Does that number sound familiar to you? Like the flood? Like Genesis 6, where man gets 120 years, like 4 generations? That sound familiar? And what was the problem there too? Bad voting. See? Precedence. So, Gentile time is up next. It's the next voting period after, here's the believer voting window in the middle of the 1050, buying the voting period for the end of the 1050, which voting period isn't going to happen, okay, unless, if I can get that thing to go, isn't going to happen if Israel doesn't vote properly. This is not Israel's time. It's bought by Israel, but it's for who? The Gentiles. So, Gentile time is bought by Israel, so is not going to be listed in her sevens. So Gentile time is between, see, after the 62 sevens. He'll be cut off. And the war will continue until when? Until the end. Until the end of what? The end of Gentile time. Daniel already knows that. He doesn't have to know what end is being talked about. Just like in the Star-Spangled Banner, I don't need somebody to tell me about what rampart is being talked about. Okay? Or that the flag was still waving, because it's commemorating the last battle that finally defeated, the Brits when they were trying to win back what hadn't been properly set up. And that's why we were able to declare our independence. I know the backstory. Well, Daniel knows the backstory. War will continue to the end. The end of what? The end of Gentile time, which in those days was 50 years. Remember, we saw from Moses 57 years. And that was commemorated in 2 ways. I told you the first way in the other video, but not the second. The first way that it was commemorated was from Passover to Pentecost. Total of 57 days. Yeah, and here's where the 7 is in that 57 days. It plays last. Daniel was a student of the Mosaic Law. He knew this came last, so he knew the 50 years came until the end of the 50 years. The second way it was communicated as years in the Mosaic Law was as Jubilee. Jubilee meant the last 50-year period of history, and you were celebrating it every 1050 because every 1050 could have been the last 50-year period of history if the votes didn't go well, just as was set as a precedent by the flood. So that's 50 years there, bought by the believers voting in the middle of the 1050. So again, the end will come like a flood, war will continue to the end. Okay, this is the first and the end of the temple. This is the second and the end of the Gentiles. The end of the times of the Gentiles, because they were going to destroy the temple when they destroyed Messiah. And then war would come to the end. Okay? Now, again, just like I showed in the Moses video earlier in this 10:9, if Israel had accepted Messiah when he came, just after he died, would have been the 50 years starting, and just after he died,
during the 50 years, they'd be evangelizing like never before. Okay, that would result in the destruction of the temple. And then the tribulation, 7 would play last in history. Now, if Israel had accepted him, and the 7 is playing last, it could have happened that the same temple that was standing from this, the second temple once it was rebuilt, that its sacrifices would have gone on until the middle of the 7 because Israel was still faithful to God. Okay? That could have happened, but Israel rejected God. So this is dual entendre like everything else in prophecy. Okay? Everything is parallelism and dual entendre in the Old Testament. You always have to read a verse looking for the dual entendre and looking for the double meaning. Because it's always got 2 meanings, 2 perspectives, 2 time periods in view. Okay, well, if Israel had rejected Christ, and she did, then the temple's end also comes like a flood. And this word here means flood of troops. It's not just flood like water, but obviously, as we saw here, there's 120 years between the temple's destruction, see, and the voting period in 466 that was scheduled to occur for the world that believers had to vote in. So it's a flood, historical meaning. That's why Daniel had to vote. They had 120 years. Okay, just like God announced in Genesis 6. Okay, so that's why the word flood is being used here. It's a reminder, it's 120 years from the temple's destruction to the voting period. See, and Daniel didn't have to ask because he already knew. Okay, so if Israel rejected, well, there's a 120-year flood period. Okay, yeah, and that 120-year flood period came after Christ. Actually, he was born during it. Let's see, Civilization 3000, we'll just take it there. Okay, that's David. See, here we go, Civilization 4000. Okay. Ends actually right here. Okay. The flood period, therefore, began 120 years prior. Okay, so 4200 minus 120 begins in 4080. Okay, 4080 is between 4080 is blah, blah, blah. After David, well, wait a minute, 4080, yeah, 4080. Okay, David's 1000 ends based on his birth in 4066. Okay, Christ is born, yeah, based on his birth. That's based on his birth. Christ is born in 4103, so between this time, the 1000 based on David's birth, which is where Isaiah picks up, and the year Christ is born, which is the 1000th anniversary of David's consolidated kingship, see? Between those 2 dates is 4080. So Christ is born after, but during, the flood period from 4080 to 4200. And it was just as serious. Okay? So Daniel knows very well, and so should we because of the key words, that there's a 50-year period between Daniel 9:26 and Daniel 9:27. Okay, that was what it would have been had Israel accepted him. But if Israel had rejected him, the temple would have gone down. So what's this business about another temple up? Well, if Israel rejected him, the temple goes down. Well, there shouldn't be another temple up. Israel's going to be apostate. She's going to build a temple she shouldn't build. And of course, that's the story of Revelation 11. Israel shouldn't build a temple, but she's going to anyhow. She's going to think that she's back in favor with God, and without God's authorization, she's going to build a temple, because you know what? The first temple was only built because God ordered it, and the second temple was only built because God ordered it, and we're seeing that order here in Daniel 9. There is no third order, because the temple is Christ, and he's gone and left the building. So, there will be a third temple built either just before or sometime before or during the tribulation, because it's already built by the middle of the tribulation, and it takes more than 3 years to build a temple like that. So chances are it's going to be built any day between now and the rapture. Okay? And people will mistake it for, peacetime and all that other good stuff that they'll mistake it for. And Jews will move to Israel by the millions, sitting ducks for the tribulation. God will protect them anyway, and we should give our life for Israel anyway. But just understand, this is apostasy. Okay? And that's why in the middle, he will put an end, and that ties to Revelation 11. Now, 50 years was the schedule. If Israel had accepted him when he came, she didn't. But here is your time bubble. Daniel 9:26, which was originally scheduled to be 50 years, but in Matthew 16:18, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Christ decrees church, and it lasts as long as Father says, and that is decreed or voted for by Christ in John 17, around verse 20. Okay, sanctify them. However long it takes, sanctify them in your truth. It's carte blanche, blanket proxy vote to Father for however long it takes. And that's why Matthew 24 had read as long as it did. He doesn't tell you how long it takes. He just tells you what's the sign it's going to happen. And that's the sign for Israel, not the sign for church. Because church doesn't have a sign. Church isn't supposed to have a sign, because church isn't 50 years, obviously. Now all that will set you up now for Paul, because Paul is going to be playing to this interim period, which just happens to be 57 years, middle of which, between the two, beginning and ending, is 56. You get that? You get that little parallel? Yeah, because Jubilee was 50 years to represent the last 50 years of time, coupled with this 7, which plays last in history, which is 57 years total, just like there were 57 days from Passover to Pentecost and 57 days from Pentecost to Ninth Ave, when what? The temple goes down.
I'm going to go through this kind of quickly. If it goes over your head, then you're going to have to start at an earlier point in the study. But when I get it, and if I want to repeat it before I forget it, all right, because I have no brain. Ephesians 4:23, that's why I call myself brain out. I only have brains when I'm using the Spirit. It's my arrogance, sir. Please cause me to say this right, Dad, because thank you. All right. Daniel's prayer is about the most sophisticated amongst the styles of meter in the Bible that I've been able to find. That doesn't mean there isn't something more sophisticated in the Bible, but his is one that I've just been, messing about with for years. I learned of this meter, and you're going to laugh at me, but I'm supposed to tell, the truth, right? I learned that this was metered not by looking at it, but when I was standing at my kitchen countertop, looking at my spices, and I forget what I was thinking prior, but the thought hits me, and this is how he does it. Daniel's metered. Now, I didn't happen to like the text in the book of Daniel, okay? So my reaction when that thought hit was, oh, no, okay? I'm just telling you what it was. You can think of it or believe it or not as you choose. So, of course, I got to break out the tapes, and my pastor had covered Daniel in his Daniel series years ago. And that's where he basically selects certain keywords in the Hebrew, and he talks about what they mean, and, blah, blah, blah. Well, of course, I had to do that. And, of course, now I've got that I had Bible Works. This was some years ago now. I pull out Bible Works, and I look at the text, which is right up here. This is the Daniel piece, okay? And it's really hard in Word to get this text to fit this way. And then, of course, I had to parse it. That's what all these pink numbers are. Parsing for the syllables. And because Hebrew, the the guys who invented this particular Hebrew alphabet, which is not what Moses and company used, okay? This particular Hebrew alphabet is so unreadable, I end up having to, like, parse out every few syllables. So these are not syntactically parsed the way I normally do in the Greek. This is not syntactical, it's just syllable counts, all right? And getting this to line up in the Hebrew is a real pistol. So this took, like, I don't know, a whole day just to get this. And then after I did it, of course, you're going through the text and reading the text. And because these letters are all block letters, just like block letters in English or any other text, when they all look the same, they're hard to read. So it took me a long time to get this the way you see it. But, and here's the kicker that makes it worthwhile. Daniel's 70, and the way the Masoretes wrote the text, because it's Masoretic, his 70 and his meter goes with the verse. In other words, this is 9-4 in Hebrew, okay? The whole thing. Can't get it all to light up at once. It's 49 syllables, the verse. See, it doesn't work like that in the Greek parsing. Okay, the way they break the verses, because that was not invented, that was not original to the text. That was College of Paris, 1100s AD. The verses break out syntactically. The verses do, whole verses do. So it doesn't matter that I'm doing like 5 syllables here, blah, 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 okay? So when you go to read the Old Testament, one of the features of it ought to be, it isn't necessarily true, but ought to be that the 70, because this is true in Psalm 90 and Daniel and Isaiah, the 70 goes by verse. So my guess is that when those Masoretes did their version of the text with their newly invented alphabet, because this is medieval alphabet, okay, that they knew that Daniel and the Old Testament writers were doing this 70 thing. Else why would they stop the verse there? See, this colon, that's telling you the verse ends there. See, here's another one. This is how you know where the verses are ending. The Masoretes put these colons in there. Okay? So this is 49. Daniel wrote Daniel 9, 49 years after the temple went down. Because that was the end of its mid-sabbatical years. I've said that a lot of times before. Now that I've sort of awakened, because I just woke up, I can get back to where I was here. It's really important to understand this. See this, 49? See this, 49? It's like a paragraph. It's a set of bookends. And the total of the bookends, starting at the beginning of 9:4, when he begins his prayer, to the end of 9:13, which is where he stops the section on the indictment. Between 9:4 and 9:13, in the text, it's indictment. Hi, we've been lousy, we've been sinning, our kings, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, ourselves, we're all sinners. And 9:13 ends with, as is written in the book of Moses, because we didn't listen to you, you're gonna clobber us. That total number is 434. Does that look familiar to you? Remember, we got 49 here and 49 here, and the total number of syllables in Hebrew is 434. Does that look familiar to you? It should. These are two of the numbers that God uses in his reply to Daniel 9 in Daniel 9:26. Think about that. The numbers in Daniel 9:26, which we only see God's numbers in reply, in translation, they're coming, those numbers are there for a reason. We kind of know that because he's God. Okay, but what's the reason? The reason is that Daniel used them. That's why Daniel's not saying, oh, gee, I don't understand. You know, in Daniel 7 or 10 or 11, in some of those other chapters, the paragraph after he gets his little visitation, he's like, oh, my heart was faint within me and I didn't understand. He doesn't say that here in chapter 9. This is why Daniel's using the numbers first. God's using the numbers in reply. So this tells you what the numbers are. See, we don't have to guess and play games and write stupid books and use Bible lunar years. The answers are right in front of your face. Okay, but numbers, our eyes glaze over when we see numbers. Mine too, I'm no different. So what are these numbers? How come 49? And how come 434? Because, hello, isn't that the 62 weeks in Daniel 9:26? Yeah. So why is that number used here? Because wherever is the reason for it being used here, that's why it's used in Daniel 9:26 as a reply. Right? So that's what this video is going to cover. Sorry it took me so long to get to the point. Because I kind of get it now. Better than before. So in the next increment, that's what I'm going to do because right now I need coffee. Okay, this is the continuation of the journaling video. As I said, this is a 49 and this is a 49. Daniel is literally using the meter to tell you how to read his prayer. He starts his own verse saying, I'm praying, which is the same style that Moses used in Psalm 90. And he's counting that as part of the meter, just like Moses did. And then he's ending a bookend also with the 49 verse. See, this is 49 syllables, and this is 49 syllables, and it's one syllable per year. And so this is your first date line in Daniel. That's a typical, date line use of the meter that's Pan Bible. And this is also, it's not meant as a date line, but it is meant to say, hi, the text that's from Daniel 9:4 through Daniel 9:13 is to be considered one legal paragraph. A legal paragraph is not the same as a physical paragraph. A legal paragraph is saying, hi, everything between the start of the paragraph and the end of the paragraph is all to be read within itself as it were legal set of provisions, conditions. In this particular case, it's a deposition, okay? And that's how you're supposed to read it. So Daniel is telling you how to read what he says by the meter. Now look, he's writing this for other people. If he's writing it for other people, then those other people have to know the meter to know that's how he's wording what he says. So this business with the meter that I've been documenting now for 7 years is something they used to know. Israel doesn't know it now, but they used to. Because you don't write like this for somebody else if they don't know the, as it were, conventions about how you read it. It's just like language. If I speak to you in English, you have to know English to understand me. And if I'm speaking to you in English, not French, then I'm presuming that you know English to communicate with you. So Daniel's presuming that his reader knows the meter. Now he can make that presumption because Moses started writing meter in the very first book of Genesis, in the very first chapter. Now when I did these Daniel videos the first time, and when I abstracted the meter in Daniel, I did not know that Genesis was metered. I suspected it, but I did not know it was metered ever since chapter 1, which is where it should be first metered. It is. I've done those videos now. You can go see them. Now what we're trying to focus on in revisiting Daniel is I'm trying to show you the pattern of his meter and what it means in more detail than I knew before, because I've done the other meters now. The whole New Testament now, every first chapter in every book in the New Testament, I've already done the video showing the meter. Doesn't mean what I say is right, just means that how you can really prove the meter exists. Whether my conclusions about what it means are right is another story. But does the meter exist? Is it a deliberate style that goes from Genesis 1 to Revelation? Answer, yes. So now I'm revisiting Daniel to show, okay, what does it mean? Because Daniel's pivotal to interpreting the meter prior to Daniel and interpreting the meter after Daniel, because all the books come through Daniel. It's a sort of grand central station for eschatology. And everybody knows that from the text, but they don't know it from the meter. So now I'm going back over the material to say, okay, what is this meter about? Now, I've covered this before, but I'm saying it again just as a sort of like refresher course for some people. And if you've not heard me before, this is all going to be new to you and your eyes are going to glaze over. I'm sorry, I can't go slow with this anymore. 49. Daniel is telling you that's his dateline. Hi, I'm writing you 49 years after the temple fell. Why does that matter? Because Israel missed her sabbatical years. Everybody and his brother in theology knows that. The question is, how many sabbatical years were missed? Unfortunately, Eusebius, who's one of the stupidest writers in Christendom ever to write a book, is way too respected. He's an idiot. And if you read what he writes, you'll see that really quickly. Eusebius thought, oh, Israel missed 70 sabbatical years. And so all of his dates are wrong. Everything Eusebius writes is either a lie or wrong. And I'm just going to have to assert that, and you'll have to go test what he writes yourself. Okay, because the guy's a real jerk. Okay, so for centuries, he's confused Christians with his timeline, which has been totally wrong. What are the number of missed sabbatical years? How many years is 49? It's the number of missed sabbatical years. How do you know? Because it starts with Rehoboam, which is 434 years, so it's really the last 4 years of Solomon. Okay? 434, which we know is 62 weeks, how come that's in the Bible? That seems to come from nowhere. It's part of Daniel's indictment. This paragraph from 9:4 to 9:13 is a legal paragraph of indictment. Yes, the temple went down 49 years ago because Israel didn't observe the right number of sabbatical years during the last 434 years of her existence. In other words, Daniel's indictment is going from the beginning to the time full circle. See, he's full circle back to when he talks in 538 BC. He's got two timelines he's tracking. The cause is Manasseh for the temple to go down. That he cites also in Kings. All right, because that's when God said, okay, because of Manasseh's being so, bad, even if he changes his mind, which he does, right here actually, I'm still taking the temple down. Okay, that's part of the indictment for the temple being down. That's why he closes his paragraph again with the 49. In between is the indictment text. We're bad, we're wrong, you warned us, we didn't listen. Just as is written in the law of Moses, that's what 9:13 tells you. Just as written in the law of Moses, if we don't listen, you're going to clobber us. And then verse 9:14, which is a transitional clause, yes, you clobbered us. And I'll have to get to that in a minute. I'm just trying to cover right now the organization of Daniel's prayer. 9:4 to 9:13 is the indictment against Israel due to not listening to God. Signified most importantly by Manasseh, because in 2 Kings, and I want to say it's chapter 24, 22, 24, somewhere in there, God says Manasseh was so bad in his, what do you want to call it, unfaithfulness, that the temple is going to go down even if he changes his mind, which he did do. Because the king of Assyria captured him, took him back, kept him in jail. While in jail, you can read all this in 2 Kings and in Chronicles, which Jeremiah was writing, which Daniel was reading at the time he writes Daniel 9. Okay, Manasseh has a change of heart while he's in jail under the king of Assyria. So then he prays, he does the equivalent of 1 John 1:9 today. He prays, God, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's not I'm sorry, it's I'm wrong. God says, okay, fine. He restores Manasseh to power. Manasseh now gets to be king of Israel again. Except that the temple is still going to go down. Except that once Manasseh changes his mind, Israel doesn't change hers. There were temple prostitutes inside God's holy temple, for crying out loud. That's how defiled it was. So God says, sorry, you're going down. So Daniel is using the meter to do a retrospective exposition of time to show the indictment. That's how his paragraph, his legal paragraph, is ordered. That's how he's using the meter as a timeline. Each Bible writer determines how he uses the meter as a timeline to underscore the text he's writing. Daniel's doing a litany, a retrospective exposition of Israel's history. Okay, and he starts right here with Israel's history in 9:6 about David's reign. That's why it's 40 syllables for David's 40 years. And then he starts going in order, and that's what I cover in footnote E. Where is it? Right here. In that section of the document. What specific verses is Daniel thinking when he talks? He's parsing his syllables to fit the verses. That's how well he knew the scripture. It's astonishing. I've never had such blatant proof of the meter as I do in Daniel. The closest thing to it is Paul's use in Ephesians 1:3-14, which I did a lot of videos on. So you can check all of this. Okay? Check it. Please check it. Don't take my word for it. Read it yourself. Because this genius use of the meter to tell you how to read the text is something Christendom really needs to know and doesn't. The Jews obviously used to know. Because look at, he's doing his paragraphs. They used to know. They used the meter to parse the paragraphs, to read the underlying timeline that went with the words, to better understand the words, and to know the context and what the writer meant. We don't know that today. They used to know. Here's clear proof that they knew. 49, 49, and then the context of the actual words is a legal indictment paragraph. Now Moses did the same thing using, the panorama of history in Psalm 90. Isaiah did the same thing playing on Moses in Isaiah 53. Isaiah's retrospective exposition stops at Isaiah 53:1. And then he goes forward in time. Daniel, by contrast, is taking Isaiah 53, paralleling it here. This is where he's paralleling Isaiah, starting here with Manasseh again. And turning what Isaiah wrote prophetically, because Isaiah dies during Manasseh's reign. What Isaiah wrote prophetically, Daniel is now confirming, yes, Isaiah was right, up until Daniel's time when the last of the kings stops. Jeconiah. Okay, Daniel is reaffirming what Isaiah wrote, and of course Isaiah's timeline went future all the way to the death of Messiah. But Daniel is stopping the timeline to Daniel's own time, which is why he's full circle here. Now I'm expecting that a lot of this is going over your head. It won't once you actually read this document. But you're going to have to spend time on it. So you have to ask God, should you spend time on it? Because it'll take months to master the material in here. I'm sorry. It's not my text. It's Bible. It's very sophisticated. I only can tell you an outline what it's saying and why, and then you have to check what I'm saying with the actual text. And I'm going to keep on checking it too. First paragraph, the indictment. 49, 49 are the bookends. In the text, you can see the indictment without the bookends. But you don't understand why that text is there until you know the meter. 49 years after the temple dies, I'm writing. Here's full circle, 49 years back to the time when I'm writing. See, having, written in Isaiah to it also, because this is where Isaiah is tagging Manasseh. Hi, we've sinned, we've sinned, we've sinned. Here's a whole history of our sinning, coming back full time to where I am now, ending the indictment clause, ending the legal indictment paragraph. Okay, so then he starts a new one. And that's where I'm not so sanguine about telling you what it means, because I'm still confused. From here on out, starting in 9:14 in text, if you read it, is a transitional paragraph that says, "Hi, and God brought upon us all this calamity, which he promised he would do when we didn't listen. Yes, we didn't listen, so he brought on the calamity. Yes, the temple's no longer here." By the time he gets to the end of 9:14, he has spent another 42 syllables. He is now going into the future. Okay? On this timeline, he's going into the future. On this timeline that's taking into account Isaiah. It's a sort of piggyback timeline. He's now going into the future here. From 5:38 when he talks, forward. So now he is taking what God told him was the future, starting with the man of time, the head of gold and silver and brass and, clay, all that. That was in Daniel 2. He's now taking what God told him and going forward with what God told him. And this part is a transition, saying, yeah, it happened. And starting Daniel 9:15 all the way to 9:19 is his petition. So the 3 paragraphs of his prayer are A, the indictment, which starts here and ends here at 9:13. Transitional, yes, we were guilty. God was right to do this. God is righteous to bring this calamity on us. That's what verse 14 says. So that's the second paragraph, as it were, of his prayer. The third paragraph is the actual petition for God to restore the temple, and it piggybacks from the, yes, God, you're right, all the way to here, and then to the end of his petition, God, listen, not because of who we are, but because of who you are, restore the temple. And my big conundrum has been, now for several years, what is Daniel doing here? Starting with 42, obviously another paragraph at 42, and then leaving it open like this at 47. Why? I know what he's doing historically, because he's using the man of time along this time track here. See, this is track 1, which is retrospective exposition, going all the way back, to David at Hebron. That's easy. This one isn't so easy, because he's got 2 time tracks here he's operating on at once, so that he can fold in what Isaiah was prophesying. Because he's tying Isaiah's prophecy to the man of time prophecy that God gave him in Daniel 2, using the information and then talking about future time. Okay? This one, historically, is easy for us to understand because it's past now. But when Daniel was writing it hadn't happened yet. Okay? The other thing that's hard for me to understand is, why is he doing 42 here and here? Okay? This is a jumping off point. The actual petition begins in verse 15. The actual petition ends in verse 19. So why is this a 42? Why isn't this 42 down here? Why is it 47, not 42? I don't have the answer.